You are entering the vicinity of an area adjacent to a location. The kind of place where there might be something terrifying, something weird. They're just examples. It could also be something much better. Prepare to enter the Canuckle Zone.
Welcome, everybody. Welcome to another wonderful episode. How are y'all doing? How are you all doing today? My OBS is messing up yet again. I hope everything's fine. I hope you guys can hear me. We have an interesting topic to discuss today. This one's going to need a bit of alcohol to smooth it down. Normally we have our a blue lobster. Our blue lobster. Super refreshing. How are y'all doing though? Good to see you, Blaze Firestorm, Andrea. Welcome back, Action Toys. Hello. Hello, everybody. Hoping that you are all having a much easier time with this heat than I am. You've got ice cream? Oh my goodness, I'm jealous. Randy Scribner Jr., welcome. Samantha, interesting or cursed? Both. Been an interesting week. Hello, Ellie-Z. How are you doing? Hello, Chris. Good to see you all today. We'll have a guest joining us a little bit later today. Drexel will be joining us in just about an hour or so. So keep an eye out for that. We're going to have Drexel on to talk a little bit because we love Drexel. Where is my fucking mouse? There it is. We love Drexel, and Drexel has a lot to say about a lot of different things. And we're going to be talking about some of the issues with the gender wars that is going on right now. So, pardon me, I'm just like trying to conserve stuff on here. My OBS is like running really slowly for some reason, and it seems like it's lagging, so I want to make sure that it's not lagging on the stream. You'll get the sage. Fantastic. So, before we jump into today's topic, I want to talk a little bit about what we're going to be going on about today. So, we're going to be talking about power dynamics. So we're going to be talking about this mythical word that's come out of nowhere. Hello, Catnip Dave. You ended up jacking your knee up? Oh my goodness. You were just like not having any sort of luck at all. Holy crap, Dave. No sort of luck at all. Poor Catnip Dave. Knees in the middle of healing. Well, I hope that you have a quick, expedient, painless healing on your leg. That's so terrible. But we're going to talk about the mythical word that's being thrown around now that a lot of these lunatics on social media have just found out about and have reapplied it to their situations. The power dynamic. Now, people talk about power dynamics all the time. We're going to talk a little bit about it today, what it actually means and what it's being portrayed as, and why that is a myth that is it should not be thrown around as much as it is, because like a few other things that people we tend to like take and run around with. Zippy Art, welcome. Unless he's worse than Kitchener, it was actually pretty manageable here. Worked out in the sun all week, felt good, although sweaty. Yeah, it's been, in American temperatures, it's been like 110 plus with humidity all freaking week here. And today it's getting up there too. It's pretty hot and heavy. So it's pretty brutal. Yeah, Twitter learns a word and never shuts the fuck up about it. That's very true, Samantha. They learn a word and they're like, that's my word now. The gaslighting was another one that they kind of picked up and ran off with. Started drawing all over the walls with it. But yeah, it seems like the word of the month now is power dynamic. And so we're going to talk about power dynamics a little bit later. It's hot as fucking California today. I bet it is. I bet it's a nice dry heat though. We have a fucking 100% humidity heat and it's like a pressure cooker. It's pretty nasty. So we're going to talk a bit about that today. We're going to talk a little bit about why Overwatch changing McCree's name is kind of ridiculous and past the point at this point. We're talking about that. It's all pandering, it's all posturing for their lawsuit right now. So that's interesting. And we're going to talk about gender dynamics. We're going to have Drexel on in just under an hour's time. We're going to talk about the struggle with the gender wars currently and why all of this is ridiculous. Lunatics? Absolutely, they are lunatics. I do find it funny though that there's a few people out there in Twitter land that are hiding behind blocks and hiding behind locks, and they're still talking shit. Hello Stacy, how you doing? Good to see you. They're still talking shit. They're still trying to say shit about me. They're still trying to say shit about Quentin, and all the people that are defending Quentin. Like, come on, you want to talk about how apparently Quentin followers apparently are name searching Quentin and quote unquote harassing people. Meanwhile, this is literally all that you do. This is you literally have an account with named Beware Creepy Voice Actors. You literally own that account, and you want to start calling other people out for quote unquote name searching and harassing people? Please stop. Stop. You're just mad that no one is listening to your stupid diatribe and no one is believing your made up fan fictions. Stop. Nobody cares. You're fine, Stacy? I'm doing pretty good, thank you. I'm trying to keep alive. I'm literally sitting in front of a fan 24 hours a day right now because I am literally overheating from my medication. I'll talk a bit about that briefly. I'm on 3 different kinds of meds, 2 of which give me a heat sensitivity, which is fun, by the way. Super fun. So when the heat is above 30 degrees Celsius, plus with the humidity, I just can't function. I can't fucking walk around because I get too dizzy. I get sick to my stomach. I have massive headaches from the pressure. All this fun stuff. Wonderful things. Couldn't work all week because of it. I was kept out of work all week because of that, but yay, medications that I have to take for hormone replacement. Huzzah. Gender transitioning is super fun, by the way. Highly recommend it for people who want to completely experience pregnancy and menopause all at the same time. Fantastic. Hello, Milo the Gamer. How you doing? Good to see you. You have Saturdays off so I could finally enjoy my streams. Let's go. Let's go. You died when you saw that tweet last night, Ellie? That's so funny. It sucks. Well, it's better than the alternative of like absolutely hating myself and being stuck in a depression and anxiety all the time. So if I had a choice between potentially like overheating and you know, slightly dying because of the heat or being in a constant anxiety and depression, I'll take the heat. Because at least the heat can be fixed by sitting in front of an air conditioner or a fan. That's a very, very easy fix. Very, very easy fix. You'll pass. Thanks for the offer, though. Yeah. So I do have a couple. I do have a couple of interesting stream announcements. Well, first of all, we have the new merchandise you can see right in front of your screens. We'll get to that in just a second. It's very tentative. It's very, very tentative. But I potentially have a big guest for next week's show. I don't want to jinx it, but we may be having a certain person. I'm going to give a hint. I'm not going to say the person's name. I'm not going to confirm or deny. But we may have a certain person who has been who is a music maker, who is a very notorious music maker, who has been wrapped up in embroiled in some controversies. Now I have seen and heard a lot about this individual through a bunch of different people, and y'all know the way that I operate, right? I make my own decisions about people. I don't listen to other people about their opinions about certain individuals, right? Now I listened to this person's music. It's actually pretty good music. And I've read all about the stories. I've seen the different things that have been going on. And so yeah, it's gonna be interesting if I can get this individual to agree to come on for an interview. They're very interested. They're available next week. We basically all but confirmed it, so keep an eye out for that. It'll be a very interesting time. So, again, I'm not trying to bring them on to beat them over the head or make fun of them. I'm just trying to bring them on because I want to talk to them. I'm genuinely interested in having an interview with them, and there's someone that I've been trying to get on the show for a very long time. And I think it'd be very interesting to talk to this person because they're very limited in their public eye. So I think it'd be a very good guest to get on the show. Hello, Gav, greeting from the Irish countryside, or as they say, the middle of the sticks. Middle of the sticks. Cheers, Gav. Cheers to the chat. Did someone say music? Yes. Potential guest for next week. I'm just finalizing it. Hopefully they agree. It's everything but signed, sealed, delivered. So very, very, very hopeful that we can get this guest on for next week. Somebody that a lot of people would know, a lot of people might know. Someone that's been very prominent in the public eye for a few different things, and makes pretty good music. So I will not divulge who it could be. Y'all can speculate. I won't confirm or deny, but it'll be interesting. Did I hear about the actress going from the live action Cowboy Bebop series? Yeah, I heard her. I heard her little meltdown about why she was like, I don't know what the heck her problem is. It's like, look, who cares? People of the show, fans of the show, wanted to see a person who portrayed that person from the show. You didn't portray that person from the show. I don't know if that was your choice. If it was your choice, then that was a stupid choice. If it wasn't your choice, then it wasn't your choice. There's no point in being mad about it. R. Kelly. No, I would say someone relevant to today's world. Someone, I will say, okay, so what I originally heard this person wrapped up in was Taylor Swift. That's all I'm going to say about it. They have a connection to Taylor Swift. That's all I'm going to say. And good or bad, I don't have an opinion on it. I want to talk to the individual. I want to interview the individual. I'm interested. I'm genuinely interested in everything that from like the music creation process to go how they've been dealing with all of the controversies and everything else. So everything. It'll be very interesting if we can get this person on. So fingers crossed. It's not R. Kelly. It's not R. Kelly. But no, they seem like a very interesting person, and I genuinely want to have a conversation with them. So that's all I'm going to say. I want to leave some mystification, for next week's show, if we can get them on. But Drexel should be showing up in just under an hour's time. It's not Taylor Swift, no. Taylor Swift would never come on this show, I guarantee you. I'm not confirming or denying anything outside of the obvious. Like, obviously I'm not getting Kanye West. Obviously I'm not getting Taylor Swift. So, all right, we're going to take a look at we're going to take a minute to shill here. Just a tiny bit to shill here before we jump into our topic. And get in there. We're going to shill a little bit. So we have a couple new items here that I just put up for sale. We have the Canuckleheads mason jar, which is pretty interesting. Just in time for summer, you can get yourself your very own official Canuckleheads mason jar with a new Canucklehead zone on the back. And there you go. The real Drexel's coming on in about 45 minutes, yeah? The actual real Drexel. And we have if you're ever looking for the best wrapping paper ever, we have our official Canuckleheads wrapping paper now. So you can buy $32 per roll. It's 15% off. Everything in the store right now is 15% off. Ron Toy is a surprise guest. You never know. You never know. So you can get yourself your very own matte or shiny. You can get shiny with glossy wrapping paper. You get the matte wrapping paper. There you go. So you can get wrapping paper to wrap your... You bought your stuff. You want my liver or kidneys? I want it all, Gav. I want it all. You really like the wrapping paper? You can literally you can buy Canuckleheads gifts like this beautiful tote bag. You can get this beautiful tote bag 15% off right now. You can get this, and then you can get the wrapping paper, and you can wrap this up and give it to somebody and show them that you're a real true Canucklehead fan. This is a really good tote bag, actually. All over print, so you get it on both sides. Am I gonna have Johnny Young Bosch on the stream soon? I mean, I'd love to. I would love to. But you can see it there. And the seam crosses over nicely, so you can make it nice and uniform. There you go. Just your soul. Just your soul. I want everything. I want it all, and I want it now. You get yourselves the official Canuckleheads bandana. This is a nice alternative to hats, by the way. Super hot out. Have a nice bandana. 15% off. I currently am using my can cozy. My Canuckleheads can cozy to drink my Blue Lobster. Keeps it nice and insulated and cold in this fucking super duper hot heat weather. I don't know if this is up for sale yet. Yeah, they're still sold out of that product. But eventually you can get lunch cans, like metal lunch boxes. The throw pillow looks so good, by the way. So the throw pillow, we actually have somebody that bought a throw pillow, and they're buying another one. 15% off, by the way. 15% off. There you go. Yeah, we have the dusters, the flip flops. We have the frosted beer glass as well. So there you have it. You get all of these things on sale right now in the official Canucklehead store. I'm gonna just copy and paste the link into chat. Sold it for a Kit Kat. There you go. You can see all of the Canucklehead stuff right there on Zazzle. Wonderful. The quality on Zazzle, on not gonna lie, is the fucking best quality of any of the stores I've ever seen. I bought shit off of Teespring before. I bought shit off of T-Fury, whatever else. All these other custom print stores, they're okay. Zazzle's quality of work blows them out of the fucking water, and the pricing is absolutely amazing for what it is too. So you can get all of this shit. It's on sale pretty much every single day of the fucking week. But yeah, super cheap, super fucking good quality. Just go ahead and buy your fucking brains out. I've priced this so low that I barely make a margin on it. I'm really not even making money off of these. I just price it low so that you guys can have cool Canucklehead stuff. Unique Canucklehead things to show off. Your friends be like, ha, I have it, you don't. You have no idea what I'm talking about, but I'm better than you. That's what you gotta do. So, if you want to, and other ways too, because we spend the first little bit shilling, right? Because I forget to shill all the fucking time. If you want to support the show, you can do so by going to it's on this side. Go up there to the Patreon. Patreon Canuckleheads. You can check that out. For as little as $5, you can get into the Discord. The Discord's getting a little bit more populated now. We're getting a few more people in there. $5 gets you into the Discord. All the way up to the top tier, which gets you an invite to the show every single week that I remember. If I forget, I apologize. But mostly every single week gets you an invite to the show. You can come in, you can check us out, you can check out the show. Lots of stuff happens, lots of cool things happen on the show behind the scenes. Sometimes you might even see pictures that certain guests show off that are not anywhere else, and only backenders can see it. So That has happened once or twice. And you get your very own VIP room to hang out in and listen to the show in, so it's pretty cool too. Aside from that, you also get to hello, Toy Man. Speaking of showing off pictures that only the VIPs can see. Welcome, Stan. How you doing? How are you doing? But yes, you get the VIP room, the VIP experience, and you can also suggest show topics, all that sort of stuff. I will listen to all of that wonderful stuff. Check out the Canuckleheads Patreon. The channel, this channel also has memberships, so you can sub to this channel or join membership channel thingy, whatever. $5 tier for this one. You can also get an invite to the Discord if you want. Right, very right. Yes, if you want. So lots of ways to support the channel. If you want to super chats are available. The text to speech super chats are available. Those go 100% to me. The link is pinned to the very top there. I get 100% of those donations. And if you want to super chat, that's great too, because super chats pop up and everyone can see them. There you go. Do we think it's really Defoe's Green Goblin, or is it Ned as Hobgoblin? I mean, it could be both, but it looked like the Green Goblin's pumpkin bomb, right? I mean, it's probably Defoe. Show some juicy photos. Exactly. Show some juicy photos. Yeah, so hopefully next week is shaping up to be pretty interesting. I'm going to double check something real quick. Drexel should be showing up in just about a half an hour, just over a half an hour. We'll be diving into the main topic of the show. Yeah, still no updates yet on the other guest, but I want to have a confirmation before I say anything about the potential guest. So, but we're here today to talk about some, as we always do, some ridiculous nonsense going online. Some ridiculous people talking about ridiculous things online. So, from what I understand, the Ned actor lost a shitload of weight. Fair play to him, nice. From what I understand, I didn't even see this. I know Samantha's in the chat, so she can talk to this a bit more than I can. Apparently, now there's a petition going around to keep Quentin as the voice actor for Jin in League of Legends, because Riot Games has been trying to sneak fart a replacement, a sound-alike replacement, without telling the fans anything. So they're trying to secretly replace Quentin as Jin's voice actor, for whatever God knows, whatever fucking reason, because they feel like they have to do something to shovel the skeletons out of their closet. Yeah, hit that like button. But apparently David Hayter, the lovely voice of Snake, Solid Snake, David Hayter shared the petition, which was amazing. That's very, very cool. Usually actors and voice actors don't do that. Like, they don't get involved with that stuff because it's usually taboo, because, unless you're a David Hayter, right? Who's kind of big enough to do that sort of thing. So that was actually really cool. David Hayter shared that around. And apparently he got fucking attacked by people for sharing that. Them making ridiculous claims about Quentin, unsubstantiated claims and allegations. And I guess he took it down. I don't know. Because I couldn't find it. I heard about him sharing it, and I'm like, oh, well, that's really exciting. I was going to go comment, and I couldn't find that anywhere. So I guess he took it down after, and people started attacking him. People started attacking him over it, which was so a crap battle. Exactly. David and Quentin are close friends. Get the fuck out of here, moderator message. And he wanted to support his friend until David got completely shit on. Yeah, I don't know what the hell was going on with that. They have no excuse. The whole court transcript is out there. So it was exactly the protection order. Yeah, they attacked David Hayter, and they have still been attacking David Hayter, calling him a creep, calling him a weirdo, all this other things, blah 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 blah, because he dared to defend Quentin Flynn, the actual victim in this situation, the actual person, the actual victim of stalking and people being weird at him and attacking him. Yeah, why else would you attack David Hayter, right? I mean, he's literally just defending a victim, but go off, I suppose, Twitter. Go off. So yeah, there's a bunch of randoms and lunatics attacking him and Quentin. And they had exactly. Then they have the gall to say that Quentin fans are the ones name searching Quentin and attacking and harassing people, when they literally attacked and harassed David Hayter into taking the post down. Think about that for a moment. They attacked him into taking the post down and then continue attacking him. It's very, very bizarre. David defended his friends who he's known for 2 decades instead of a random internet crybaby stalkers. Exactly. Jesus Christ. Imagine that. Imagine Quentin, unless Quentin got attacked by a jelly bean, these loonies will never see him as a victim. This is true. The mental gymnastics that are going on regarding this, September 17th, by the way, September 17th, there is a criminal hearing from regarding this. Now, let me I don't know if he took the post down or not. I don't know where he posted it. I went and looked for it. I just couldn't find it. So I'm assuming he took it down because he was getting attacked over it. September 17th, there is a criminal court hearing, not a civil court, a criminal court hearing for the person that has been stalking and harassing and attacking Quentin, who got a protection order placed against her. There's a protection order placed against her, and she violated that protection order. Now, there's a bunch of really, really smart people, really, really smart people on the internet that are trying to bend and twist this and spin this in a way that it's like, oh, well, no. It's Quentin filing a charge. No. It was the state of Indiana charging this individual because they found enough evidence. They found enough evidence to justify a criminal charge against this individual for invasion of privacy. Yes. So, that being said, the very, very smart people on the internet are trying to play this like the lawyer is somehow involved with Quentin and is somehow being manipulated. The state prosecutor is somehow in on this grand conspiracy. Hello, Oathkeeper Roxas. Somehow in this grand conspiracy against some random internet person that literally would not even be relevant if it weren't for the fact that she violated a court order. Apparently, somehow, the state prosecutor is being corrupted and manipulated by Quentin and the civil courts, because that makes total sense. Apparently, that's why this is happening. It's not the fact that the person that's going to court for a criminal charge on September 17th. It's not the fact that she actually violated a court order because the judge told her, do not in any way, shape, or form, by extension, any at all. She says in court, well, what if other people start doing this? He shut it down and said, don't fucking think about it, period. And she made no effort to stop it, and she was smug about the entire thing, and she's trying to play it off. Guess what, folks? We talk a lot, and this is the funny, ironic part of it as well, because these little cocksuckers talk behind locks, and they think that people can't see them. These little cocksuckers talk behind block walls, and they think that people can't see what they talk about. And they talk all the time about how how apparently I myself, some random literal who has a very minimal following at best on the internet, how it's my responsibility for what you in the chat say. How it's my responsibility for when you guys in the chat go out and decide to say something or go out and decide to do something. That's apparently my responsibility, right? Hello, Nihex. How you doing? So apparently it's my responsibility for what you guys say, which last I checked, you're not my children. I'm not your dom, so I'm not your boss. I'm not your power of attorney. I have no control over your autonomy at all. So last I checked, it's not my responsibility at all for what you guys say. When you're not in my chat, I can censor things, I can mute things, I can stop people from talking about things. Not that I want to. I mean, if it's against TOS, or if you come in here saying that you're going to do something illegal, then yeah, I can like ban you or whatever. But like generally outside of something extreme, I'm not going to ban people in this chat. But the thing is like these idiots. These idiots are talking behind block walls, talking behind locks, saying that it's my responsibility to police you in the chat because I'm responsible for shit that you guys do. Wrong. The lie detector has determined that was a lie. Last I checked, I have no power over any of you at all. But here's the thing. They're holding me to that standard, right? Here's the ironic part. They're holding me to that standard. However, they're saying that, oh, well, this person here who's literally committed a crime by violating a court order, they're not responsible for what other people say. They're not responsible for this. We're doing it on our own. We're doing it to help her, and we're doing it by ourselves. It's not her responsibility. So where is this double talk coming from? While I agree, it's not her she shouldn't be responsible for some wackadoo on the internet going out and trying to do something stupid. However, you're in a situation. This is me putting on my legal hat for a minute, my invisible legal hat, because I don't own one. She's making zero effort to stop people from doing this. This is the problem here, right? Don't punish us for everything we do. Or everything we do, you say. Exactly. Let me put on my invisible legal hat here for a moment. It's not the fact that because apparently she's claiming she never directed anybody. I call bullshit on that. You know, you better hope that you like Blizzard HR, you're shredding all of the fucking evidence right now. You better hope that you're doing that, because it's going to come out. It's going to come out. It's going to come out in Discovery. You're going to get subpoenaed. It's going to be found out. All your little locks are not going to matter at all. Your little locks and the little the funny little things that you know, the things that you're hiding behind, it's not going to matter in real world court. So enjoy it while you can. Lock yourselves behind Twitter privacy. That's not going to stop a court from finding it out. You think it will, and that's why you're doing it. Reality check time coming. So they're going to find out who's doing what. And the fact is if this individual that's going to court on September 17th has not been proactive in telling people, hey, can you please stop doing that, after the entire time riling you people up and sending you out there and acting like oh, woe is me, whatever will I do? I'm being harassed by court. Implying in the fucking slightest that you guys should do this to appease her. And she hasn't come out and said, don't do this. This is a problem. This is where it becomes a problem, right? There is an actual court order of protection saying stop interfering with this person's life, period. When we're talking about, and like you people do it all the time. You little weirdos behind your fucking Twitter locks do it all the time. You little weirdos demand that people come out and, oh, you have to call off your fans. You have to make a statement. You have to do this. You have to say blah, 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 blah. But when it comes to your queen, she doesn't have to come out and say that when there's a literal court order saying that she shouldn't be doing it? Huh. Double standards. Double standards. This is where it becomes legally actionable, in my opinion, because she has wound people up. She has put it in the description, in the court transcripts, that, well, what if somebody else did it, tee? And then to not come out and say, guys, stop doing this. Please, it's affecting me. Stop doing it. But hey, you're the ones out there saying that, you know, the Vic Mignonas of the world, the Quentin Flynns of the world, the Crumbrians of the world, I don't know why I need to, come out and denounce people from doing things. No. I don't need to denounce anybody from doing anything. I'm not under a fucking court order of protection. Sorry. That's your friend. And the fact that you haven't realized that is going to be the most delicious, ironic part when she ends up eating something for it. And it's going to be your fault, not mine. Not mine. I know I was missing some chat. I got on a bit of a rant there. Let me scroll back up and see the chats. See these chats. You don't know if Kay's gonna have a lawyer. No, she does have a lawyer. So this is the funny part. This is the hilarious part, right? Just doing some surface level scratching. She has a lawyer. She went to a law firm that specializes in defending against invasion of privacy and criminal defense. However, the lawyer that she has retained has been a lawyer for 11 months, so they're a first-year attorney, and their specialty is in mediation, settlements. So she is looking to settle, by the looks of it. This is a, we're guilty as fuck, let's make a plea deal so we can avoid jail time. This is what I'm assuming that this is, because that law firm that she retained from has a very, very good lawyer in it that would be very, very good at defending her in this situation. It seems either through her choice, because she couldn't afford him, or their choice because they knew this was a losing battle. They gave them their brand new first year attorney. So there you go. To this day, we don't even know what probable cause they found. They have statements, nothing to do with the case, except for giving the prosecutor the victim impact statements. So I'm saying is that they found enough, and prosecutors don't like picking up cases they can't win. So this is probably a slam fucking dunk. They probably found something, and they're likely going to be subpoenaing more, is what I would assume. You're tired of the so many allegations argument because you're too stupid to ask someone not to put your arm around you for the photo. We're going to get to that. Brain's currently a loading screen. You've died twice. Oh no. You would tell these folks they believe a prosecutor is being influenced by Quentin. They should show up to the court and say so to the judge. Please do. Please do. Show up to the court as a witness for the defendant and say that the prosecutor is being influenced by Quentin Flynn. Please do it. Please do it. Courts have all of her friends' information. They're named as accomplices. They can keep going, and they're not helping her. They're letting them go as far as it's going to go here. Yeah, don't forget to drop the hammer, honorable judge. It's insulting us weirdos. You say no, too much damage has been done. She doesn't deserve a plea. This is the thing. It's not up to us, right? It's up to the courts. She's absolutely responsible. She's not responsible for absolutely anything she does. She made that clear in the Snyder situation. Well, it's the thing. It's like the only defense she has, in my opinion, and this is not me giving legal advice because I'm not a lawyer. The only defense she has is mental incompetence. The only defense viable to avoid a charge here, in my opinion, would be Guilty, but not guilty due to mental incompetence, because she's not able to mentally understand the situation that she's in, and she'd have to prove mental incompetence. As a Class A misdemeanor is no fucking joke. Class A misdemeanor is no joke at all. There's another thing that annoys you. Her fans says she's a victim because she couldn't afford a lawyer the first time, so people can commit crimes because of mental trauma and because they're broke. What I'm saying is, it's all excuses. It's all excuses as to why they're right, and they're not right. They aren't correct. They are not correct in this situation. That's why you see a bunch of these idiots that were big and beating their flat chests on Twitter, talking about, like, oh, there's a reckoning coming on, talking all this shit on Twitter. Now they're all hiding behind locks. Now they're all privated. Now they're all literally hiding behind Twitter locks. Because they know they want to sit there and circle jerk privately. They don't want their bullshit. That's fine though. They can circle jerk to their 64 followers all they want. They didn't get the relevancy they wanted. They're going to hide for another 10 years, and they're going to bring it up in 10 years. That's what people do. That's what people do. It's a weird take from their side, just making those deep reaches to push a false narrative again, and it happens all the time. And the thing is like, this isn't just a random person picking it up, right? This is a fucking Discord of people being like, okay, well, this week Johnny's going to go out there and talk about this, and just quote unquote randomly winky face come across this and be like, and oh my god, I can't believe this happened, and then JJ is going to come in and talk about it too, and then they dogpile. It's a bunch of people making a bunch of different fucking accounts, acting like they're a brand new person to come across this situation. It's the same fucking 10 people. It's the same people across 80 fucking accounts that go in and act fucking surprised Pikachu about things happening on the internet. It is a cycle. It happens all the time. This is what I tell people that get really fucking upset and really frustrated because someone else comes out making some sort of ridiculous allegation about blah blah blah. First of all, brand new people coming out to it now are doing it to be a part of it. That's it. They're not doing it because they're so brave and they're bringing up the fight now. No, bullshit. They're doing it because they want attention and they want to be part of something. They're full of shit. They're liars. Bottom line. It's been so long after the initial stuff came out. Now it's coming out again and again and again and again. The same story. Just a month later. New people acting surprised about it. And they come out and they're like, oh, no. This is my truth. Bullshit. Shut your face. Sit down. Sit down. Exactly. The person I talked to on Reddit, that freaking mongoloid caveman that was on Reddit. Good lord. If there was a missing link, there it was. But no, you have these people that LARP brand new people on the internet constantly, bringing up shit, and they do it to test the waters, and they're getting really, really mad because the waters are not tepid. The waters are freezing cold to them. The waters are freezing cold to them every single time they dip their fucking toe in, and they're mad because it's not warming up to them. They're fucking pissed. And that's fine. Be pissed. The facts of the situation are against you in this situation. If you want to keep peddling false narratives, if you want to keep peddling bullshit, then yes, be angry all you want, because people aren't going to listen to you. Because people like myself are going to be out here telling the fucking facts over and over again, and we'll be shouting the facts over your bullshit. Because facts never change, but your story does. Now let's catch up on some chats here. You feel so fucking bad for the amount of stress that Sam and Quentin have been through? I do too, honestly. It's a lot of nonsense to go through. Weird narrative. Yep. Mentally incompetent. She's had enough competence to listen to Twitter and make the smear account. So what I'm saying, this is her only defense. This is her only valid defense. She's guilty as hell. She's guilty as hell. Her only hope in hell is to plead mental incompetence. Is to get some sort of a doctor to tell her, to tell the court that she is not mentally capable of making decisions on her own. That's literally her only chance. You guys got a lawyer for, and hope for the best. Chrissy went in all egotistical, all of her friends, and she lost. Yeah. Why did you bring up that mental image? Oh my God. Okay, so there's another thing. There's another thing. Lala cosplay. In the face of facts, her only retort is to show her tits. Congratulations. I mean, you played yourself, I suppose. Her only retort into showing an argument of facts is to show her off her tits, I guess. Mental gymnastics. They talk in circles to waste time while taking no stances and making no statements. I agree. Trent Michaels, welcome, by the way. Welcome, Trent Michaels. These literally can't be wrong, so they just make up shit. They make up shit so that they're not wrong about whatever they're talking about. And they say, see, I'm telling the truth. I'm telling the truth. Yeah, my delusion is my truth. They believe it. I don't doubt there's no doubt in my mind they believe their bullshit. No doubt in my mind they believe it. However, it being factual is a different story. I don't think it's factual. You've been louder lately for months. You felt like you've been forced to be silenced by her. Speak the fuck up about it. Honestly, my opinion. They are not going to be silent. This is the thing that people need to understand. I know there's a lot of people out there that are really stressed out every time that a new account comes up with some stupid allegation. When it's literally all the same fucking people, just with different fucking skins. Oh my God, my allergies are killing me. They just jump on on one of their million alt accounts and just bring up the same bullshit. Like, no, it's not. They will never stop. They may lose this battle, right? They've already thrown her under the bus. They say, well, they proved one person, but there's like 80 other people. Yeah, they're all full of shit. All of them. Because they all base their story off of the person that is getting criminally charged right now. They all base their story off of hers. So yes, they're all full of shit. And they're going to they're just going to submarine for a few months, and then they're going to bring it back up to say, hey, does anybody remember the Quentin Flynn stuff? No? Oh my God, well, you won't believe this. And then people like myself and Sam and others will be like, actually, no, this was disproved a while ago. Oh my God, I can't believe you're speaking against me. How could you do this? Oh my God, you don't believe victims. Bullshit. It's not how real victims operate. They don't operate like a fucking psychopath. They don't constantly every 6 months go away and then disappear for 6 months and come back and try and bring up the same thing for a different audience, trying to fish for a better jury. That's not how it works. That's not how it works. You want to talk about gaslighting? You want to talk about manipulation? Yeah, you're fucking experts on that, aren't you? Most of them are her or manipulated by her. That's what I'm saying. That's exactly what I'm saying. It's a fucking group of these people. It's a group of these people that just do the same thing. They're counting on silencing victims. They want to silence people. They want to silence supporters so fucking bad. They tried it with me. They thought that shutting down my Teespring would shut me up. I don't give a fuck. You think that Teespring rules my life? Do you think that Spotify rules my life? I don't give a shit. I don't give a shit that you took down one product. Oh no. You took down a product I don't make any money off of. Oh no. Give me a freaking break. You try to silence me by going to these different places. You try to report me to YouTube. You try to report me to Spotify. You try to report me to Teespring. You try to report me to every single thing that you can try to report me on. I don't give a fuck. Because I'm not doing anything wrong. Metal Gear Solid 2 predicted this in 2001. Oh yeah, absolutely. I believe it. I mean, this has been predicted a number of times. Apparently real victims mock other victims for an assault that hospitalized you, and that's totally fine. Yeah, that happens. It's because they think that we're chronically fucking mentally ill like they are. They think that that our entire lives are based on the internet. Our entire lives are wrapped around these mystical things that they fucking worship on the daily. They worship these things. They worship Tumblr. They worship TikTok. They worship Twitter. They worship Facebook. They worship YouTube. Oh, if we can just get them taken away. Oh, they'll be thrown into disarray. Who the fuck cares? You know what I can do? I can go out right now. I can print off 50,000 flyers promoting Quentin Flynn, and I can walk around my city. And I can hand them to real people. And you know what they'll never know? They'll never know what you idiots are posting on Twitter. Because guess what? Real people don't live on Twitter. Shocker. I could go around and advertise Vic Mignogna. I could go around and advertise Quentin Flynn. Nobody would blink a fucking eye. Because guess what? Some random person on Twitter with 200 followers or 2,000 followers or 20,000 followers or 50,000 followers means fuck all in the real world. Let me tell you a story real quick before Drexel pops on. We had Vic Mignogna at Kitchener Comic-Con. We had people losing their mind because how dare you have Vic Mignogna at your show? How dare you? You know who was first in line to get a signature, to get everything they owned signed by Vic Mignogna? Those same people. Those same people lined up for hours to have a chance to sit and talk and get autographs from Vic Mignogna after they spent 2.5 months screeching to the fucking wilds about how terrible a person we were for having him, how a terrible person he was, everything else. And they were perfectly happy standing in line, paying him money, taking his autograph. There you go. You'd always blink an eye, but dry eyes suck. Make it sound like Quentin was hosting a naked pig mask orgy. Good lord. Good fucking grief. Nothing wrong with being a flirt and dating around. Super normal. That's what I'm saying. This is what I am saying. Real people, and Samantha nailed it, real people come out to conventions and support the people they want to. We had a ton of people at Kitchener Comic-Con that did not like Vic. You know what happened? Nothing. They stayed in their corner. He stayed in his. Everyone had a great time. Everybody. Not one fucking complaint that was relevant to Vic. At all. Shocker. You get that at every convention. And you want to talk to... I see these idiots posting and dogpiling me. I had a terrible experience with Vic Mignogna at the last convention. He complimented my hair, and it was so creepy, I was literally shaking. I almost forgot my poster. Bullshit. shit. There is a greater chance of the sun raining blood than your fucking story. Literal better chance of dogs raining from the sky than your story happening. Like, good grief. It's almost like the two can exist without interacting. It's amazing. It's incredible. It's incredible. It's like people are going to get to catch fucking radiation poisoning from being around these people. I mean, there's a greater chance of you catching radiation poisoning from these fucking psychopath fans. So let's talk about this for a second. Drexel should be showing up fairly soon. So I don't want to dive too much into today's topic before we get Drexel on. But we're going to talk about this for a minute. You've had multiple places reach out to you who invited Vic to signal boost his appearance. Absolutely. Talking to Quentin's a treat. He gave you advice on something that happened to you last week. Be forever thankful. Quentin is an adorable ball of boomerism and sunshine. Quentin is such a, what's the word? Sheltered little peach. This is no shade on Quentin. He honestly has like the best outlook on life. He has the most optimistic outlook on life. He is the most innocent person. I mean, he's like, of course he has like, he has the dirty jokes and all that stuff, whatever, you know. He has a sense of humor. So kill him, I guess. I don't know. But he's such an innocent, sheltered little boomer. He's adorable. He is adorable for that fact. And it's no shade on Quentin. It's just like that's his generation. He's not as versed as the internet world as a majority of us are. He's not as immersed in it. And so because of that, he has a much rosier outlook. He is the rain transformed. He has a much rosier outlook on things, which is refreshing. He's got life experience. And my dad's a Beatles fan too. Like, I'm sure like he would get along with my dad incredibly well because my dad's a huge Beatles fan. Like, that's that generation. They're very worldly. They're very from a different time. However, very educated, very experienced. Everyone who says Quentin's a predator, you say, really? Because private, he's like an awkward, innocent little Catholic boy. That's what I'm saying. That's what he gives off. That's what I pick up from him. He's like an innocent little sheltered boy. And it's not a bad thing. He's like a precious little cupcake. Like, yeah, he has an edge to him. However, when you like, just from everything that I've seen, he's just like, you know, an aw shucks personality. And these people that are attacking him like they think that he's completely hip to the know. And he's immersed in internet culture today. It's like, no, he's not immersed in internet culture. He is not 100% meme factory. He has no idea what this shit means. And people expect that that's what he is. It's not. And they get wrapped up in a bunch of different nonsense because of it. A bunch of different nonsense. But no. Again, no shade on Quentin. I think he's adorable. Well, of course they see. Well, part of it is that he's an easy target for it because he reacts as you would think. Awkward. I could see that. he would react as you think. And the point of this is that he's not well equipped to defend himself against modern attacks. You got him saying, "Aw, shucks." In your head. It's just that type of personality because it's that generation. They grew up. When they were kids, they grew up with Leave It to Beaver. They grew up with what the hell's that other one? It's Andy something. Fuck, I don't know why I can't remember it. It's the one with the whistling theme song. They grew up with black and white television. They grew up with these old, like they grew up with like the Partridge Family. They grew up with like that generation of wholesomeness. They didn't grow up with internet memes. They didn't grow up with like edgelords and things like that. Andy Griffin, thank you, Stacy. Andy Griffin. They grew up with that. And Dennis the Menace, yeah. Like, they grew up with these shows that instilled this morality in you. My Three Sons, exactly. Well, that's the mistake that a lot of these people make, is being nice to the wrong kind of people. Yeah, Andy Griffith Show, yeah. Thank you. This ties into my next topic. We're going to talk a bit. We're going to talk a bit about the power dynamics, right? The I Love Lucy's. Every time you hear him reference Mr. Rogers, you fucking cry out of nostalgia. You have parents that grew up around Quentin's age. Exactly, you grew up with those shows. Like my dad grew up with that stuff. Like he was like a huge fan of MASH. Huge fan of the Beatles. Yeah, they also had Black Sabbath and Sex Pistols, exactly. Beverly Hillbillies. They had a different world to grow up in than we did. And even now, like the kids, the next generation, like I saw this stuff in the tail end of my generation. Kids 10, 20 years after me are growing up purely on the internet. And they expect everyone else to have been growing up on the internet as well. They have no idea of these shows. And the wholesomeness that used to be entertainment and now is completely raunchy. And so they put these expectations on people who are Quentin's age, in that age group, that they know what they're doing, when it's like, no, this is a completely different situation. Yeah, same thing here, Stacy. So, I'm going to take a quick look just before we get into this topic, because we're going to talk about the power dynamic and why that doesn't exist anymore. Back in my day, when I was growing up, we didn't have internet. When internet came along, it was just dial-up. You grew up with that? Archie Bunker, yep. And talking about that, like the Archie Bunker show dealt with racism in a very tasteful way. All of that stuff, because it was a very hot button topic back then. It was very progressive for its time. And people would rather erase the entire thing than actually acknowledge history. Cassette tapes, VHS, what about beta tapes? What about those? Beta tapes, Laserdisc. Oh boy. We're going to talk briefly about the Overwatch changing Jesse McCree's character name. How absurd is this, by the way? How absurd is this? Like, I get it that apparently Jesse, and this is 100% to save face for their lawsuit, by the way. Bewitched, Dream of Jeannie, Get Smart, yep. All of these wholesome TV shows. The Three Stooges, yep. I remember the Three Stooges. So, Overwatch, of course, Blizzard, is changing McCree's name because Jesse McCree was named after a Blizzard employee. And now they're trying to throw all of the allegations of misconduct onto McCree. And they're trying to change McCree's name over it. This is 100% for their lawsuit, by the way. And this kind of plays in to the situation I'm about to talk about. About this power dynamic, right? About this power dynamic. Jesse McCree wasn't his voice actor. Wasn't the dude. It was like they just named it after a fucking developer of the game. It has nothing to do with the actual guy. But people, the casters of this game literally can't even say the name. They can't bring themselves to say the name McCree. They have to say the cowboy character. Because they're just so shook. Where the fuck did we go wrong in society? Where did we go wrong in society? That we literally, we can't even bring ourselves to say the name of someone that we're upset by. It's a fucking video game character. It's not the developer. And they're doing it retroactively to save, because, exactly, it's Matt Mercer. They're doing it retroactively to save face for the company, which is blatantly obvious. Like, oh, look at all what we're doing now to make sure to erase the history of assault we had in here. No, you did nothing. You had the chance at the time to fix it, but you chose not to. All performative. But here's the point. Where's the power dynamic here? It's the company, right? No, the company has power over all the fans. No, the company has the power over the voice actors. No. No, it doesn't. What forced this change? A bunch of white knight crybabies on Twitter. Screeching. That you have the casters of the game refusing to say his name. Like, what? You want to talk about power dynamic? You want to talk about power dynamic? Come on. Exactly. Changing the name is not going to just magically unwrap artist people. It doesn't just magically make that go away. It doesn't magically remove trauma. If that even happened to begin with, which I'm sure it did, based on the fact that of Blizzard shitting blood over this right now. I'm sure it did. However, saying video game characters aren't real and can't hurt you in real life. Twitter won't like this. True. They won't. I don't care. I'm gonna drop facts. What? So we're getting to this next topic now. We've been going for about an hour. Drexel said he's gonna be joining like anytime. Gonna double check. The Facebook real quick. Check it on my phone. It'll be easier. He said he was grabbing food. He's hopping on after this pizza, he said. There you go. Oh, 1 second. I have another DM to check. Sorry, I'm just replying. In real time. No, lots of dead air. I'm sorry, folks. So it's looking like the interview may happen next week. Fingers crossed. It looks like it may happen. Sorry, just catching up to things. Let me be honest. This is big corporations everywhere. Blizzard is just the first to expose this. 100%, Trent Michaels. This is the norm. You haven't given Blizzard $1 in years. You felt bad at first, but not bothered at all. Can I have pizza? I have pizza. I have pizza right here. I have pizza. This is why you never bow to the mob. This is where we're going to talk about it. Where is the power dynamic really? Where does the power dynamic lie? Because the people on social media would have you believe that the big bad voice actors, the big bad celebrities are the ones that hold all of the power. They're literally every single celebrity is Harvey Weinstein, right? Every single celebrity, doesn't matter how big you are or how small you are Harvey Weinstein, and it is your responsibility to not take advantage at all over the infantile, defenseless fans that clearly don't throw themselves at you and your grandeur. No, they don't do that at all. You clearly impress your grandness on them, and you manipulate them and you groom them so that they do everything that you want undisputed. That's clearly what happens. That's what people on social media want you to believe. However, I will argue it is the fans, more notably the female fans, that have the power in that dynamic. Female fans have all of the power in that exchange, in my opinion. In my opinion. When you look at stuff like this, right? When you look at stuff like this, who's the one sending celebrities topless photos? Who's the one sending celebrities flirtatious messages? Who's the one fantasizing about their lives with the celebrities? Who's the one fantasizing that they're in a relationship with the person that they voice act with, etc., etc., etc.? Do you see young men fantasizing that they're in a relationship with, I don't know, insert random character here, 2B? Do you think that there's young men out there right now that actually believe 100% that they are in a relationship with a video game character? Like, not even joking. Not even on a joking level. That they had an interaction. Say they had an interaction one time with. They went to a convention. You, Trent Michaels. They went to a convention one time and they met Jennifer Hale, and she was nice to them, and that means now that they're in a relationship because they voiced Shepard or they voiced whatever. Is it not Ratchet? I don't remember. Widget, or I don't know what the hell she voices in the Ratchet and Clank game. She voices a character in that game. Oh, she was nice to me once. That means that we're in a relationship now. That character is in a relationship with me. Generally, young men don't do that. Usually. A lot of the times, you see women, young women, fantasizing and believing that they are in a relationship. Your first crush was Sailor Moon. Oh, 1 second. I have another message I have to reply to. I know, dead air, I'm sorry. Looking like it's confirmed. Looking like it's confirmed. First crush was Sailor Moon. Rivet. Thank you, Milo. Rivet. Jennifer Hale voices Rivet. I'm not going to allow you to be in a relationship with Femshep, but your husband might get mad. These women weren't interested in Quentin the person. They were excited about the clout. They were going on a date with Axel and was unfairly taken advantage of it. Exactly. This is exactly what I'm talking about. Let's talk a minute about the Yost twins. Let's talk about the Yost twins, shall we? Who have a history of doing this thing to male voice actors, by the way. But we have documented proof of them sending flirtatious messages to Vic Mignogna. Them sending photos of, we have your favorite snack, Vic. We have powdered donuts. And here's a picture of us sitting in our skivvies on our bed with our powdered donuts. We brought them just for you, Vic. We have documented proof of that. Oh, Drexel's coming on. He's just signing in now. So you have these individuals who know fully well what they're doing, trying to get stuff out of the actors. So who has the power dynamic here? The Yost twins allegedly, I only have the one instance of documented proof regarding Vic. I'm sure there's more. The Yost twins apparently flirt with voice actors to, quote unquote, see how far they can get. See how far they can get and see what they can get out of them. So who has the power dynamic here? Who has the power dynamic? I'm curious. Yost twins are a bunch of 4-letter words? I think so too. Let me get this ready for Drexel here. These should be popping on any minute. But this is my point. Let me just make sure that this window is proper. Whoops. The hell did I just do? There we go. I'm boomering as we go. Drexel's going to be joining. He's just changing his shirt. He just said he's changing his shirt so he doesn't look like a pleb. But these individuals take advantage of men. They take advantage of the situations that they're in, and then they cry foul. Because like what we're going to be talking about with Drexel here a little bit as well, I'm going to get his opinion on this entire situation. But they cry foul about these situations. All right. That's already. Put that off until Drexel shows up. We get another BBC on stream requesting big black couches. It's really unfair to Quentin. He's an awesome person. Whole impossible. This is what I'm saying. This is what I'm saying right now. People are taking advantage of Quentin. They act like they're interested in having a relationship with Quentin, right? Hey Ken, how you doing? They act like they're having a relationship with Quentin when really they're only interested in having a relationship with Axel or Raiden. Right? They're only interested in having a relationship with the characters that he plays, not necessarily the person. So when it comes down to having a relationship with the person, ew, that's weird. Oh, that's so weird. Why are they being weird to me? I just want all of the perks. I don't want to have to do anything in return for them. You're Irish, so the BBC is shite. All of a sudden they turn into Puritans, right? All of a sudden they turn into pure white snow. and they just can't fathom that they actually have to reciprocate in a relationship. These are damaged individuals. We saw it with OnlyFans. How dare you take away my ability to sell a photo or a video that's 10 years old? Because I don't look like I did when I was 22, but I'm selling videos and pictures from when I was 22. Because I need to make money and I need to live. So get a fucking job then. I don't expect loading up on YouTube, loading up on Twitch, that's going to pay my career, that's going to pay my way. That's entitlement. Opening up an OnlyFans and selling your nasty ass beef curtains is not going to, it does not entitle you to a 6-figure paycheck. I'm sorry, it just doesn't. You want to complain about how OnlyFans takes 20% of your income, then go to a different platform. Hey, Morpheus. When's that OnlyFans coming? Soon, TM. Soon, TM. Where is this man? How long does it take to put on a freaking shirt? God damn it, Drexel. But you have this situation right now where the dynamics of gender have changed drastically over the past 50 years. All of a sudden, like, you listen to songs from the 90s, right? Listen to Salt and Peppa from the 90s. Listen to their songs. It's, and like Mariah Carey and Beyonce, Destiny's Child, right? Listen to their songs. Their songs are about not wanting a man that doesn't have money, right? It sounds really superficial today. Like, I'm not gonna date a man who doesn't have money. I'm not gonna date a man who doesn't have a car, because back at that point, back 20 years ago, it was expected that the man in the situation would be paying for everything. In exchange, the woman would be providing services, right? This is what I want to get Drexel on for, because he's going to talk really good about this. Which, as soon as he gets his goddamn shirt on, you're not calculating CPT. It takes him an extra 15 minutes to change shirts. Drex was like this at Enemy Matsuri. I mean, we're already running on black time, right? He said he would be here half an hour ago, and he's just changing shirts now. TLC, exactly. Exactly. I don't know what I would put on OnlyFans, honestly. Like, I keep talking jokingly about OnlyFans, but I have literally no clue what people would pay for. People don't pay for my regular stuff. People barely pay for my regular broadcast. What the hell could I offer them? It's your fault the shirt is off. God damn it, Ken. I told you to pull out. Pull out before. God damn it. But you have this dynamic now. Black market feet pics. You have this dynamic now where y'all really want foot pictures. That's so weird. That's so weird. We all have this dynamic now. Like 30 years ago, women would not date a guy unless he could provide fiscally, put food on the table, right? Nowadays, not only are men expected to put food on the table, they're expected to put food on the table with no return. They're expected to leave women to do their own thing and live their own lives, and, you know, even sleep with whoever they want. In return, men get nothing. But men are expected to provide everything. He's putting his pipe laying work outfit. This man takes longer than I do to get ready for the freaking show. Like, come on. I literally roll out of bed and just sit here. I'm wearing pants today, thankfully, but half the time I'm not even wearing pants. I want to get Drexel's opinion on this. Speaking of the man, finally showing up. He's finally showing up. Drexel.
Chris, what is up? Sorry, I'm late. Yeah, time zones.
Time zones. Let me just turn you up here. There we go. We were just. I was greasing up the audience here.
I
was greasing up the audience.
They're all lubed up. We're about to go ahead and give them the Eiffel Tower treatment.
One second. Let me bring the video on here. I know it's just a giant scratch through, but that's fine.
I always know something's bad when someone says I'm bringing in a video. Do you know that every time Nick has said I'm going to show you a video, it was never good, not once.
No, I'm bringing your video on stream. Is all I'm doing. Welcome back to the show, though. Welcome back.
All right, thanks for having me. It's been a good while, right?
It has been a while.
Last time I was here, was it last summer, right?
Yeah, I think it was last summer.
Damn.
Yeah.
I need to start making some more frequent appearances.
I know, right?
Yeah, people are already asking to have you back on. I'm like, oh God.
Oh yeah.
We. Well, you know what ends up happening is, I know you had sent me a message earlier about dealing with stuff about gender, this, that, and the other. And do you know, Chris, a lot of people have a almost like a twisted view of what they think the trans community is, right?
Yes.
So what ends up happening is, and correct me if I'm wrong, too often the trans community, like with women, with feminists, right, have let the wrong people be too outspoken in the voice of quote unquote your community, right?
Well, it's the thing is we don't let them. No one lets them do it. They just
that's true.
Jump at the spotlight.
Yeah, true. Well, because we have that as in the Black community. Like, one of the reasons why there's times where even if you see me on Nick's show, I'll seem kind of like agitated.
Yeah.
It's when someone's like 13/50, they talk about crime statistics. It's like, dude, you guys are constantly seeing the worst of the worst Black people front and center. Right?
Absolutely.
So that's why when you see Black people who are very defensive, you're like, why the hell is he so defensive? And it starts to make sense. Oh, because the people who perpetuate the stereotypes the most, respectable Black people can't stand those people, right? Can't stand them. Just like, okay, I bet you, a prime example, did you hear Hope Solo, the U.S. women's national soccer team player, made comments about Megan Rapinoe, right? Like, she was basically a bully, because I guarantee you the other girls on that team do not like Megan Rapinoe.
Oh yeah, 100%.
They don't want her.
She looks like a massive cunt.
She looks the part, right?
You
look at her and just go, now, Chris, I hate to admit this. It pains me to admit this, but as you know, I have this huge guilty pleasure of putting feminists in their place. I can't help it. I have to dig them down, right? It's what I do. Now, the fact that she looks like Joe Biden with her hair just being purple or whatever color it is, now that ruined it forever. I mean, her face was already unhittable. Yeah. I mean, she has an unhittable face. However, Chris, did you ever Google Megan Rapinoe Sports Illustrated?
No, I could never bring myself to do that.
I know if you have to do it in incognito mode or whatever. But if you do it right, remember she's still an Olympian, right?
Yeah.
Her body's going to look great.
Oh, of course. Well, she's a soccer player too, so
she's a soccer player. Yeah. She's gonna have the strong thighs. She's gonna have the full body, right? She has a strong body. So you see that now. We all know that she's all airbrushed, right? So her face doesn't look horrible.
Of course.
But if you see those Sports Illustrated pictures, Megan Rapinoe is hittable, right?
Yeah.
So my thing is, I'm like, look, Chris, all these feminazi chicks, as you know, it's one big shit test. They just want one strong man to show up and dick them down and put them in their place. And you heard about the feminists who had these secret fantasies about Donald Trump raping them, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, because I think Nick was the first one to tell me that, and I was like, I didn't really pay it much mind, and then I started hearing that more and more, like women like, I can't stand him, and I was like, the fact that he's got you so worked up, that's a good thing.
Oh, absolutely.
Right? What you don't want is a woman to just be like apathetic towards you, like,
yeah,
what do you think of this guy? What do you think of Donald Trump? They just have no reaction either way, right?
yeah,
that's a bad thing. What you want is, what do you think of Donald Trump? I can't stand that. It's like, yes.
Well, you want the wrestling, like you want the wrestling experience. You want heat, right? You want to be that heel. You want that audience reaction.
Oh, absolutely.
If you're getting no audience reaction, then you're as good as dead.
You have to have the heel. You have to have it. Well, could you imagine if you had nothing but wrestling matches with two beloved people? Right?
It would be so boring.
It'd be boring, right? Okay, watch this. The Rock versus Hulk Hogan, if they could both be in their prime.
Yeah.
It would actually like rip people's hearts out because they what do you do when you root for both parties, right?
Exactly.
Damn thing on this swear this thing's off. So it's not good. Whereas when you have that heel, that person that you love to hate, truth be told, deep down, a lot of people won't ever admit it. We always like the villains more than the heroes.
Oh, absolutely.
Because the hero is always generic, right? I mean, a hero in anything in life is fairly generic, right? Because they have to follow the moral codes and all of that, the morais, and the villain just gets to do whatever they want.
They just do whatever the hell they want.
Yep.
They can flip people off.
Deep down, you love it. You're like, God, it's just, I can't stand it. But I mean, like, you love Palpatine as a villain. You love Darth Vader. You love the Joker. Like do you ever notice when it comes to cosplay, who gets the most cosplay? Heroes or villains?
Villains do, 100%.
By far. Dude, I was at Matsuri, and like, even when I don't even know the anime, I can look at the costume and be like, oh, that's clearly a villain.
Yeah.
Like, heroes have a certain like heroic look. It's usually fairly vanilla, and the villains always have the most elaborate costume.
Well, isn't it always funny though that the villains also could just be whatever fucking body type they want and not be criticized for it?
Yep.
Well, you could be the Penguin. You can be literally 500 pounds.
The Blob, right?
You can be the Blob.
Nothing can stop the Blob. And the audience loves it. Yeah, it's the Blob. Juggernaut. It's the Juggernaut, bitch.
Exactly.
We love it. What we don't like is to see our hero look like that. It's like,
you don't want to see a fat Batman.
Yeah, we don't want a fat Batman. Again, that's unacceptable. But if Batman is fighting a fat guy, that's cool.
Exactly.
Now, how's he going to get around all this damn cholesterol, right? Like, how's he going to do it? All this high blood pressure. My diabetes.
My diabetes. Oh, my God.
R.I.P. Wilford Brimley. Oh, shit. The diabetes. Man, those commercials were...
The diabetes, man.
But you said you wanted to ask me something. You said you had some...
So the topic I had for today, and I immediately thought of you when I thought up this topic the other day. Because there's been a lot of back and forth and bullshit, as there normally is on social media, about a power dynamic between celebrities and fans, right? And I'm specifically talking about the quote-unquote power dynamic between male celebrities and female fans. Now, my argument is that women have the power in that dynamic. And largely... In most of these situations, women generally strive to have the power, and how the gender dynamics have changed over the years. So now that women they want to be paid for doing nothing. They want to be they are entitled to get everything in exchange for doing literally nothing in return. Mm-hmm. And we've seen that for many, many years now. And we saw that with OnlyFans, like the rise of OnlyFans, where you can literally take a picture and you could sell that picture 1,000 times. And like you can be like the fattest whale on the face of the planet, but you have that picture from 20 years ago that you're just making bank off of. Like the story of that mother that was selling her daughter's nudes when she died or whatever.
Oh, I didn't hear about that.
You didn't hear about that?
No.
Oh my God. There was some.
Recent?
This was like, I think 6 months, like within 6 months ago. There was like some mother that got some huge flack for selling her daughter's nudes after she died.
Wow.
it was like on OnlyFans or something like that.
Oh.
Yeah. Like this shit is happening.
God.
This shit is happening.
That's horrible.
You have these people out here all the time, like these female fans that are beating their flat chests on Twitter right now, saying like, oh well, all of these male actors, all these male voice actors are taking advantage of their young impressionable female audience by grooming them and taking advantage of them and all this stuff. It's like, who's the one sending these messages? It's not the dudes most of the time. It's not the dudes reaching out and saying, oh, hey, random chick I saw at a convention, you look really hot, here's my number. No, it's these girls reaching out to the celebrities, sending like topless photos, sending like crotch shots, all these other things. And like,
I'm glad you brought that up because when you go through a girl's phone, right?
Yeah.
You can pick up any girl's phone in the modern era and go through it. And what do you see? What you're going to see is a bunch of nude pics, right?
Oh, yeah.
And if she has a boyfriend and that boyfriend were to see that, he's like, I never received these.
Yeah.
So who are they going to? They're going to whoever the guy that she wants to actually be involved with. Like she's going to extract, right? Because what women do is they take.
Yeah.
Men produce, women take, right? You have the consumer, you have the producer. So what they want to consume is attention, the resources, the zinc shot, right?
Yeah.
Whatever it is they want to consume, that's what they're going to consume. So these what do they call them? Con sluts. I mean, let's face it, you're right, Cress. No one knows. Yeah, Nick. Con sluts. So Cress, if we were just really sit down and think about this,
yeah,
a guy like, let's say like Vic or whatever. Like I said, I don't know too many like voice actors. I know certain like who they're voicing, like the character. But
I have to get you in contact with Quentin Flynn sometimes because the sheer
Flynn.
opposites of this spectrum would be cataclysmic to put together.
I would love to talk to Quentin Flynn because the first time I ever saw that name was obviously I'm a huge Metal Gear guy, right?
Yeah,
and that's where I remember him. He was riding, and I bet you if we were to sit down with Quentin Flynn, remember, if you say Quentin Flynn, X amount of people know exactly who you're talking about the moment you say that name, right?
Absolutely.
However, Quentin Flynn does not know, Julie Smith that's sitting in the front row, right?
Exactly.
See, the one, can you sign right here? That's your chest. Yeah, right on my boobs.
Yep.
And then, 5 years later, he took advantage of me.
He took advantage of an impressionable young woman.
Yeah, that shit. Crass, how many of these cases do you believe?
What's that?
Like any of these cases where someone, a chick comes up saying a guy did blank. How many of them have you ever like just you heard the initial story? You said I believe.
The only time I've like sat down and be like, okay, well that's believable, because like most of them are outlandish. Most of them are completely outlandish. When I first heard because I didn't hear it from Monica at the time. Literally, the one that I believed initially and then questioned later was Monica against Vic Mignogna because her story was believable. Mm-hmm. Like the stories were not outlandish, they were not ridiculous. Now the one that I didn't believe that turned out to be true was the one against Eddie Deason, which that's a hilarious one I have to send you. But like, I tend to not believe it. It was about so there was this waitress at a diner that Eddie Deason, he's a guy from Greece, like the nerd from Greece. So he would go to this diner all the time, and he would always compliment and tip this one waitress, and he allegedly, which turned out to be true, told her that she has to wear a short skirt and fake eyelashes, or he literally won't tip her anymore, and all this other stuff. I'm like, this is so outrageously outlandish. I don't believe it. But he actually like full retard and admitted it on social media. But yeah, like, I'm like,
okay. Now let me say this. Okay, that case right there.
Yeah.
Okay, on the spectrum, right, of like bad behavior.
Yeah.
At best, that's a 2.
Oh yeah.
Right? Because she has full autonomy, right? She's not being held down against her will.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Is it lame? Yes. I would be the first to say that's very lame. Like, if you're a dude saying that, That's weak. Because do you know you're supposed to be saying that to? You're supposed to be saying that to you, either your wife,
Oh,
your
absolutely.
your mistress, side chick, like one night stand, something.
I've got
Like,
I've
you don't
got
say
to
it to
show
the
you the
waitress.
story because you're gonna laugh your ass off at it. I'll send it to you later. But like you won't believe it. It's like it's out of a movie. It's hilarious. Dude's a cartoon character. But no, I agree. You should be saying it to like someone that you're
You
involved
have to have
with.
some form of familiarity with, right?
Yeah.
Like, and I don't mean like on the job. Like it has to be someone that you are, let's say, privately intimately
engaged
familiar
with.
Yeah, because I mean, I've said things like this.
Well, normally
The
you probably
context is
know them,
different.
right? Though, like you would probably know them.
I know them, and I've seen them in lingerie, right?
Yeah.
So if I see you in lingerie, and that's what you look best in, and you look best in heels, then I'll say, I mean, Daddy's coming at 9:00. Be in lingerie and heels,
Exactly.
and that's the expectation.
Exactly.
Because I'm going to be honest, Chris. One of the things that I think too many women have done is that they've gotten lazy. And I see too many flats.
Oh yeah.
Okay, I see too many flats, too many Crocs, too many leggings. Although some of my asses look good in leggings, and too many sweatpants. Right?
Yeah.
This is unacceptable.
That's the
Totally
standard now. Crocs with leggings.
It's awful. It is an eyesore. Like,
you want an eyesore? Go to Walmart. Go to Walmart in the summertime.
I was actually just there. It was rough. I mean, you could actually just take like a GoPro, right?
Oh yeah.
You can take a GoPro and go to any Walmart, anywhere, and if you were to live stream that.
Oh my god.
And you were to ask, okay, how many people on this are above a 3? Take a drink for every person over 500 pounds, right? If you just did, you just went all 4 quarters of Walmart.
You want to give people alcohol
poisoning? Alcohol poisoning. It's that bad, and especially if you go to the wrong place, right? Like the deep south where everyone is unhealthy, right? Yeah. Before you know it, you're like, dude, you've only been in Walmart. You haven't even made it to like the chips section, and that was the 18th land whale I've seen. You know what I'm saying? You go down south, everyone's a mouth breather, right?
Oh yeah.
Like, bruh. Just breathe.
And this isn't shitting on like the overweight people out there, because there's a lot of overweight people that carry themselves very well. But however, there's a lot of overweight people that decide to put on the Glade plastic garbage bag and walk out to Walmart with it because they think that's it's a great idea.
Well, that's the big thing, right? Is one of the worst parts is there was a time when even if you were bigger, you still looked good. You looked presentable.
Yeah.
Now it's just like, I'm going to see how little effort I can put in to being presentable. And that's like what we're going with now. And it's just like, and you just kind of throw your hands up. Like it is.
Well, and now you're entitled. It doesn't matter what your body type is. You're entitled to be accepted by today's society now.
Only the woman.
Only the woman.
Because body positivity has nothing to do with the male gender, right?
Unless you have a dad bod, that's acceptable now.
It is. And let me say this: when women say they like dad bod, let me just go ahead and tell you, as a guy who does not have a dad bod, they're lying. They're lying. They don't like dad bod. They're saying that because it makes you more approachable, right? Like, oh, okay, he's someone that it's kind of like being a dude. And you see a chick who's, like a little plump, right? You feel like, okay, I can talk to her because she's going to be a little more down to earth.
Yeah.
As opposed to that super hot, super fit chick. So it works the same way. Like, that's not what the person wants. These chicks don't want dad bod. Okay, like, watch this. If dad bod was what women wanted, why don't they make a Magic Mike with dad bod? Okay, find 5 guys who all have dad bod, right? And see how many women show up for that. I don't know, call it like, I don't know, Magic John, right? And just have nothing but guys with dad bods stripping and see how many women go to show up and see that shit. You see what I'm saying? Like, they're lying. Like, they want to see Channing Tatum and the rest of the guys stripping off, being hot and sexy and ripped, right? Yeah. Ripped bodies. That's what they want to see. Don't listen to these broads talking about some I like dad. No, they don't. Here's the thing. Think of it like this, though, Chris. When these women cheat, do they cheat on a guy who has a dad bod?
No.
Fuck no.
No.
They're cheating on him with a dude who has like whatever it is that they really want. shout out to all my side dudes out there that are keeping this thing going. And yeah, because that's what they really want. They want whatever whatever they desire, and you can tell because if you've ever seen like a women's bachelorette party, these girls are ravenous. They're wild.
Oh,
and
yeah.
Guess what? Male strippers don't have dad bods, right?
No, they don't. Well, the funny part is you bring that up. And Stan in the chat says, "Hey, Drex, I see too many German shepherds walking around in the bedroom slippers."
Oh, yeah, they're wearing bonnets now. It's a bonnet movement.
Bonnet movement. Oh, my God.
Keep these German shepherds in the house.
But you bring that up, and it's so interesting because it's like we're in a sect of society right now that treat women, especially young women, which arguably are the most sexualized generations in fucking history right now. But you have like 8-year-olds dressing up like they're 25.
Yep.
We have a sect of society now that is basically coming out and saying that, you know, oh well women like literally can't, they're just precious little things that they can't ever do anything wrong. They're acting like they don't have their own sex drives. Meanwhile, like they're arguably women are more sexual and sexually active than men.
It's not arguable. Have you ever seen that article that was written that they did an in-depth study? The vast majority of guys currently aren't having any action.
Yeah.
None. Zero. And okay, well, here's the thing. There was there was this experiment done by a YouTuber named Alexander Grace. I believe he's out in Australia. I don't know if you ever heard of him. He did this. He conducted this experiment, and I knew exactly what was going to happen. He invited his female friend over, right? And she's, you know, decent looking girl, right? Just decent looking. And she didn't believe it, right? Because women often both genders project, but I believe women project more because they're protected more, right? So she was convinced that guys are out there getting action, right? Like, oh yeah, guys are just, you know, they're just, you know, whores, they're man whores. She really believed this, right? So guess what happens? So she sets up a profile on Tinder, right? As a guy, she wanted to see, like, you know, are guys getting hits? And she said it actually made her depressed.
Oh yeah.
The few hits that she got weren't anywhere near what her standard would be if she were in the opposite shoes, right?
Oh yeah.
She realized how bad it is to be a dude. Likewise, you can be an average looking chick. I'm talking average. Set up a Tinder profile, you can get bunker busted every single day of the week if you want. And remember, and that includes by higher tier guys. And that's the key difference. It doesn't work that way with you. Like, you can't be an average looking guy and be scoring 8s, 9s, and 10s, right?
No.
But if you're a woman, let's say you're a strong 5, right? Strong 5. On a slow Tuesday, Cress, I have no problem dumpster diving. It is what it is. I mean, what do you want me to say? Because guys don't have any sense of shame when they dumpster dive, right?
It's true. Yeah.
And if you ask a dude, like, you can walk up to a dude right now and be like, bruh, I just saw him walk out of your house. Are you serious? And a guy can look at another guy like this. It was a slow Tuesday. And every guy knows exactly what happened. Like, he was a squirrel. You need to get the nut. I get it. Because guys understand that. Like, whereas women, because of the gatekeepers, at any time they can just choose. I feel like having sex right now with randos. Yeah. So she can just get on her app, swipe, and within 20, 30 minutes, have a dude over to smash.
Yeah.
Guys can't. Guys got to put in work.
It's true.
So yeah, she if you ever see that thing, make sure to check it out, because it was multiple studies have been done. Like, I know you've heard about, there's the rise of the incel thing going on, and you got to remember, from a historical standpoint, 80% of women throughout human history have reproduced, right?
Yeah.
Only 40% of men. What's that telling you?
Yeah.
One guy is reproducing with multiple women. Donald Trump has kids by how many women? Three or four? Three.
Quite a few. I mean, look, right? It's prominent in sports. It's prominent even in history, like warlords.
Yep. Yep. Genghis Khan.
Genghis Khan is responsible for 4% of the population of the entire planet.
Hey, if my stroke game can ever get like Genghis Khan, Genghis Khan is my hero. That's the way it's supposed to be done. You go out, you conquer shit. He was smashing whole villages. Like when Genghis Khan came through, you already knew you were getting cucked. You knew. But she's my wife. Shut up, simp. Go get the snack tray. And Genghis Khan just went ahead and just bunker busted her, right?
Yeah.
Probably right in front of you. Because
Yeah.
what were you going to do? Fight Genghis Khan? No.
Exactly. What the hell were you?
Because you already lost. So one of the tipping points that we have right now in society is that you have, they talk about the 80-20 rule. Crest, it's getting to be about the 90-10, maybe even 95-5.
Yeah.
That's how bad it's getting.
It's bad. It's bad.
But go ask most dudes.
But out,
like, dude, go do like a street interview, Crest, and go around like your area in Canada, and just straight up be like, yo, no cap. How many? And this is the key thing. You don't ask, have you had sex in the last year? No. How many different partners have you had sex with? That's the key. Because if a guy says, well, I've had sex 10 times last year, he may have only had one chick. Then think about it. 10 times means less than once a month, right?
Yeah.
So he had one chick that was kind of like his friend with Benz or fuck buddy. And that was 10 times in 365 days, right? He got lucky. Ask a woman the same thing. No way. Crest, these chicks got body counts that are hitting the quadruple digits now.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely.
And it doesn't take much. Okay, so I had someone try to question me on this, right? And I said, look, this is the easiest way to understand how bad things have gotten in terms of the female promiscuity, right? Because it's so tilted once you include the dating apps. Chris, if you pull out a calculator right now, right, and you say, okay, let's just say for the sake of argument, between ages 20 and 40, right? I'll pull out a calculator. Let's just say a woman has, what do you think would be let's get as conservative as we can, a conservative number per year. Let's say she gets with 6 dudes per year. That means one every 2 months, every 60 days, right? Remember, that's an average, right? So she could have 1 month where she got with 2 guys, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So that means 6 per year times, remember, 20 to 40. That's how many years? 20, right?
Yeah.
That's 120 partners.
And for a lot of people,
so if someone says, oh no, Drex, how about let's get real conservative then, right? Real conservative. Let's say she only gets 3 guys per year, right?
Yeah.
Okay, that's every 120 days? 122 days? Okay. 3 times 20 years is still 60.
And that's a lot of bodies.
That's a lot of bodies. Like, look, and if you think about it, you and I both know, Chris, that's being ultra conservative.
That is
like,
very
that's being
conservative.
overwhelmingly conservative.
Yeah.
Because think about it, all it takes is a girl to say, yeah, Chris, I had a hoe phase, right?
Yeah.
I went down to spring break. She could have had 15 bodies in spring break, man. 15.
Yeah.
In literally a weekend, 15 bodies.
Oh, absolutely.
And yet these guys don't understand the power dynamic. And you're right. It is a power dynamic because what ends up happening is, so Chris, if we were to go back in time when men actually had a pimp hand strong, right?
Yeah.
And they were ruling over women the way they should be. The reason why they did this is because they knew what was going to happen long term if you let women go unchecked, right? If you let women choose their mate, they're going to choose the worst possible mate, right?
Of course.
Thugs, tatted up dudes, jailbirds, guys with swag, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now, here's what women are great at. They're great at choosing stepdads, right?
Yeah.
They are. Man, shout out to all the ladies out there who chose a good simp when you hit the wall. Shout out to every one of you ladies who, at 41, you bagged you a rich simp, right?
Yeah.
Because look, we gotta give them props, right? Because
Gotta give it to them.
Sierra and Russell Wilson, right?
Yeah.
Sierra got herself a simp, a rich simp, right? Multi-millionaire simp.
Yep.
Someone's gonna take Kim Kardashian, right?
Of course.
She's got 4 kids? 4 kids. She's been married 3 or 4 times now.
Yep.
Some simp is going to show up out of the woodwork. Oh my God, I've always jerked off to Kim Kardashian's pictures. I finally got her. She's going home with me.
Yep.
His name is probably going to end up something like Ron something, right? That guy is going to be with a woman who is famous for a sex tape, right?
Mm-hmm.
How do you think that's going to work out? The power dynamic hasn't changed at all.
No.
So women are going to seek the power. This goes back to what you said, Chris. They're going to seek the power with another responsibility, which is why on OnlyFans, they think that if they just show up, pop it open, that all of a sudden the money's just going to stroll in.
Exactly.
Do you know what the average OnlyFans chick makes per month?
Not much.
$180.
Yeah. Not much.
That's the average. So most of them are broke.
Yeah.
But as you know, all they see is, I heard of this girl who makes $50,000 a month, right? And
Yep.
you and I both know women have this huge inflated sense of ego and self, right?
Oh yes.
So if she's a 3, she believes she's a 7. So she'll see a girl and go, oh, I mean, I look just as good as her. Wait, what?
Exactly.
I actually knew a chick who said she looked like I told her that she looked like Nancy Grace, and she got offended, right? Chris, I can't make this up. She's 59 years old.
Oh
right?
my God.
And I said, remember, and Nancy Grace is what? She got to be about 50 by now, right?
Yeah.
And I said, she looks like Nancy Grace. So she got offended saying, people tell me I look like Marilyn Monroe. I'm thinking, are you fucking serious? In fact, I need to slide in your DMs real quick, Chris, and send you this shit so you can see and say, tell me yourself. Hold on, let me see this.
Oh my God.
I can't make this up.
Dominique Sky.
They're delusional.
Yeah. They are. And like this is what we were talking. This is what I was talking about briefly before you came on too. It's like these people feel like they're entitled to all of these things. They feel like they're entitled to everything. I was mentioning before you came on. If you look back at music in the 90s, you look back at Salt and Pepper, you look back at Destiny's Child, look back at TLC. They're making songs about getting with men that have money that are going to take care of them because they're expected to give so much that they want to be pampered and taken care of because they're going to be putting out. That doesn't happen anymore. That doesn't happen anymore today.
Well, here's the thing, though. The issue that we see now is that women are getting the bag on their own, right?
Yeah.
But look at what they're doing in order to get it.
Oh, exactly.
So what's happening is that they're getting the bag. Yeah, congratulations, lady. You're getting, all you ladies out there for getting the bag. Congratulations. But it came at a steep cost.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
And the cost was the things that men desire: youth,
absolutely,
beauty, purity.
Yeah.
Right? That's what men desire in women. So if you give that up, you're gonna wake up one day going, well, why aren't guys wanting to commit to me? Well, no, you gave all that up now, see? And they're like, wait a minute. And so you can start to see it, right? Some of these women, you can start to see them realize, I think I might have done something stupid.
Yeah.
Right. But they can't admit it because then that would hold them personally accountable, right? And we know women's kryptonite is accountability.
Yeah.
So they turn right around to their default setting, which is blaming men, right?
Yeah.
Men just can't handle me because I'm so strong and independent. It's like, that's not why.
Like May from the Cowboy Bebop, the new.
Yeah, Flash did a video on that.
Men just can't stand the fact that I'm a real woman and not some 7-foot double J chested that doesn't exist woman. So you get me instead.
I saw that video. I'm sitting there listening to it, and Flash is rolling. I can just envision him literally rolling his eyes as it's happening because it was so ridiculous, right?
It was so ridiculous.
And you listen to this, you're like, are you serious? Like, no one's losing sleep over any of that because here's the thing: we all know that a human being can't look like a damn anime.
No, of course,
person, right? That's ridiculous. But see, and do you notice that they always have these? They have these elaborate, impossible beauty standards, right? To make it sound like the people are delusional, right? I'm not 7 foot tall and a size 0. Well, no one is.
Nobody is.
No one is.
Exactly.
So we don't expect you to be.
No.
But when you don't look like Faye, let's face it, there are certain positions where you have to look like a character, right?
Yeah.
And when someone doesn't, okay, I'll give you an example. Let's do it from the male perspective. In the Daredevil show, Kingpin, right?
Yeah.
Vincent D'Onofrio plays Kingpin, right?
Yep.
And when he hops in that role, he has to be big enough, right? He looks the part.
He's got to be big, dude.
Okay, no. Let's think of somebody who's like very, smaller stature, right? He's tall but smaller stature. What if they try to put Jim Carrey in that role, right?
Yeah,
shave his head. It doesn't work. Someone's like, well, see, we would say the same thing, right? But for opposite reasons. You don't look like Kingpin, even if he could have perfect acting, he can be menacing, but it's like at the end of the day, we're like, Kingpin is a very, big, physically intimidating figure.
Exactly. He's supposed to be like a massive dude.
50. Yeah, he's massive. So it would be the same thing. See, they won't acknowledge that. They said they always want to make it sound like men are out here bashing women about their bodies. Like, no. if you're being based on a comic book character and someone has an expectation for what that comic book character looks like, that's what the issue is.
Exactly.
If you don't look like that character, we're like, you don't look like the character. I mean, imagine a midget playing Batman, right?
Well, look at what they did. Look at what they did to Dragon Ball Z, like the live action
evolution.
Dragon Ball.
Yeah, that was just a disaster. Well, yeah, you're right, because here's the thing: everybody complained, right?
Exactly.
And why were they complaining? Was it because of no one looked the way they were supposed to look?
They didn't look like anybody. Like what the hell they were doing? Like I made no sense. Like so look at Street Fighter. Like look at the Jean-Claude Van Damme Street Fighter and compare that to fucking Dragon Ball Evolution.
Yeah, at least in Street Fighter, they made an effort. They
made an effort.
They made like a decent effort.
Exactly. Like they tried at least.
I mean, they didn't try that hard, but they did try. but let's be real here now, Chris. They tried. I mean, like they got the costumes right.
Yeah,
we can all argue they at least got
that was
right,
the
right?
big argument from that Faye character, from that Faye chick. She's like, oh well, we tried to make the costume look like that, but it's wearing tissue paper and you move the wrong way and blah blah. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? Like, you literally have cosplayers out there that are wearing Faye's outfit.
I think that might be the best part to me, to be honest with you, is when you have a bunch of cosplayers who have done it. And that same thing happened with that Star Wars girl, right?
Yeah.
Where they're saying like, oh, this Mary Jane pose, no one can be this. And then we have the picture of Anna literally in the exact same pose with the strikingly similar body shape, right?
Exactly.
And then all they do is just get mad?
And they're like, well, that's just a one-off situation. Well, that's the point.
She's not even in the right angle. And then they have to move the goalposts. They got to move the goalposts.
They got to move the goalposts because they got to be right. Everyone on social media has to be right all the time.
Well, and that's why when you actually prove them wrong, you're like, look, this is what it is. This is a fact. It's not an opinion piece. This is an actual fact, right?
Exactly.
They can't even accept facts to be facts.
They can't. They cannot.
They're like, well, I got to move the goalpost to fit my narrative. Like Nick told me there was like some kind of like a challenge or something where what they did is they would have a quote, right? And they would say, what do you think about this quote? Donald Trump said that. And they condemn the quote, right? And they go, oh, no, actually, it was Joe Biden that said that. And then they actually show the clip. Like, and the same person who just condemned it tries to hamster wheel their brain to somehow suddenly that same comment is okay now.
I believe it.
And if that were me, I would just go, man, you got me, right?
Yeah.
If that were me, I would just say, yep, you got me. Then I can't believe he said that, right?
Exactly.
Like, just own it.
Just own it.
Just own it. That's all people are asking. Own it, but they know, But I can't believe that we live in this world sometimes, man.
It makes me wonder how we've gotten this far.
Here's the thing. You have a small percentage of people who are productive.
Yeah.
And then you have a percentage of people who help the people who are productive. And then you have everyone else,
yeah.
right? Oh, God, Cress, I found the picture.
Oh, my God.
Oh, God, yes. Now, I want you to look at this creature.
Oh, Lord.
And tell me if she looks closer to Nancy Grace, now, right? Because Nancy Grace is older, right? Or Marilyn Monroe. I want you to give me an on-the-air reaction. Just to your Facebook. Can't make this up.
Jesus
this
Christ.
Botoxed up, whatever face.
Betty
It's
White.
like one of Phil's dolls gone wrong. Yeah, right? Now, Chris, if you were to be her, what does she think she looks like?
Well, she thinks she looks like Marilyn Monroe.
Oh, I'm hot shit. People tell me I look like Marilyn Monroe. No, your haircut looks like Marilyn Monroe.
Her haircut,
right?
Her vintage looks like Marilyn Monroe.
Yeah. but you see where the delusion comes from?
Good Lord. Yeah.
Okay, does that not look like a complete like dumpster fire?
Oh
right?
yeah. Oh yeah.
And so that's why I'm sitting there telling them look, you know me, I'll talk to anybody, but once someone starts talking crazy and delusional, I'm gonna call them out. Look, you don't look like Marilyn Monroe. Your haircut does. You don't.
Yeah, exactly. You can wear the clothing. You can shave your body hair to look like it, but
yeah. Well, you see that with Lizzo, right?
Yeah.
Body positivity.
Oh yeah.
You're terrible though.
That's scale positivity too.
Yeah.
The far end of it.
It's and she's always twerking, right?
Of course.
And so when you're always twerking, don't be shocked that nobody wants to take you seriously.
Did you hear about the paramedics that lost their jobs because they posted a TikTok video twerking?
That was in the UK. Yeah, that's beautiful. That's beautiful. Now, Cress, Minister Japp made the video a long time ago and said black women set the standards in all things terrible, right? And he talks about how, the whole twerk thing, black females are the ones who really push the whole twerk. That's why every video that shows up with twerking, it's a black chick. Except for now, other ethnic groups are doing it because it's a thought behavior, right?
Yeah,
and the Jezebel spirit, which is what thoughtness is, has infected everybody, right? Like there's no culture you can go to where you're like, oh, I don't see any thoughts. You see what I'm saying?
True.
So, Chris, if you and I took a voyage around the world, right?
Yeah.
All right, we're gonna do a live stream. Cress and I around the world in 80 days. Do you believe there's anywhere we can go where if we started really doing some digging, right? Really like asking people around the locals, where do we find, we just do this in every language, where the hoes at? Someone won't be able to tell us, right? Do you believe that we can go anywhere in the world where someone's like, what is a hoe? I have no clue what you're talking about. Every language, right? Every language on this earth has a term for a goddamn hoe, right? Every single language. So why do you think that is? Because they exist everywhere. It doesn't matter what corner of the world. In Germany, I believe they're called a Schlampe, right?
Yeah.
Schlampe. And I was like, what the hell is that? And he's like, fucking prostitute. I was like, oh, so you guys have a word for it. And I was like, and I remember, as a kid, I remember learning that early on where I was like, wait a minute. If I say something and the person gives me a puzzled look, I can say something else or show them something that they can relate to. And they go, oh yeah, that. And then they say, we call it this, right?
Yeah.
Cress, tell me the difference between a pierogi and a calzone. Tell me the difference.
Oh, geez. I thought pierogies are, in my opinion, were made with potatoes, but calzones I thought were like pizzas, or they had like.
So the basic nature of what they are is exactly the same.
Yeah, they're
the bread, right? The outer bread, right?
Yeah.
And then you stuff it with the
something,
filling, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, if you're Polish, right?
Yeah.
And you're looking around, what do you have? Well, if you're Irish or Polish, what do you got around you?
Potatoes.
You got these damn potatoes, right?
Yeah.
If you're Italian, what do you got around you? These damn tomatoes,
lots of tomatoes.
Some other stuff. so what you put inside of it is just what is most localized in abundance to you, right? Yeah. You add your pepperonis, your meats, and vegetables, whatever you want to add.
We've been talking about calzones last night too. That's so weird.
Oh, did you? Yeah. Oh, yeah, nice. But the base is the same, right? That's why chicken and rice exist in every country, right?
Exactly.
Chicken and rice. Yep. I can go anywhere in the world as long as they got chicken and rice. I'm good. Or chicken and a starch, right? Just give me chicken. Give me a starch. Oh, what is your starch? Oh, yours is rice. Yours is this kind of grain. Yours is corn. Good. I'm good, man. You give me chicken and a starch, and I'm good. Any country in the world. We're all the same. We're interconnected. That's why I had to smash that pizza. I was out earlier. That's why I was late for the show. I'm like, I had to order it, drive over there. I get over there, Chris. They tell me the pizza was too dark. I think they burned it, right? So they put it in a new one. And
how can it be too dark, Drexel? Don't you like dark things?
Yeah, the funny thing is when he said it was too dark, I just kind of chuckled in my mind because if you and I wanted to be Karens, we could come up with a way to then make everything offensive to us, right?
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely.
Too dark. What does too dark mean? See, he said that because no, he just means the cheese was brown instead of golden, right? That's all it meant. But Cress, you know this. When you hear Karens talk about how they're so offended and so hurt by something and how it made them feel, it's all just it's very subjective, not objective, right?
Yeah, of course.
So the person said dark. They meant it like this, but you took it this way. Just because you took it that way, that's not what it is, right?
No, of course.
Someone said the sky is blue, but it is blue. No, it's not. It's not blue. It's just like, what do you want me to say?
You're lying.
You're lying. It's these people are clowns. But your gender stuff. What do you feel is the big issue with, let's call it the power play? What do you think is the the issue, and what do you think is the solution?
I think the issue is that you have, well, first of all, you have men on one side. Sorry, I'm ordering curry as we talk here. We have,
Nice.
I know. I'm hopefully gonna get this in here before they close. We have men on one side that are campaigning for the benefit of the other side, of which would be women in this situation. And you have women who are campaigning for the better of women, and there's no one campaigning for men because it's illegal to. We're not allowed to campaign for men.
Yep.
That's the way it is. Like, the solution obviously would just be everyone mind their own fucking business. My opinion.
That's one way to do it.
My opinion.
Well, here's the thing, though. This is where I disagree with that, though. It is a possible solution, but the reason why it's not very feasible is because guys trying to just be left alone, right? Same with the trans community. You're trying to be left alone.
Yeah.
They keep invading your space anyway, right?
Oh, absolutely they do. 100%.
Like, no one invades women's spaces to say, we demand that you start doing it this way, right? Yeah. But if you're a dude, like, think about it. All the guys going their own way, what do they call them? What do they call it? The career bachelor, right? Is that what they call them? Yeah, career bachelor or whatever. When you sit there, it's like when you don't want to play the game, right? They come to shame you. They change laws because of you, right?
Like, who hurt you?
Who hurt you? We got to put in a bachelor tag. You can't just walk away from women.
We gotta find you a nice person to be with. Like, no.
Yeah, they always want to come invade yours, but like, you'll be like this. Hey, Drex, you want to come over to my barbecue? Sure, man. What time? Okay, 6:00. I'll be there. Show up. And you just mind your own business. Hey, man, I'm trying to say to this girl, I don't want any of these single moms. I don't want any of these chicks ever. The most they'll get from me is hard dick and bubble gum, right? Yeah. Nothing more. And then it's, why you gotta be like that? Who hurt you? And it's like, look, dude, when a woman says that, that's called empowering, right?
Yeah.
All I need a man for it is his wallet and his dick. Whoa, you go, girl. Yeah, that's so empowering. But if a guy goes, man, all I'm here to do is just go ahead and take this broad's genitalia for the night and then pass it along to the next dude. You hate women. You're evil. You're a misogynist. Wait a minute. Right? Wait a minute.
Yeah. Hold on a minute here. Why doesn't this work
that's all
both
it is.
ways?
Guys, here's the thing. The biggest problem is that it's what you said. There's lots of dudes out there advocating for women, right?
Yeah.
Because they're simps.
Oh, 100%.
You don't see, and let's face it, there's lots of women advocating for the trans rights, right?
Mm-hmm.
However, with both of these sides, the intent is insidious.
Oh, absolutely.
These guys don't actually love and respect women, right?
No.
These are usually the abusers, right? The male feminists. That's usually the abuser.
Of course, because they're expecting something out of it.
Yep.
Like it's not this is not a, I'm doing it out of the goodness of my heart, expecting nothing in return. No, they're expecting something in return, whether it be shelter from being accused, whether it be like expecting, I'm going to get a girlfriend out of this, what have you.
Yep.
They're expecting something out of it.
Always. Well, Chris, that's kind of like what the whole Me Too thing kind of ruined for women. If you are a woman out there, like, let's go down the line of all the women out there who didn't really have any talent. Salma Hayek, Asia Argento, Rose McGowan. If you're one of these women who was on a casting couch, right?
Yeah.
And you want to scream Me Too. Notice they only scream Me Too when they're old and used up, right? And they can't get any roles.
Absolutely.
They just ruined it for all the women coming up, because if you take the casting couch away, the next crop of thoughts won't have an end to Hollywood anymore.
Absolutely.
You see what I'm saying?
Yep.
Because now the guys like the producer, like, oh no, I don't want to get Me Too. So, but Daddy,
that's what I mean. It's
I'll wear this for you. No, I'm good.
It's like you're creating an entire situation where it's like you're removing the innocence of like intergender relationships. Like,
agreed.
You're removing that entirely, and it's like, well, men can't talk to women because if men talk to women, when that everything you say can and will be used against you in a court of law. Like,
Yep.
it's literally that fact. I did want to bring up that Samantha Flynn is Quentin Flynn's wife, and she's also a really interesting as an individual as well. She's not just the wife of Quentin Flynn, but she says, and she's been fighting really hard on Quentin's behalf, because she against all the allegations that come up against Quentin Flynn, and she's like one of the exceptions to the rule, I would say, at this point, because Samantha has an amazing individual, in terms of like free thinking and progressive, and in terms of not thinking in the feminist agenda type of thing. But again, I'd love to get you guys together to talk, because this would be a fantastic conversation, and just seeing how far on one side of things you are from Quentin in terms of innocence, I will say. That would be a very, very interesting thing. But yeah, no, she puts herself out there all the time, and she gets attacked by women all the time for having the audacity to defend her husband.
Yeah, isn't that crazy? I'm glad you brought that up, because Nick brought it up too, which is the issue of the chick who is the head of Time's Up, the former head of Time's Up, right?
Yeah.
Believe all women, right?
Yeah.
All women are telling the truth. This is why it gets frustrating, right? Because women don't ever advance, they don't ever grow beyond the third stage of moral development, which is care-based morality. This is as far as they ever evolve. So what happens is they'll have a stance. Believe all women. All women are telling the truth. You don't ever think about due process. They're not due process. All women are telling the truth. Women would never lie about this, right?
Women would never.
The moment someone Me Too someone that they are attached to, right? Husband, father, brother. So what happened with the Time's Up lady? It was her son who got Me Too, right? All of a sudden, the same woman who said, believe all women, right? They're always telling the truth. What do you think she said?
Well, that the person was lying, obviously.
Oh, they're lying. Yeah, you see the facts. I know my son would never do that. They never stop and think, wait a minute. Wouldn't everyone else say that? Because isn't that what everyone else says when they get Me Too?
Exactly.
I didn't do it. And then, no, yes, you did. But as soon as it happened to them, it's, oh my God. Why are they coming for me? My son would never. And it's like, it's cognitive dissonance. They truly don't see it.
It's 100% cognitive dissonance. They refuse to see facts. They refuse it. It's like
which is, it's funny you say that they refuse it, because at the end of the day, it's not helping them not to see it, right?
Exactly.
It's like sitting there saying, oh no, Chris, I have no clue what you're talking about. Is this helping you or hurting you? Right?
Yeah.
Is it helping you or hurting you to be delusional? And that's why I say to people like Lizzo, right? It's like, Lizzo, you're in your 30s, you're morbidly obese, and you're trying to say that everyone around you is wrong. It's not you, right? It's everyone else. How is this working out for you? You keep making videos on TikTok crying, right? Looking horrible. Nobody wants to see a crying German Shepherd. Keep them outside.
And all the time, though.
All the time, right? And these people, they say they're stunning and brave, they're strong and independent, and yet they're always crying about that someone hurt them. It's like, wait a minute. If you're so strong, you're so independent, you're so stunning and brave, why are you always crying?
Well, it boils down to the destroy man now argument, right? Like in that booklet, it tells you have to not only have to have the power of being the victim, you have to have the power of being the abuser as well, simultaneously.
Yep.
So you have to be a victim and get all the things that come along with that, while leveraging the power of the abuser.
But see, Chris, unlike most people, I love this. I love it all, because I believe that feminism is one of the greatest things that's ever happened to the history of our species, right? Because what feminism does is that it exposes both sides to the core, right? It exposes. So if you want to know, hey, Chris, how do I know if a guy's a simp? Put him around an attractive woman that's going to give him attention, and see how he reacts, right? See if he betrays you on sight, right?
Does he look like Ron Toye?
Yeah. It happens that quick, though, right?
Absolutely.
Imagine if you grew up with a guy like Ron, right? You may have your issues with him. Yeah, but hey, man, we have lots of hobbies together. We're cool. And you think he's in your corner. And this is what happened to Vic. He thought these people were actually his friends, right?
Oh, yeah.
And then he got blindsided. Like, wait a minute, I thought we were friends. And then, here he is thinking like, hey man, I got evidence to prove that this didn't happen. And then they're like, yeah, Vic, but we can't have you at this con because of women. Wait, what? you see what I'm saying? Like it exposes.
You're
if you want to know
like...
what's real, that's what feminism, it exposes. If you're a chick and you say, I'm not like that, okay, well, how come your actions don't say that, right? You got 28 bodies on your odometer at 22 years old, but you're not like that, right? You're not like the other girls.
No, it's just a lapse in judgment.
Yep. I just, it was just one drunken night that led into, a lot of other drunken. No, I was immature at the time. No. Take accountability, honey. You're a thought.
So who has the responsibility here, right? Because you have the people on social media that are defending all of these women, saying, "Oh, it's the responsibility of the voice actors and the actors and the celebrities. They should know. They're human fucking beings. Like they're literally saying that celebrities, because you are a celebrity or have some degree of notoriety, you're not allowed to have a relationship."
Correct. Henry Cavill brought that up. You remember that when people made those videos?
Yes.
Yes,
I remember that one. Yeah.
I laughed at that because here's what happens. This is what women are going to do. Women are always going to move the goalposts, right?
Absolutely.
That's what feminism does. So what happens is they'll say something like this. We're equal. We're all equal. Okay. We're equal. And then, okay, so in this situation, there's no drugs or alcohol involved. Everything's equal, right? Yep. It's all equal. And then, well, it wasn't equal because his celebrity made me do it.
Exactly.
Wait, what? I felt so pressured, Chris.
I was so pressured to say yes.
I was pressured to say yes because he's so powerful. Hold on. So you say you live with this your truth. You live with your truth.
Yeah.
For 15 years, but you came out now that this guy just signed a huge deal for $100 million. Now you came out with your truth. Okay, so let me ask you this: you say you are so afraid, yet all the laws favor you coming forward, right? Exactly. You get all the social validation, right? You get all these things, right?
Yeah.
So where's the power lie? This goes back to what you're saying, right? The power lies in the hands. So here's the thing: it's really the government. She's just the proxy.
Oh, of course. Of course. Well, what I want to ask these people is like, if Joe Biden came up to you, right? If Uncle Joe came up to you and said, just whipped out his ice cream cone and said, "Hey, have a lick." Like, what would you do in that situation? Would you just fall down on the floor and obey everything he says because he's Joe Biden?
Oh my God, he's so powerful.
He's so powerful. Like, no, you wouldn't.
I couldn't resist.
Like, no, you wouldn't. Absolutely wouldn't.
You know what's funny? How come? So now, Chris, I was talking about this with Raging Golden Eagle, right?
Yeah.
And we were talking about this, and he said one of the worst parts about what feminism is doing, and because wokeness is a part of what feminism is, right? Mm-hmm. Cultural Marxism. He said, well, I'll tell you the flip side to this. It's going to be the blowback, and you're starting to see the blowback against the woke. And I said, one of the things that's going to be real rough is that if women think it's bad now, right? Imagine what's going to happen in the very near future, right? Let's say within the next decade, because 10 years is actually a small span of time in the grand scheme of things, right?
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
In terms of human history, if you say 10 years at any point in human history, it's like that's just a blink of an eye, right?
Mm-hmm.
Chris, you're going to blink your eye in 10 years, going to be right? It's going to be 2031. And this is what's going to happen. A video game gets released. If you even see a female as the lead, you'll discard it. You'll say, nope, I'm good. And so then now what's going to happen is that everyone's going to have to go, no, I promise, it's not woke. It's not woke. See, it's going to be the other way, right?
You're already seeing it, Drexel. Did you hear about Saints Row? The reboot for Saints Row?
Here's the thing. I'm actually disappointed. I didn't watch the video yet, right?
Yeah.
I was reading an article that I saw the heading, and all I could do was just shake my head because Flash. So it says, this is from PC Gamer. The Saints Row reboot won't be as edgy as its predecessors. This is the first sentence of this article. I can't make this up. From Morgan Park. Volition wants to tell a quote unquote contemporary story that people can relate to. Because that's what people play Saints Row for.
That's what people play Saints Row for. Yes.
it's I read that first bit, and
they literally, from the developer, the first sentence out of their fucking mouth is that we wanted to be more inclusive and diverse.
mm-hmm.
Immediately 1,000 people just stopped their fucking pre-order for that game.
Yep. Well, you know what's funny is Eagle said that he knows a black dude that said something that was really telling, and I know exactly what he's talking about. He said in the future, if he sees something come out that doesn't have a blonde-haired, blue-eyed, white, heterosexual white guy, he's not going to buy it.
I mean, they're right to do it. I mean, it's their right to do
that's
it.
where you're leading to, right? Because if all you're doing is woke points, because okay, what is that telling you?
Yeah.
If you see going forward, a video game that has a blonde-haired, blue-eyed, unapologetically masculine white dude, what does that have to mean? It's not woke.
Yeah.
Right?
Exactly.
So basically, you essentially undid all the work that you were trying to do with the whole diversity and inclusion. Because now, Crest, I'm already there. Unless there's basically, here's what I'm gonna say. Unless you are a legacy game to me, and we all know the legacy games, right? Basically, okay, let me rephrase that. If you're not an old school Nintendo game, right?
Yeah.
If you're not something that I can play on my regular Nintendo, you're not a legacy game to me, right?
Exactly.
For the most part, that's what legacy means.
It's
right?
like a cartridge, right? If you're not a cartridge, then you're not legacy.
Yeah, if you're not a cartridge, yeah. So everything that came out during that era, right? Let's say even 16-bit, right?
Yeah.
If you aren't that, I can't trust you.
No, exactly.
So that's why in The Last of Us Part 2, it was like the rumors came out. People said that can't be true. It can't be true, right?
Yeah.
We felt as hurt as Obi-Wan did, right? When he saw the video of Anakin killing the younglings, like you don't want to believe it's true, right? But you're the chosen one. How could this happen?
You're the chosen one.
You're the chosen one.
We're only a couple months away from Nintendo releasing some freaking we had Super Princess Peach, but like that that went over like a lead balloon. No one played it. But like they went right back to the Mario formula. But like it's only gonna be a certain amount of time before Nintendo starts catching flack because Peach keeps getting kidnapped. Like
yep. Now here's what I will say. Here's the irony of this. One of the things that I think would really help is that because you can do this without being woke at all. Like you can literally do a swap, and it's not woke in any sense, right? Like so, prime example. Chris, wouldn't you love to play? And this is the reason why I'm actually disappointed in Breath of the Wild 2. If I'm making a Zelda game, I would make a Zelda game where I play as Zelda.
Yeah, absolutely. Right? I don't know why they haven't done that yet, to be honest.
Because Zelda has all the magic powers, right?
Yeah.
Wouldn't you like to play a game where here's the thing, you could still have Link in it, right? Like I would make Link the supporting character, and like my quest, my mission would be different. Look, what stops you from letting Link? Link gets a spell put on him, right? Like in Zelda 2, Zelda is put into a sleeping spell, right?
Yeah.
What's wrong with Link getting weakened somehow, and now you have to race against time as Princess Zelda to go save Link?
Yeah.
Audiences would flock to that because there's no wokeness involved. It's just like, hey, we finally get to be a Zelda. That's cool.
Exactly.
And now the whole mechanics of the game change.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Well, here's the thing. You could actually stretch that game out, right? Because you could even make that a game where the Resident Evil games are known for this, right? Where basically it's an A side and a B side.
Yes.
You can play through the game as Zelda. You can play through the game as Link, right?
And the same game, yeah.
Well, you know how that is, right? Like it's
different.
Like this. Hey, Chris.
Different scenarios.
In order to pass this puzzle, you have to be Zelda. In order to pass this puzzle, you have to be Link.
Exactly.
I think that would work. Like,
I mean, like we had a taste of it in Hyrule Warriors, where you could actually play as Zelda, and she used like the little tablet to attack things. And we had tastes of it here and there. Like there was the CDI game that was the Zelda game, but like I think there should be scenarios where you play through as one, or like whatever else.
Here's the thing: the fans. This is what's funny about with the fans, right? Is that we're saying with the media tries to portray fans as these like toxic, bigoted, anti everything, and I said, but when we look back,
right?
It gets the clicks, right? Because when you look at the reality doesn't match up, right?
Yeah.
So, Chris, if we look at all the biggest game franchises, right, and more importantly, the characters that the fans care about, everyone loves Princess Leia. Last I checked.
Absolutely.
And I never heard anybody. Okay, let's go back to episode 4, right?
Yeah.
she's talking smack to Han. Every word out of her mouth to Han Solo is talking smack, right?
Exactly.
She's belittling him. She's embarrassing him. Like, she doesn't give him one compliment until the very end of the movie, right?
Yeah, exactly.
I didn't hear anybody complain about that. Like, guys weren't like, "Oh, she's a feminist."
And that was like in the 80s.
Yeah. Well, 1977. So episode 4 comes out in 1977, right?
There you go.
And even I was actually watching a video where there's a YouTuber named V Cunha, and she's reviewing it. And she's one of those girls who's never seen any of it.
Yeah.
So it's always, I like to watch reaction videos of people who aren't familiar with the universe, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because it gives you more insight. So she's watching it, and I'll never forget her reaction. She said, "Oh my gosh, just everything that Leia says to Han is a mean and an insult." She goes, "I don't know why, but I kind of like it."
Yeah.
And it has nothing to do with feminist stuff, right? It's just simply we like Leia already. That's the big thing, right? The audience already likes Leia, right? But we also like Han. And we as an audience understand that their personalities are going to clash, right? Naturally, because look at them, right?
Absolutely.
And what's the great irony of their relationship? Disney Star Wars never happened, obviously, right? That never happened. If you were to look at it, those are the people who would naturally fall in love. It's the people whose personalities clash.
Of course, yeah.
It's like, and people don't understand, there's all this nonsense that goes around. I go, dude, there's so many characters. Samus from Metroid, Ellie from the first Last of Us.
Samus was like a huge right up until they ruined her for Other M.
You see, I heard that was hot garbage.
That
wasn't as bad as they said. I heard it was awful.
Oh, it was bad.
So what happened with that game? I heard it was bad. I never played it.
They basically turned Samus into like a fucking weakling simp for her captain. They removed any sort of independence from the character, and they made her like a weak-kneed simp.
That's lame.
It was terrible.
Isn't that ironic?
Yeah.
So Samus was stunning and brave, strong and independent when we only played as Samus and didn't come across anyone else. Let that sink in.
Exactly.
That's the Samus that audience members want to play as, right? Like,
yeah.
I remember playing through Metroid, and this is the reason why I always laugh when they make this narrative about guys being a bunch of crying man babies in their mom's basement. When we found out that Samus was a woman back in the 80s,
yeah,
Cress, I said this on my show. I didn't know one guy who had a problem with it.
No, every guy universally went, like, cool. Wow, that's cool.
Wow, yeah, I didn't expect that. Okay, cool, and we rode with it, right?
Yeah.
We rode with it so much that I would make the argument that if they ever made a Metroid game without Samus, and let me rephrase that, a Metroid game without Samus and you play as a guy, I don't think guys would go for it.
That would be so far removed from what Metroid is.
Yep. Because remember, think about it. By definition, Metroid is basically, Metroid is Metroid, right? It doesn't matter, you're a space person on a foreign planet, right? Fighting against the space pirates or whoever else you want to fight against, right? Yeah. Okay, it doesn't have to be Samus then by that definition, right? It could be anybody.
Could be anybody. But
because the precedent has been set with Samus is the hero of this series, like that's the reason why, like you're talking about with Zelda. The reason why it works with Zelda is that Zelda has always been there from day one, right? Link, Zelda, Ganon. Okay. If Samus had somebody that was like, in the background the whole time, people wouldn't care. Oh yeah, I'm playing as whoever this guy is, right?
Mm-hmm.
But because we've only played as Samus, I don't want to play as somebody that's not Samus in a Metroid game.
Exactly.
Otherwise, call it something else.
Yeah.
Metroid and Samus are synonymous.
And what's the problem with creating it? Create it within the Metroid universe, but call it something else. It's not Metroid. Yep. It's just, blah, 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 Metroid or whatever. Like, something else, whatever. Make a brand new fucking IP. Make something worth playing that takes place in that universe. Don't just replace the existing thing like Ghostbusters did.
Well, I think that's the biggest thing, right? It's the replacement, because if something exists within the same universe, no one cares, right? No one holds it against you. They're like, oh yeah, that's
you
get
cool. to play as Ridley. That would be amazing.
Oh yeah, that's what Smash Bros is for.
Exactly.
But that's the thing, is that like we like to engage with other parts of the same world to see a different perspective, right?
Yeah.
And what's happening is, rather than create something new or to show a different angle, what they want to do is they want to come in, invade, and then say, now we're going to dictate that everything that you already liked, that's wrong. You're gonna
Exactly.
like this instead. And they were like, this is terrible. No, you're a bigot. Right? Isn't that what happened with The Last of Us?
100%. 100%.
Okay, so rather than just giving us a story that we like, you're gonna come in and then make villains out of the beloved characters from the first
exactly
game, and then introduce this new character that we're supposed to like.
Yep.
Right? And no one likes Abby.
Well,
I haven't heard one person say they like Abby.
Let me ask you something, Drexel, because we all know the horrific outcome that was Ghostbusters 2016. I have a way to fix that movie.
Do tell.
Imagine, instead of them just rebooting the franchise, that these Ghostbusters, this all-woman Ghostbusters team, purchased a franchise from the original Ghostbusters and set it up in their own city or their own whatever else, because the original Ghostbusters retired. Mm-hmm. And then that's what the movie was. They still existed in the same universe. They were their own franchise. They're all super smart, whatever else, blah, 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 blah. And then all the shit that happens to them. That would fix the entire movie.
Yeah. What was the thing? It's because you weren't belittling the established franchise.
Exactly.
And that's one of the keys is, so, one of the things I find to be very telling, Chris, I want your take on this. They always talk about how, men hate women all the time and blah, 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 right? All this so-called misogyny, right?
Oh, apparently Metroid Federation Force did play as a soldier from the Federation.
Oh, because no one played that.
No one played that.
I didn't know it existed. If you ask me about a mainline Metroid game, Prime and stuff, I remember buying Metroid Prime my sophomore year of college.
Oh, yeah.
And I was locked in, man. And I'm a guy who doesn't play first person. What does that tell you?
Oh, yeah.
A non-first person
Prime
guy
fucking fire.
played through all of Metroid Prime. That's a huge deal. And I remember that was the first time I ever heard of Retro Studios back in the Game Informer days, right? EGM and all that.
Yeah.
Well, and Chris, here's my issue, though. They talk about misogyny, right? Misogyny this, misogyny that.
Oh, yeah, of course.
And yet, I want you to ask yourself this. Chris, do you ever remember any movies back in the day, movies, comics, video games, where male characters belittled female characters and kept talking about how, do you see this? I'm a man. They kept declaring that they're a man doing it.
I mean, ironically, the only thing I could think of is Peter Venkman from the original Ghostbusters, unapologetically being a scumbag. That's his character, though.
And that was a character, right? That was the point.
That was the point.
So unless it was, and basically the character basically is a troll, right?
Yeah,
it's meant to be a troll.
It's meant to be a troll.
Okay, so other than like a couple rare like troll-like characters, right?
Yeah.
Like Superman never did heroic stuff and goes, "Hey, do you see that? Do you know I'm able to do that? I'm able to do that because I'm a dude, right?
I'm a man."
Like you saw that Batwoman trailer, right?
I don't know. I think Batman's misogynistic because he always says he's Batman, but
not that person or whatever. And my thing is this though. Batman just does heroic stuff.
He just does, yeah.
Right? It's a thankless job,
yeah.
And he doesn't ask for anything. Whereas when these women do stuff, it always has to be like these puns and these like snarky comments about how much disdain they have for men. So I go, okay, so what are you noticing? At no point have you seen mainstream male characters bashing women. They just didn't.
It's true.
But yet, here's Batwoman trailer. This suit looks perfect. It will be. When it's fit for a woman. It's like, what if Bruce Wayne said that, right? Like, if Lucius Fox gives him the suit, it's like, that suit looks perfect. It will be.
I mean, like, you ungrateful motherfucker. Like,
it's so stupid. Like, what? Like, who says that? Like, because guys don't do it.
Yeah.
And so all of it it's one giant projection because, when Chris, I actually talked about this. I can't remember if I talked about it on Nick's show or not, but maybe in my live chat, I talked about like my relationships in the past, right?
Yeah.
And before I fully left the whole dating scene forever, I remember when it all made sense. Like a lot of my issues came from my projections, right? And I remember looking at it and going like this: why are they acting weird when I do altruistic things, right?
Exactly.
Like, hey, I'm just going to do something special just because, right? There's no ulterior motive. There's no anniversary. I just was doing things just to do, right?
Yeah.
In hindsight, Chris, it makes sense why I was always getting into these altercations, right? The projection was on their part. They're like, why is he doing something nice? He must have done something wrong,
Yeah.
i.e. cheated or something like that, which I never did, right?
Yeah.
It all made sense in hindsight, because at the time I was kind of like, what the hell? I'm just doing, just random things, and you're acting weird about it. Because
Exactly.
they don't do anything, like you said, random and altruistic. It's
Yep.
always an ulterior motive.
Always
Everything
calculated.
with humans is an ulterior motive. It's always calculated.
Yeah.
Crest, that's why if you notice, guys don't remember the things they've done for women, right?
Yep. Because it's
if you
not
ask a dude,
planned.
ask a guy who's in a long-term relationship, ask him how much money he spent. He doesn't know. Ask him how many, who got dinner. He's like, dude, I don't remember. I just, she wanted something to eat. I was out and about. I was going to get at the grocery store, so I bought her some food. He doesn't keep tabs, right?
Yep.
Women keep tabs of every single penny they spend on your ass.
Oh yeah.
They keep tabs. That's why you like the guy was there like looking puzzled, like I'm giving him all my shit back, and she'll have like a list of all the things. You're like, wait, you were keeping score? Like, I mean, I was just like when I bought you things, it was because I genuinely cared. Like it was a present.
There wasn't expectation. It was just
there was no expectation to get something out of it. It was just they don't possess it.
Yeah.
Well, once guys start understanding that, man, everything changes.
It's largely because these individuals, that's all it is for them, because they've been taught, they've been programmed that way by the previous generation, that anything that they do, they are entitled to reciprocation. They're blah blah blah. This is a competition. This is a bank. I had the stupidest conversation. I know that you have to get prepared for work soon, right?
Oh no, I don't work till tomorrow morning.
Oh, you don't work? Okay, cool, perfect. All right, I didn't want to take you too long.
No, you're all good.
Okay, I had the stupidest conversation because someone was trying to like galaxy brain bash Quentin Flynn for somehow being at fault for getting stalked and having and the stalker being criminally charged. Somehow that's Quentin's fault.
That's his fault, right?
Somehow. But so like we were having a conversation on Twitter about it, and I literally told him, it's like, because she was bringing up the fact that this power dynamic, it's his responsibility, he's taking advantage. She's like, hold on a second. Let's pause that. Let's pause that for 1 minute here. It's like, it's human nature to take advantage of people. Like that's the way that we're programmed as humans. It's societal values and morals that we have to individually fight against, that because it's improper, quote unquote, to take advantage of people. But that's what we do as humans all the time. Like, we literally are programmed from birth to do that.
Well, Chris, do you know what makes people stop doing it? In all honesty, do you know what makes people like actually develop like a soul? They take advantage of someone at some point early in their life, right?
Yeah.
And they see how it made someone feel, how it affected them, right? The person's like heartbroken, and they're like, "Oh my God, that was wrong." That's where you actually learn that like taking advantage of people is wrong, right?
Yeah.
Like just like stealing, right?
Absolutely.
Stealing is okay because you're like, "Oh yeah, I don't care, man. I got what I wanted."
I got what I wanted.
And then when you see how it affects, especially when it's it's a person, not like a corporation. Like when you steal from Target, you don't feel any sympathy, right?
No, it's still wrong. It's still wrong.
Because you didn't see the consequence, right?
But you don't see the consequence of it.
Once you see the consequence of the fact that you stole something from somebody and they were distraught, and this is what it meant to, and you're like, oh my God, like they're really distraught. Like, man, I ruined like everything. This was supposed to be like a big moment for them to share this moment, and this vase I stole has sentimental value to them. Oh my God, I didn't know that. Exactly. So going forward, you apologize, you repent, you're like, okay, stealing is wrong. Exactly. But up until that point, until you see consequences, you're like, oh well, I mean, I got what I wanted.
Yeah. And it's like it's that anonymous thing, right? It's the anon thing. If you have no way to be found out for doing something, like, human nature is that people will do the wrong things. People will steal, people will kill, people will do dirty things all the time to get an advantage over the next person, provided they don't have to pay consequences for it. That's what happens all the time. And this person on Twitter is trying to say, well, that's not true. That's not true. You're wrong. You're wrong. And it's like,
it's 2000% true. Because ask the same person on Twitter. Ask him this simple question: if you believe humans are naturally good and altruistic, then goddamn it, take away the cops from planet Earth.
Exactly.
Take away all law enforcement. Hey, Chris, watch this. Chris, I want you to tell me what would happen if all law enforcement,
if all laws and all law enforcement were just gone. Yeah,
what would happen?
It would be pandemonium.
Oh, why, Chris? I thought people were good.
Exactly.
They would take shit.
They would take whatever they want.
because now there's no consequence, right? Like, oh my God.
No consequences.
Crest, I love your shoes. I love your PS5. I love your house. You know what? I don't have to work for anything. I'm just going to take
mine
it.
now.
It would be an endless king of the hill, right?
Absolutely.
As you take, you have to try to defend, right? Like, oh,
Yeah.
I got to defend what I got. And eventually someone's going to take it from you.
Exactly.
It would be literally, it'd be lawlessness. Hence why we have laws and law enforcement and cops and
well, because
they
like,
realize quickly.
when it boils down to it, it's like, okay, well, what's the consequence for taking my sandwich right now? Like, there's not really a whole lot outside of like, well, you're a dick. But if you're in that situation where it's life or death, where people are constantly fighting over resources or constantly with no laws to stop them from doing anything, you take my sandwich, I'm going to shoot you. I'm going to kill you and put you in the ground so you can't steal my sandwich again. Like, the laws are there to stop us from killing each other over stupid things.
Over stupid stuff. Like, you scuffed my Puma. Like, do you remember Chris Rock's song, No Sex in the Champagne Room?
Yeah.
And he has that little bit where he goes, you don't want to, he goes, no one wants to serve a 25 to life because someone scuffed your Puma. But there's dudes in prison right now doing that, right?
Exactly.
A dude was in the club, and his Puma got snuffed, right?
Stepped on, scuffed.
So he got stepped on like this. Yo, man, watch where you're going. And then what did the other guy say? Watch where you're going.
Watch where you're going.
Gun
And then someone
drawn.
pulls a knife or someone pulls a gun.
Someone pulls a knife or a gun. A life is ended over ego, right? Over pride.
For nothing.
And then you're sitting in prison. And remember, you're still hot when you're in court. I showed him. Do you know what it sets in, Chris? It doesn't even set in at trial, right?
No, it doesn't.
Self-defense. It sets in once you're in prison for a while, right? Because when you first get in there, I'm gonna appeal. Oh no, I'm hard. I'm a thug.
Exactly.
But when you're
sets in when you drop the soap once or twice.
You're right, and you start facing real consequences. You're like, wait a minute, man. Why am I in here? And someone's like, yo, dude, hold on. Here's the thing, dude. I'm in prison because I deserve it because I did all these horrible things. Like, what are you in here for? And when you really, because you'll say, oh, I caught a murder one. Yeah. And they go, okay, so what happened, man? Was it, was it an intruder? What happened? You're like, nah, man, I was in a club and this dude scuffed my Puma. And they're gonna look at you like, wait a minute, dude.
Like, what?
I'm in here because they said it's against the law to protect yourself from a home invasion because it's a stupid law, right? That's why I'm in here. Yeah. Like, you're in here.
Someone threatened my family and I put them in the ground.
Yeah. You put them down, and that's why you're here, right?
Yeah.
Chris, a scuffed Puma? You're in here because you were in the club and someone bumped into you? Like, that's why you're here? Like, for life?
That's Chris, what I'm talking about.
Once you let that set in, I want you to imagine being that guy, right? You went in prison in your early 20s, right? Because you're hot-headed.
Yeah.
How long does it take serving? In what year of your life sentence do you think you have genuine regret? How long?
I would say probably 6 months into it, if that.
Right? Because what happens within 6 months?
Pretty fucking quick.
You're
you know how many showers you have in 6 months?
Yeah, right. Maybe someone went ahead and took your cheeks, Felice Johnson style, right? Yeah. But at some point, Chris, do you know what makes you have genuine regret? It's not even that you killed a guy. Do you know where the regret comes from? It is the fact that relativity is a thing, right?
Oh yeah.
Everything is relative. So your life going forward is waking up to someone telling you what to do all day, every day, right? Well, wake up, time to eat. Wake up, do this.
Exactly.
Time to sleep. And you're like, wait a minute. 8 months ago, when I was in that club, or a year ago, when trial was, right? 3 years ago, right? You're sitting like, okay, so 2 years ago, where was I? I was putting on some new cologne, right?
Yeah.
Put on some new cologne and some fresh new kicks, the fresh Pumas, right? That I bought that day. And I thought I looked pretty fly. And I was going out to the club and I was going to go try to get laid, right? Yeah. That was your plan. And you're like, okay, so where am I at now? I'm the dude getting laid by getting bunker busted by Bubba, right?
Yeah.
And you're like, wait a minute. How did I end up here? And you're like, so it was when that guy scuffed my Pumas, and all I had to say was either nothing, or when I said, hey, man, watch where you're going, the guy was like, yo, who you talking to? I should just be like, it's whatever, man. I could have walked away.
Exactly.
Like, instead, I had to draw the gun.
You had to draw something.
And you're like, that was 2 years ago. Chris, imagine being in your 20s.
Exactly.
And you're like, this is for life.
Did you ever see, just speaking of this, did you ever see that video of like that kid? I think he was like 18 years old. He was ready for the NBA draft, and he got convicted on like some like 17 counts of assault or something like that.
Ooh.
And like he was like ready for the NBA draft, and he was like pleading for his life, and they were reading him his sentencing, and they're like, and they just like read it to him, and it's like, yeah, you're guilty of 17 separate counts of assault, blah 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 blah. You're gonna be spending like 8 years, and then he just falls to the floor, like 8 years per count, and he falls to the floor thinking he's getting like 105 years, and the judge is like, the guy is like falling apart because he's like thinking his life is over. Like he thinks he's done. He's going to spend the rest of his life in jail. And his lawyer's telling him like, no, stand up. It's not as bad as you think. And the judge is like, no, it's 85 years or whatever concurrently. So you're serving it like concurrently, like 8-year sentences. So you'll just be in jail for like 8 years or whatever else. And so he was like losing his mind. So he got out after 5 years. He got it after 5 years, went to the NBA draft and didn't get drafted. But you can tell, like, that's an immediate thing. In 1 sec, my curry's here, so I'll let you take over for a second.
Cress and her curry. I'm glad that Cress brings up the choices that a lot of these young guys make, especially young guys, because when it comes to the most severe of consequences, I would say men are going to face the most severe consequences directly because men's reaction to their environment and their need to control their environment is through physical force and physical manipulation. So whether it be, yeeting somebody, punching someone in the face, stabbing someone, everything is always immediate and direct. When women are faced with a situation where, they're going to ruin their life at an early age, it's going to be something that involves them destroying their body or trying to destroy someone else through social manipulation, right?
Exactly.
Me Too and a guy, which they don't face consequences for, or hell yeah, I'm going to start this OnlyFans on my 18th birthday, like catch me outside. How about that girl, right? That chick, Danielle, whatever her last name, Bergoli or whatever her name is. That is the only choice that both sexes will wind up with, is that it's going to wind up being like that physical domination, immediate action, or it's going to be like that slow burn, because OnlyFans for a lot of these young girls is a slow burn, right? Like if you pop it open on OnlyFans, you don't suffer the consequences right away.
You see it all the time, though. Like there's stuff that you see that follows people around for fucking years. Like there's a girl that I used to know. Got into an accident when she was younger, got some like sort of brain damage, which apparently she got a huge fucking settlement from whatever it was. She got like $10 million or something because she's never going to be normal again, because she apparently alleged from the accident and the brain damage made her like addicted to sex now, so she's can't live a normal life.
Sure.
Sure.
It was the accident, right?
Let me go find a sidewalk to slip on so I can make that claim and make $10 million. But no, so she was making like sex videos for I don't know what for, but she would post them on the internet like in very specific places. But then people went and took them and started posting them all over the internet, and so she wasn't making money off of that and all this other stuff. Like this. You can go on OnlyFans, right? And you can do it for while you want to do it. The problem is there's 1,000,001 ways to go and take that content. So when you don't want to do it anymore because you want to run for governor, or you want to run for president, or you want to run for like head of the children's union, you can't do that because that shit comes up now. And it follows you around because the internet's fucking forever. Like the internet's around all the time. And if you want to pretend like that shit never happened, now you have an entire generation of women, young women, who are putting themselves out there, who are selling their bodies because it's easy to do. It requires literally nothing. They have a room in their house that is empty, and they just go in there and stick shit in their crotch for however many hours a day, and they sell that. And like this shit happens all the time. They don't think about the consequences now. It's fine when they're 18, 19, 20. Okay, when you're 35 and you're applying for jobs, and the world that you created and the people that you surround yourself have created, where you're going to have a social score to get a job now, which includes going through your entire internet history and like scanning the fucking microchip on the back of your neck. And then they come across that oh, you were selling nudes when you were 18, 19. Oh, can't do that in a Puritan society anymore. Like it's getting
I'm
to
not gonna
that
lie.
point.
I have mixed feelings on how that will ever be implemented, because here's the thing: the government only cares about women because that's the majority of the voter base, right? And if women say something like "this isn't fair," wham wham wham, whoever the constituents are, right? They're gonna vote accordingly, right?
Yeah.
So their representatives are gonna say, we have to do what the constituents say, which is this can't be used against you. Now, given there's always ways around whatever, but like I truly believe that. I mean, think about it. What have we seen throughout society so far? Is that what basically has been said is women won't be held accountable for anything they do, right? Anything they say, anything they do. At the end of the day, she's not going to serve any real hard time for ruining someone's life, right? And nothing's going to happen. So if you can accept that, then you have to know what happens. And that's where I'm saying I'm with you in the part where when they try to go and do X, Y, and Z, it's gonna affect them. Where the only real consequence I see women having in terms of being OnlyFans thoughts is going to be relationship wise. I don't think it's going to affect their job, right? Like, here's the thing. X amount of places won't accept them, right?
I'm saying that because that's what these people, that's what people that are on OnlyFans and everything else like that, and that circle that surrounds it, that's what they're pushing for. They're pushing for social purity.
What's going to happen? What they're going to do is, so Chris, think about it like this though, right? Okay, pretend that you're one of these horrible women who thought OnlyFans was the way to go, right? And let's just say you represent. Yeah, right. Yeah. We know you start with the foot pics. We all know it really.
Everyone's asking me for the foot pictures on OnlyFans.
Well, the thing is this: these girls who do this, right? And then what happens when, in the near future, all the twerk video girls, all the OnlyFans girls, they can't get jobs?
Oh yeah.
When women don't get something they want, what do they do? Who do they cry to? The government.
The government,
right?
Yeah, the government.
So what's going to happen is they're going to go like this. Oh, no. Okay, because remember, the government does whatever women tell them to do, right? So they're going to go like this. Okay, you can't discriminate against, and you know it's coming, right? They're going to, because we see there were 30 to 40 million new OnlyFans subscribers, right? Uptick in creators, right? 30 to 40 million creators between March and April last year, right? When the quarantine hit, right?
Yeah.
Well, that means that you're going to have at least, I would argue, 100 million women all over the world who are on OnlyFans or doing some other kind of pornography related stuff, right?
Mm-hmm.
On the internet that can be verified, right? Well, Chris, here's what's going to happen. They're going to push for the government that you can't use their social media against them, right?
But that's
because
the thing. It's like,
accountable.
That's a really slippery slope because now you're having government interfering with private business.
Yep.
Well, where does that step
for a while now? Right?
Where does that step over though? But it happened in WWE, right?
Yep.
Because
that girl that
certain
people,
certain people didn't get permission, like Sable and stuff like that. They got their Playboy deal and they got that permission through WWE, and that was before WWE decided to go rated G. Like rated E for everyone.
Yeah.
But now you have people like what's her face? Paige, who had her sex videos out everywhere.
Mm-hmm.
And she got nixed from the TV show. And then that brought in a clause to say that their superstars under contract were not allowed to do anything with their social medias, and they're not allowed to make money on their social medias. They have to make money through WWE and WWE alone. And there's a lot of companies that do stuff like that now.
Yep. Well, they're going to become interconnected because, of course, the Matrix always wants to get a tighter hold of everybody, right?
Yeah.
And of course,
and
Simpson and the Karens are going to enable this.
And Samantha, I'm not talking about stripping or modeling. That's different. That stripping and modeling is seen differently in terms of the world of the greater world of working and whatever else. But what I'm talking about is like straight ass like being on a porn site or being a porn star. There's a stigma.
Let's just say Belle Delphine content.
Yeah, the Belle Delphine stuff, right? The OnlyFans content. That's a different thing than being a stripper or modeling, right? There's a difference between being in a place where that's regulated and where it's like you're theoretically kept safe. I mean, some places are not good at that, but theoretically it's regulated. Theoretically it's a safe, place that it's not being marketed to the wrong people. Whereas like Pornhub, for example, there's no fucking guarantee that little Timmy's not logging in on Pornhub and jacking off his half pack of Mentos to it. You can't tell that. You don't know that. So there's a bigger stigma for like the quote unquote porn stars that just go out there to OnlyFans. There's nothing on OnlyFans that requires you to verify your identity every time you log into it. Like that's a problem, right? And that's why OnlyFans really took the stance of moving away from porn content when they kind of sniffed that the world is getting more Puritan, and they wanted to get out of there first and try and blame it on MasterCard. But that's the difference. Like, you look at prostitution, that's the argument between prostitution and brothels, right? Like being a prostitute on the side of the street versus being a sex worker in a brothel that is regulated, right? There's a bit of stigma that comes with one over the other. That's all that is, and it's no shade on you.
Well, absolutely. Well, let's face it, though. When it comes to this, I think, do you know who I believe is going to be like the poster child for this going forward? And it's going to also tie into Me Too and your whole thing about, gender power and responsibility is the Lana Rhodes of the world, right?
Yeah.
These girls who go and do all this spicy content and they say, I'm okay.
We're seeing it, Drexel.
I'm down to do whatever, right? That's what I'm down to do. You name it, I'm down to do it.
Drexel, we're seeing it. Did you? I'm sure you've heard this story. You've heard this story about what the fuck's his name? The biggest porn star, the biggest male porn star.
Jeremy?
Jeremy, yeah, Ron Jeremy.
Yep.
About him being sued, like being taken to court for like several quote unquote sexual assaults now. Like after the fact?
Yeah, I did hear about that.
After the fact? And I think most, if not all of them, are all porn stars that he had worked with that are claiming sexual assault.
Oof. See, I didn't know that part. Like,
yeah.
I saw someone had put something in my Discord that said, like, yo, Drex, did you see this? All I saw was like the tagline, right? Like, Ron Jeremy is, indicted. He was indicted on a lot of charges, like 20-something charges, right? 30 charges.
And they indicted him on a grand jury. They did it the Epstein way, or not the Epstein, the Weinstein way. They didn't even go in front of a judge. They just brought a blind jury in, a secret jury, and voted on it. And they indicted him on 20 charges or something like that.
Well, you're always going to be guilty, right? Like, so
of course,
I like to have female chaperones with me when I'm on Smash missions. In fact, I actually have a Smash mission coming up in Miami, right?
Yeah.
So I'm headed to Miami, and I'm going to be with Miss Columbia, right?
Yeah.
And here's the beauty of being with somebody that, people go, you can never trust, to a certain extent. But it's like, if I had to put money on who would or would not Me Too me, there are certain women that I'm like, I don't think this one would be too keen to Me Too me, right?
Yeah.
So all things being equal, and she didn't.
I don't think she would, but.
Yeah, all things being equal, let's say for the sake of argument, she never Me Too's me, right?
Yeah.
It is great to have a female chaperone when you wind up being anywhere, because the word of a woman is what's most important, right?
Yeah.
So if a woman shows up and says, Drex did this to me, and then they say, okay, Drex, so what happened? Oh, okay, no. I was with someone there, and it was a woman. It was a woman. And remember, that's all that matters, right, is the word of a woman. So all she has to say is, no, it didn't happen. Because if a chick says I did something to her, right, that was improper, how did that happen? We were in a swing club with everybody watching. How did
exactly.
Because here's the thing. One of the things I've actually told guys, Chris, I said, look, man, a swing club is a great place to be if you don't want to get Me Too'd. Because what women cherish more than anything else is their social credit and their reputation, right?
Yes. Yeah.
So what ends up happening is, if a woman tried to Me Too you, one of the first things that you have to answer is, where did it happen, right? That's one of the first. They ask who, what. They ask what first. What happened? Who did it? And then what's the very next question? Where?
Yep.
Women don't want to start saying things like, it was gangbang night at a swing club called Velvet. Right? Velvet Miami, Trapeze out there in South Florida. If you start giving names, they start going, wait a minute. Let me be straight. You were great in a swing club. How does that happen? Because now your story starts already sounding unbelievable, right?
Yeah.
Or even like saying you got raped in a brothel. People gonna be like, oh, wait a minute, this ain't adding up, right? That's the beauty of it, though, Crest. And it's the reason why people can they can criticize me all they want. It's one of the reasons why in the hookup culture, it's more. I don't know if you want to call it cost effective or whatever, but like it's a better long term investment to deal with women who are in relationships, right?
Yeah.
Because watch this. Dude gets me too, right? It's all, to my knowledge, 99% of the time, it's by a chick who is single, right? Just some random thought saying, this guy did this to me, right?
Absolutely.
Now watch this. Me too. Who is it? It was Drex. He did it. Okay. Remember the question I asked, right? The what happened? Drex raped me. Okay. Now what? Right? You guys start asking when did this happen? Okay, so Drex is the guy. You say it happened on, August 28th. Okay, we got the who, we got the what happened, we got the when. So now what do we need? We need the where. It was at this hotel. Wait a minute. Hey, Chris, wait a minute. You were married at this time.
Yeah.
Why is a married woman? We have your records right here. It says that you called in sick from work, right?
Yeah.
We have video of you right here inside of a Walmart with this guy. And then we have video of you at a hotel, right? At a Hilton. If you're married, why are you at a Walmart with this guy? It looks like you guys are in the condoms aisle, right? The lifestyle aisle, right?
Picking up cooking oil.
You bought condoms from Walmart or Target. Then we see video of you going to the gas station or something. You guys got some drinks. You guys got, I drink water and stuff, water and Gatorade, right?
Yeah. Some
snacks. And then we see you. You are the driver. He's in the passenger seat going over to a Hilton, right?
Yeah.
So now what you're telling me is that a married woman was taken against her will. How did that happen? See, a single chick is going to say that because remember what I said, though, Chris.
You obviously have the power dynamic here. You have the power,
right? So, Chris, this is the beauty of it. This takes all of her leverage out of the picture, right? Because why would a married woman be in a hotel room with a single man?
Exactly.
See, because now she has to answer that question to her husband, to her family. So now she's on the hook.
Yeah.
Right. So by that definition, in the modern Me Too culture, it makes more sense to smash these married chicks.
Yeah.
It is what it is. I don't do all this, moral and ethical stuff. I go like this. What is your goal? If you're a dude and you say my goal is to get laid, right? I'm trying to get my dick wet. I say, okay, cool. You want to do it with the least amount of hassles. Hey, guess what, Chris? Guess who doesn't walk around STDs? You know what group of women doesn't walk around STDs?
Well, usually married women.
Married women, because there's a consequence, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so you're getting okay. Okay, watch this. You don't want a relationship, check. You don't want them getting clingy, check. You don't want them to have STDs, check. And you don't want to get Me Too, check. The one group who can fit all the I almost forgot, Chris. You want them to be super freaks. You want them to go for broke, right?
Yeah.
The only group who checks all of those boxes is the married chick.
Right.
The cheating married chick is who checks every single box.
Mm-hmm.
So this is what hookup culture has created, right? With women's sexual liberation. Chris, it's beautiful. God bless feminism. God bless hypergamy. God bless feminism. God bless every one of these apps where these chicks come to you saying, I hate my marriage. I just need attention. He doesn't even look at me. He doesn't care about me. And I just feel so lonely. Now,
of course, yeah.
Chris, I have some big, wide ass shoulders. I have shoulders big enough, wide enough, and strong enough for every lonely housewife on earth to cry on.
Yeah.
Please cry on it. Just tell me what's wrong. Okay. But Chris, this is the world that they wanted, right?
Of course it is.
So and this is what bothers me. They will blame dudes like me, right? Like I'll be on Nick's show and there'll be people that say something in the comment section here and there, right? And I'm like, but hold on now. This is what women wanted, right? Okay, no, Chris, let's go down the line and let's do a check for everything women wanted, right? Watch this. Let's go down the line. Income, right? Make their own money. Is that what they push for?
Yeah.
So you didn't hear women rebelling against that, right? You didn't hear you didn't see marches on Washington saying we don't want to make our own money. Would you agree?
There's no marches for that now.
None. All right, so let's put a check. All right. How about this? Abortion, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now, there's a few women that say, "Oh, this is wrong," but for the most part, it is cheered, right? Culture to culture. It doesn't matter if it's in Chile, America, Canada. Women cheer for their my body, my choice. Would you agree that the majority are cheering for that, right?
Absolutely.
Okay, let's put a check. Let's put a check. Women's sexual liberation. I want to have sex like a man. Did you see women saying, we want to have one man for the rest of our life, one and done? Did you hear that?
I don't hear many people say that, at least openly.
Especially not women, right?
You want to have the option.
Something like that.
You want to have the option to.
So most women, you would agree, are pro-sexual liberation, right?
Oh, yeah, definitely.
Okay, I put sex lib right here on my little notes. Let's put a check mark. Okay, let's look at what else we got. No fault divorce. Did you hear women saying, no, there has to be a reason. Somebody just say, I'm not happy.
We have to protect the poor women.
We have to protect. See, so Chris, would you agree that women, by and large, are pro no fault divorce? So they can bail out whenever they want to. Would you agree?
No. They want the alimony. They want the pity parties. They want all of the.
That's the byproduct. I'm saying the divorce part. Like a woman can bail out of a marriage at any time, whenever she feels like it.
Well,
are women for that or against it?
Women would want that. Yeah.
Yep. So we're gonna put a check. Okay. Now that leads to our next point: alimony and child support.
Yeah.
Okay. Are women for this or against it?
Well, they want it if it benefits them.
That's right. So we're going to put a check because 93% of the payments go to them, right? So, all right. Let's see what we got. We got making our own money, income, abortion, sexual liberation, no fault divorce, alimony, child support.
She's going on
including an income, right? If they're making their own money, let's put a little asterisk right here. Gender quotas. Are women for it or against it?
Gender focus.
No, gender quotas.
Oh, quotas. It benefits women. Yeah, they want it.
So they're for it, right?
Yeah.
So women pushed men out of the workforce with all these are all laws they push for, right? We're going to all of this is factual, right? This is not me just saying this stuff for no reason.
Yeah.
All right, watch this. Me too. Would you say women were, because remember, if women were against it, we should have been hearing women from day one pushing against it, right?
Largely, not counting the exceptions, women are for Me Too.
Are for Me Too, right? Because that means that any woman at any time could just Me Too a guy, right? There was that guy that I knew way back when. He's a Supreme Court justice now. He's an athlete. He's a Me Too. Bob Dylan got Me Too after 56 years.
We saw a dude version of it with Nirvana, right?
What happened with Nirvana?
You didn't hear about the Nirvana thing? Oh my God! So the baby.
That's my favorite band.
The baby on the cover of Nevermind. Remember that one?
Okay, yeah, you're right. Yeah, Nevermind. Yeah, he's suing them, saying
he's suing them.
What was his grounds? He said sexual exploitation.
Sexual exploitation of a minor.
Yep.
You know why he's doing it?
Yeah, because he's broke.
Well, no, he's been broke for a very long time.
Of course he has.
He's been broke for a very long time. He said in many different interviews that being attached to Nirvana like that has opened so many doors for him. And he's an art major, of course. Big surprise.
Of course.
And he tried to get Nirvana to be involved in his art show, and they stood him up. They ignored him.
Uh-huh.
And that's why he's suing.
That's female behavior. Now, I'm assuming. Have you done any research? Is this guy raised by a single mom?
Yeah.
Is he raised by a single mom?
I don't know. I know all I know is that his parents got paid $200, and I don't know if his dad's still around.
Okay. One of two things: either his dad was not around, or his dad was a beta male, which is basically the same, right?
Yeah.
So he's basically okay. So for all the ladies out there, if you were in a relationship with a beta male, you're in a lesbian relationship. Congratulations. A sexless, loveless, bullshit, garbage, toxic lesbian relationship. So if you are engaged to a man like Ron Toye for 8 years, you're in a lesbian relationship. You see how that works? When women are around real men, you know what they tend to do?
No, I'm sorry, Drexel. Lesbians actually still do have sex if you're in a relationship with Ron Toye.
I mean, I know he gets paid. It is what it is. I mean,
you're in a relationship with a cat at that point. That's
right. But Crest, it goes back to what we were saying. Me Too always comes well after the fact when someone is losing.
Oh, yeah,
right?
when
That's
they
really
want something or when they need something or they feel slighted about something. Yeah, 100%.
Oh my God, you slighted me? Crest, you and I hooked up and you're the popular, superstar.
Yeah.
And you didn't treat me like royalty. How dare you? I'm going to go ahead and say you did something. That's why, if you notice, it's never like the time it happens. It's always after the fact.
I broke up with you and then you became a billionaire? Oh, well, I should have been entitled to that.
It was
I was abused.
It was so horrible. He even financially abused me. He didn't let me just spend his billions for whatever I wanted.
Exactly.
You can't make this up, Chris.
No, you can't.
These people are scum. They're flat out scum. and here's the thing. And I have to actually listen to these people. I'll be out and about living my life, and somebody will the prime example. You'll have that person who, when Trump gets accused, he's guilty. Right?
Exactly. 100%. There's no way.
When Cuomo gets accused, well, we gotta look at it. Oh, wait a minute. When Biden gets accused, I go, look, just stay. I always tell people, just stay consistent. And I said the same thing about Trump guys, right? Exactly. If you're right leaning, I say just be consistent. Don't flip the script and then try to, it wasn't like, no. Keep that same energy, right?
Yeah. I'm a fan of right across the board. I don't care if you're a politician. I don't care if you're a preschool teacher. I will treat you the fucking same.
I'm treating you the same. I treat you the same. And when female teachers wind up graping their male students, right?
Yeah.
Their underage male students.
Yeah.
Make sure you say to throw the book at them because that's a pedo, right?
Nice.
Don't say something like, well, she was going through something. That's the left, right?
Exactly.
Or,
she didn't understand.
He was lucky. That's the right. You see what I'm saying?
Exactly.
Both of them are simps. They simp in different ways.
Exactly.
Listen, they're insufferable to me, right?
Yeah.
I've been around these types on both sides, and they're insufferable. I'm like, oh, so you're just a simp. Because when you really break it down, Chris, when you really get to the nitty gritty, everything that you see, what it's really about is just that these guys are just thirst buckets who want some peace.
Of course.
That's all it's about.
Of course.
This goes, your power dynamic, right?
Yeah.
You said it earlier. The male feminist guy at the Pride March and all that stuff, and respect women. He just wants to get laid. He thinks this is the way he's going to get it. So
100%.
Going back to what you said about the Nirvana accuser, right? When the male feminist guy does everything, he simps till his heart can't simp anymore, right? He's convinced he's about to get his pee-pee touched.
Yeah.
And the most he gets is a literal pat on the head, right?
Yeah.
You're such a good boy. I'm so glad to have a friend like you.
On the right head, not the wrong one.
He goes off, right?
Oh,
he
yeah.
snaps. He can't take that. He's done everything, right? He's dressed up like a woman.
Yeah.
He's told kids to go to Pride and let male dominatrixes and stuff take pictures with them while their genitals are exposed. None of this worked, right?
None of it.
Equal pay, all these things he's marched for. None of it got him his pee-pee touch, right?
Yep.
It is at that point where now the real person comes out, and this is when they start abusing these women.
Oh, exactly.
Right? And then the irony is those same women who say, "Oh my God, the sexist, misogynistic men." Who do they call to help? Those guys.
They call those dudes.
Right?
Yeah.
Oh my God, I need a real man, not Ron Sawyer. I need a guy who looks like a real man who's going to protect me.
Please save me from this remote wielding bandit.
Yeah, please save me. He's horrible. Oh my God, I'm going to get stitches.
Good grief.
It's painful, Chris.
It's so bad. It's so bad.
It's so bad. Well, in the greater culture at large, we were talking about some of the issues when I had you on my show about the way that the trans community is used for social credit and all that.
Oh, absolutely. 100%.
And what do you see is going to happen going forward? What is what do you think you're going to see? What do you hope to see going forward?
What I think is going to happen is, again, media and those who like to exploit this shit are going to keep going to the extremes to keep trans people looking like circus sideshow acts, just so we can play just for $1 a day, you could make this trans person's life better. and like not actually listen to anyone that has a fucking brain in their skull. What I would hope to see is we just like move the fuck on from trying to appease based on gender guidelines, and just like I don't know, base it on fucking merit, you know? Don't base it on what's in somebody's pants. Base it on what they actually fucking do and what they actually contribute. My opinion. I don't think it's ever going to happen. I don't think we're ever going to get there because there's so many people out there that are fucking meritless that don't benefit from that system, that are currently in power, that don't want to give up that power.
Of course, they got to just get a new boogeyman, right?
So they have to have a new boogeyman.
And I mean, I get where you're coming from, because I agree with you 100%. I don't think it's going to change. I just think it's going to get worse. They're going to double and triple down.
Yeah,
they're going to double and triple down on using you as a token.
No, of course.
Right?
Yeah.
And it's why when you and I were talking on my show, I said, Chris, what does it take for the two groups that would benefit from joining forces the most? What does it take for them to finally realize, oh shit, we're natural allies?
Yeah.
It's Chris, I've always said that about lesbians. I was like, look, I know they don't exist, but I said, lesbians, when will you understand your absolute greatest ally is to get the most masculine, most, savage, misogynistic, chauvinist dude as your wingman. And you will get all kinds of chicks, and vice versa, right?
Absolutely.
And they won't listen. I hate men. Men are pigs. I know.
It's such a hard thing to drill through people who are trans, because it's a retreat for a lot of people who are actually trans, by the way, not these lunatics that think like, oh, my severe bipolar disorder will be completely cured if I just transition my. No, that doesn't work. I'm talking actual. They self-yeet. I'm talking about actual trans people. It's a lot of people spend so much time immersed in that gender expectation, right? Like if they're male to female, they're female to male. Like the male to female are so immersed in masculine culture and masculine expectations, they retreat so far away from anything that has to deal with it, because they don't want to deal with it at all. That is a dark place. That brings back a lot of like stress and anxiety, and just not dealing with that at all, and just avoiding that entirely, because like being a trans girl and hanging out with guys like that, it's awkward, largely because like for the most part they'll just treat you as one of the guys, which is not a bad thing, because women do that too. However, society looks at it, it's like, oh, well, they're not really trans then. No, they're just a fucking person that wants to hang out with the people they want to hang out with. Like, and we force ourselves to be out of situations that are traditionally masculine or feminine because of one way or the other, right? And so that's why you see it's a fucking uphill battle to get trans people to side with men, because a large number of trans women want nothing to do with men for that very reason.
But here's the thing, though. This is what you and I were talking about this, and it really does bother me.
Oh yeah. What
bothers me is that, though, it's like they have this, the trans community, in my opinion, has this huge cognitive dissonance where I'm talking in particular male to female, because you see far more of that than female to male, right?
Well, a lot more is reported.
A lot more reported. I personally have not really seen or heard of that too much in terms of female to male.
I know a lot of female to male trans.
Oh, really?
A lot, yeah.
Look, man, something's different in Canada. Trust me. You gotta come down to the States, Chris. I promise you don't see that shit in the States, man. I promise. It's almost like virtually everyone who transitions, it's gonna be some male to female.
The vocal ones. What I will say is the vocal ones and the ones that you see make a spectacle out of it are absolutely male to female. Like, you don't see the spectacle outside of Elliot Page.
I was just about to say Elliot. Well, let me ask you this: what does the trans community think of Elliot Page?
I mean, I think I don't. Thing is, I'm not really connected with the trans community because I don't like a lot of the ones that make a spectacle out of it. I'm sure there's a lot of people that look up to Page as like an idol or a hero or something to be looked up to. I don't know, to be honest, but like, I know it's a weird thing. It's a weird thing, but like, I'm not connected with the community because largely the community is very insulated, right? They don't like to acknowledge themselves, and they don't like to accept themselves. They don't like to,
Don't you find that to be kind of oxymoronic?
It is.
Because okay, so here's the thing.
Yeah.
So this, I'm just saying, like, as a generalization, right? So you have a trans community that struggles in their own, in their biological sex, so they want to transition, right?
Yes. Yeah.
And they want to be recognized as their new gender, right?
Yes.
Yet, upon doing this transformation, they are more insecure and awkward about confronting this reality head on. You see what I'm saying?
It's the last step, right? It's the last step of that gap between realizing, like, okay, well, as a trans man or as a trans woman, I am just a man or a woman. Like that, there is no further step to that. It's letting go of that, because it takes a long time to get from point A to point B. Right? It takes a long time to get from deciding that's what you want to do, to starting the therapy, like the hormone therapy, to going through the hormone therapy, to deciding if you want the surgery or not, to finally getting some changes in your body, etc., and finally making the changes in your lifestyle, to changing all of your stuff. That takes a long time. And at the end of that, it's like, okay, well, this is the reality I've built for myself now. This is who I am now. It's like you're leaving an entire lifetime behind at that. And so like it's daunting to look at. Yeah. However, when you're looking at, and for a lot of this time, you're looking at kids 20 to 25 that are making this decision. They're the ones that are the most vocal and most demented out of the entire thing. But when you're talking about someone like myself, who's transitioning later in life, like I'm looking at it at more of a more stable-minded manner, I guess. But like kids who don't have that experience, I say kids, I mean like 22-year-olds, 25-year-olds, kids that don't have that experience in life, it's scary to them, right? They are fearful of letting that go and then just being a woman, right? Just being a woman and everything that entails, or just being a man and everything that entails. They have to hold on to that identity of being a trans man or being a trans woman, because that's more comfortable, because that's what they've spent a quarter of their life being, or however long it is. But that's kind of what it is.
Well, I'm glad you brought that up, because something that I didn't ask when you were on my show, I'll have to, next time I have you on, I'll ask you, but I'll ask you here now, a couple of questions. Question number one, in terms of both you and in the trans community, what do you think about the people who have the positives and negatives, right? Like, here's some people have like regrets, right? Some people don't, they're happy. My question would be, what have you seen from the trans community in terms of, they transition? Yeah. What do they say are the best perks, and then the downsides, right?
Probably the best perks is not feeling like you hate yourself every day, like feeling like you're more like what you're supposed to be, and not having that constant anxiety and depression and constant fear and everything else like that. The downsides obviously would be certain things that you can't actually change, like period. Like you can't change your height, you can't change the fact that you're growing hair or not growing hair, or things like that, right? Like there's certain things that you can't fix at all. And the downsides, obviously, for some people, is the reality of, from male to female, is all of a sudden people that accept and look at you as a woman, treat you as such, which is not as rosy as some people who were being viewed as a male, right? Something like when you're talking in meetings, people won't listen to you, or they won't take your opinion as seriously as a male counterpart, or like they don't think that you're as capable for doing things like lifting things or whatever. I do that right now. Like in my job, like guys in my job go out of their way to like lift heavy things for me because they don't think that I'm physically capable, because I show myself as a woman. Like that stuff is weird, but it's hard to describe for people who aren't in that situation, right? And I'm assuming it's the same thing on the other side. I don't know, because I'm not female to male, but female to male, I would assume they have an idea of where they came from and all this stuff, and they were so used to getting things done, all the stuff done for them. Now they're presenting as a man. They're presenting. Now they are, for all intents and purposes, a man, and now they have a new set of expectations put on them, and a new set of eyes, a different color lens put on them. So like everything that they say is being taken the wrong way. Oh, no, you're misogynist. Oh, you're just saying that because of this. Oh, why do you need help? You're a man. You can lift that by yourself. All these sort of things. So I think that would probably be the one thing on either side, is like the gender stereotypes is a bit jarring if you're not expecting that, or you're expecting something different.
Mm-hmm. Well, when it comes to that, I think that's why one of my criticisms of the trans community is that you have a community that'll say, like, I want to be, treated as this, that, and the other, right?
Yeah.
Yet if they face any kind of criticism, any kind of weird looks or something, they want to retreat right back to basically being in a cocoon, right? Like, I just want to go to this club because it's a trans-friendly club, right? And I have a big issue with that, because you can't have it both ways. You can't say, I want to be, viewed as equal, blah, 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 and just, as another person. But then when you don't get whatever, let's say the same attention or validation that, when you transition, right?
Yeah.
And the person's like, well, people are bigots, or they're just, it's like, well, hold on now. You can't have it both ways. And the reason why I say that is because one of the things that's always struck me, and I want your take on this.
Yeah.
Why do you think there are certain trans, so in particular male to female, right, that stay pre-op, and then those who go post-op? Like, what have you heard is like the mitigating factor with that?
On what? Sorry, that.
Well, so you'll have like I said, when it's female to male, like right. The Elliot Page.
Right.
Their penis envy is so strong. They truly want to, basically LARP as a dude.
Yeah, they want the biggest, firmest, eggplant they can possibly get.
Yeah. Like everything seems to be like, oh, I really got it. It's like, we got to suffer through Elliot Page. But
yeah.
In when it comes to male to female, I've always been curious. I was like, okay, why is it that certain male to female trans people, what they do is they'll go like this: I'm gonna take the hormones. I'm gonna dress, feminine. Blah 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 blah. Yeah. How come certain ones are pro? Let's get the keep the package, and then other ones, no matter how much they go through all these feminization surgeries and shave the Adam's apple, they do all these things, but they won't ever chop off the manly bits.
It comes down to personal preference. Largely, number one, personal preference. Number two, it's a really fucking serious surgery. Like, there are different types of surgeries. Some people are non-elect, like they choose to not get any surgery whatsoever. Some people choose to get minor surgeries, like just getting the testes removed. Some people opt for just the front of the storefront being in place, like. Because you can go different degrees, right? Like you can go no op, which is not touched at all. You can go just get the balls removed, testes gone. You can get it so that you can make it look like you have something. So it's just the vulvoplasty or whatever the hell it is. So it just looks like, but there's nobody home. Like there's no vaginal canal. Or you can make it go the full gauntlet and make a vaginal canal and full structure, everything else, make it full and functional. So like the latter of those two, like the first two options are really non-invasive, right? Like you can get the testes removed and be up and going in like 4 weeks, like without having serious bedridden issues. The other two take upwards to 4 to 8 months of bed recovery before you can even start to move around. So like there is a very serious stigma, like I wouldn't even say stigma, but it's a very serious dedication to, like, you need to have someone taking care of you. You need to realize that you're not going to be mobile for like 4 months because you have a lot of stress in that area, that if you move around, you're going to rip stitches, you're going to get infections, and like that's a very difficult place to have surgeries on. So like there's a lot of surgeries that you have to do for the latter two as opposed to the first two, which is like if it also depends on how bad your dysphoria is and how bad it affects you mentally, right? And the thing is that if all you, like for myself, for example, my big issue was not having the right estrogen level in my system mentally. Because mentally, I was experiencing severe crippling social anxiety, severe crippling depression. Like, I couldn't go to work without ending up in tears, and I didn't know why. And it largely was because my estrogen levels, like my brain wanted my estrogen levels to be of that of a natural-born female, and that just didn't work. And so when I started taking estrogen, that stuff started to go away. And so I understand as a person, I'm not going to look like that, 4'10" Japanese anime princess. That's okay. Like I'm starting to develop in certain areas, like my ass keeps bumping into things, but that is going to come with time. Wherever that lands, it's going to land. Now, if I decide to go for surgery, it will be. I don't foresee myself wanting to go into a relationship, right? Like I'm in a situation where I'm good doing me, right? I don't need to go out and get a man or get a woman or get a whatever else in between. I'm good doing me. So do I need to have a vaginal canal for that whatever else? Likely not. I don't think that that's going to do anything for me because, having sex with a man at this point, I don't really care. It's not a huge thing on my list right now. I don't care. For people that want to have a sexual relationship with their boyfriend or husband, that might be very important to them. Otherwise, people might just opt for the lower end of that, whereas they just make it look like it, but there's nothing behind the door. Whereas some people, there's like one famous porn trans girl that just has the balls removed, and she can still function with the other thing. I mean, it all really comes down to not like what can you do in terms of health. Like, are you healthy enough to have these surgeries? Number two, what do you want to do with yourself in your life? Like, do you want to have a sexual relationship with your partners? Do you not want to have a sexual relationship with your partners? Or like, what type of relationship do you want to have? It comes down to what you're comfortable with as a person, right? Because some trans women might be comfortable just having the stick, right? And, having a girlfriend or having a boyfriend that likes getting it that way. And that works for them. And, no one else in the world really needs to know because no one else would know unless you're sleeping with them. Like that's the point, right? Like if I decide that I am not going to have a sexual relationship with anybody ever again, ever, then what is the point of me going out and hollowing out myself and doing all of these dangerous surgeries and everything else like that when it's literally never going to be used? It doesn't make sense to me. But if I can show myself in public and people can address me as a normal person without being like, oh my God, like what is that thing walking down the road? Then I'm fine. I'm perfectly okay with that, And it doesn't matter to me if I pee standing up or if I pee sitting down. No one's going to be there to watch me, so who the fuck cares?
Right. Unless it's on OnlyFans.
Unless it's on OnlyFans.
Apparently that is like a thing now. People are like, I want these pee videos. Bruh. It is, Chris, these thirsty monkey simps have gotten out of control. Look, you already have a built-in audience.
Oh yeah.
You go on OnlyFans. I mean, there's every kind of kink, and you can, like I said, it's gonna start with the foot pics. Look, I'm not judging you. I already know you got the foot pics out there somewhere. I'm not judging.
Everyone's asking for foot pictures. Everybody.
Nick and I always joke that we're like, it always starts with foot pics, and then Nick's like, it always ends with like a double dildo in your ass.
And I'm sorry, chat. I know you guys were commenting a lot. I missed most of your. I am reading your chats though. Samantha was saying she has a trans friend who doesn't get the operation because her dysphoria is more about how she presented herself in society, like breasts, her hair, her face. That's mine. Like that's 100%. It's like that for myself. It's like, yeah, if people don't look at me without my pants on, largely because I'm 30 something years old and I don't look flattering without my pants on. So that being said, I'm perfectly okay.
I really want to know, Chris. I really want to know what this this roadblock is with the heterosexual masculine male community and the trans community, because it's like it's almost like there's this block that's like, I don't know if it's like a the hidden valley, if it's the uncanny valley, whatever it is. It's like, why haven't people figured out they are natural allies?
Yeah.
And it's like they won't ignite, like time and again. And what I've seen, and I'm just gonna be honest with you, the only side that I see that really pushes it, ironically enough, is men, which is ironic.
Yeah.
Like I said, whether it be me, whether it be TFM, the people who I hear the most saying, wait a minute, this is natural allies right here. I don't hear from the trans community, like I don't really see much of an olive branch. Like, so I want to know, I've heard about, like, social anxiety and everything.
Yes.
What is it that you believe that is, you feel that, whether it be, you yourself or just other people, what do you think it is that the social anxiety, do you think it's the social anxiety that you feel from the genetic women or the genetic men? Like, where is like most of your, like, in terms of how you present yourself, right? Like, you want to be seen a certain way. Like, do you feel like there's more pressure? Like, oh my God, I'm worried about what blank, whether it be men will think, or was it blank women will think?
I honestly, I didn't care what anyone thought. Me as a person, I don't give a fucking flying fadoo what you think about me or anybody.
No, I'm saying back in the day.
I know, and I'm saying back in the day. This is who I was. This is why it caught me off guard so much. I had no idea what was causing it, because I didn't care what people thought about me.
Oh, so that's right. Yeah, because the estrogen levels. Right? Yeah.
Well, that's the thing. For me, it was that. For me, it seemed to be that, because as soon as I started taking estrogen, boom, it went away. There was no problems. But like when it's annoying. It's an annoyance when you go out and you literally, like, anybody at all that doesn't know me would look and be like, "Yep, that's a woman, 100%." And then I have people who know me come up and misgender me or like dead name me or things like that. This is when it was first starting. And that's like, it's a henpeck, right? It's the thing at the back of your head. It's just like, bop, 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 bop. And it's annoying. That's not like, that doesn't contribute to the anxiety or any depression. It just pisses you off. Is really all it does, at least for myself. But for that type of stuff, it's like, for me, it just seemed to be estrogen. Like that's what the thing was. That was my brain being like, you're terrible, you're horrible, like everything is just bad, everything's falling in. I don't know why the hell that started. I don't know like what it was, but it was just like, that was it. My brain's like, no more, we got to have this right fucking now, or else that's it. For other people, it could be that for people looking at them and seeing them and whatever else. Because I know I tell this to everybody, because everyone's so apologetic about misgendering and things like that. It's like, look, I can tell when you're being a dick about misgendering me, or like using the wrong name or wrong pronouns. I can tell when you're being an asshole about it, and when you're honestly making a mistake, or just using a neutral term like dude or bro. I get that. But when you have people, like, and it happens in chats all the time, in Twitch chats all the time, people come in and they're just like, "Oh, how's it going, man?" And it's like, okay, it's going fine. Oh, well, what are you up to, bro? Like, and they capitalize, like, they're being a dick.
Yeah,
and
like, that's
obviously you're being a dick.
It's clearly trolling. Yeah,
it's like, it's trolling. I get it, but like, again, that stuff I just like toss over my shoulder, because it's like, am I gonna talk to this person for more than 5 minutes in my entire life? Probably not. Are they my boss? That's a different situation. That needs to get dealt with differently. But if there's some random fucking shopper or the random fucking wackadoo on the side of the road, I don't give a fuck what their opinion is. I don't care if I don't care what the, like, they probably look like they probably look like the fucking underside of a fucking horse, you know, and they're trying to make fun of me how I look. Like, come on, I don't care. I don't care what the hell they're talking about. And I tell people that all the time. They shouldn't care what these people think of either. And they're not going to bed with them. They're not going home with them. Don't fucking care what their opinion is.
Well, the reason why I brought that up is because the infamous GameStop yes ma'am thing, right?
Oh yeah.
And
well, that's
the reason why
outrageous.
it turned a lot of people off is, I mean, you know how that is. I mean, obviously it's a straw man, right?
Oh, of course.
But what ended up happening is that it's situations like that, and what happened with that comic book store stuff, right? Where
that was ridiculous too.
Older, was that?
That was ridiculous too.
It was. The GameStop one to me was worse, and here's why.
Oh yeah.
The kid is clearly just flustered because you keep yelling and screaming, and you're demanding, it's ma'am, but yet you are by far the largest person in the game.
Well, this is what I'm saying. If you are like fucking, I'm trying to think like whatever the hell, like Chad Rippington of the Ripping Friends. If you're familiar with the Ripping Friends, like fucking muscled out, hulked out, fucking super Hulk, fucking. You have like. You have cows for arms, and you're walking around, and you expect people like understand that your body type is your fucking body type, and if you're not doing anything at all, anything whatsoever to tell people or show people that you're presenting a certain way, fucking expect that people are going to react. Because like here's like I knew a trans person that didn't shave ever. At all. Walked around with a full fucking beard and walked around in a muumuu and like had fucking scraggly hair, did no effort to take care of themselves whatsoever, but presented themselves as a woman and got upset when people were addressing them with male pronouns or calling them weird or things like that, because how the fuck would anybody know unless you're holding a neon sign saying what your fucking pronouns are?
Well, and that's what bothered me so much about that whole exchange at GameStop, because I'm like, look, the reason why the kid is and you can clearly see the kid is like bumbling, right?
Yeah,
he's in a stressful, high stress situation. He's saying "sir" because his brain. It goes back to what you just said, right? As he's looking at you,
exactly.
Physically, okay, you are 6'4". You are muscle bound, right? That's why they call it Macho Man Randy Savage, right? That was the whole meme. If you look like a dude, act like a dude, sound like a dude, but are going, it's ma'am. And then you remember when this person felt more insulted, I'll show you a fucking sir. Well, you're acting like a dude. That's why the poor GameStop employee kept on saying sir, like, because it's natural that you say miss when someone looks like. Okay, let's look like this. Blair White presents as a female, right, and could very easily pass for a female, right?
Oh, absolutely.
You heard about Miss Nevada, right? Miss Nevada is trans and won the pageant, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Imagine if Miss Nevada walked around demanding you say "sir." You see how insane that would sound? You'd be like, the guy would it'd be the opposite, right? I'm sorry, man, it's "sir."
Exactly.
It's like, well, I mean, if you look like a woman, act like a woman, and all that, but you're just demanding a pronoun, it's like you can see why people start bumbling.
Exactly.
Right?
I just sent you a photo, by the way.
Oh, what's that?
I just sent you a photo, by the way.
Oh God, I hope it's not as horrible as what I just sent you. Oh Jesus.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. That is hulked out.
Yeah. And it's and
that's the problem.
You have to be realistic. You have to be realistic with your expectations.
And well, that's what bothers me though, Chris, is that like there's just too many delusional people on all spectrums, right?
Oh, absolutely.
Like, okay, I see post-wall chicks, fat chicks, demanding they get a high value man. Like, you know, if you watch Kevin Samuels one night, you're gonna start shaking. You're like, Jesus,
oh yeah,
man, it's hopeless. And someone goes, well, Chris, why is it hopeless? You got German Shepherds, 300 pounds, looking horrible, with 4 kids by 4 men, demanding a high value man, right? Just purely delusional. And they'd be like, well, when Kevin Samuels always says, he goes, I want you to rate yourself on a scale of 1 to 10. You can't use 7. Well, Kevin, I'm a 9. A 9? He goes, a 9? Come on. There was a girl in there who said she was a 10, right?
Of course.
And Kevin Samuels was like, you could just see how like he was like agitated by it, right?
Yeah.
He was just as agitated as that guy in that comic book store. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You don't get to dictate what someone else, how they perceive you. You see what I'm saying? Like, you don't get to walk around being like, no, you need to address me as this. It's like, okay, the reason why the person is addressing you a certain way is because to them, we're not saying to you, to them,
it's like
you look, act, and sound like this.
Exactly.
So that's why
it's like a 75% chance that you fit into this demographic.
Right? and that's why we Kevin saying the show, it's so hilarious because it's like you got these chicks that are well past the wall.
Oh,
right?
yeah.
Well past the wall. And they have all these, these sky high demands. And as Kevin Samuels breaks down, he goes, wait a minute, hold on. He goes, lady, do you know how many men on earth are above, 6 foot tall above? How many, Kevin? 15% on planet Earth.
Yeah.
So if you say he has to be a black guy, right? Because he has a large black audience. If you say he has to be black, okay, well, now you lower that number. Mm-hmm. Then you said he has to make 6 figures. You lower that number. He has to be extremely good looking. You lower, like, before you know it, he's like, you're talking about the fraction of a percent of men on the entire planet.
Exactly.
You see what I'm saying?
Exactly.
It's like you got to be realistic. But I am being realistic. That's why he throws his hands. Like, what do you want me to say? Exactly. That's why he always says, I can't make this shit up because you can't.
You can't.
You can't make it up. It's like, what do you want me to do? Like, Chris, I've given like dating advice to women before.
Yeah.
And I see why dating coaches have quit. I don't know if you ever saw that video with Rebecca Lynn Pope.
No,
she made a video why she quit as a matchmaker. She said because women's expectations are too high.
Oh, of course, because Tinder exists. Because shit like OkCupid and fucking all that shit exists. eHarmony. These sites exist and they constantly get feedback numbers that are unrealistic. Because you're not talking about going out to like small town Illinois and getting hit up by every hot man that lives there, all fucking 3 of them. You're talking about going on the internet where imaginary Adonises exist and they're messaging you because they want to get your photos so they can steal them and then go and run Nigerian prince schemes with them.
It's Ugandan. I don't know what they keep happening. It's always Nigerians, man.
It's always Nigeria.
It's always Nigeria. God damn.
I mean, I'll give it to them. They're enterprising. They are enterprising individuals. But my God,
I just think the whole thing is ridiculous. There's just too often, Cress, where that's why I said like there was a time. I talk about that in my live chats where I'm like, look, man, for the young bucks out there, they haven't lived through. I go, there was a time when things weren't this bad. Because, think about it, Chris, imagine being age 22 right now, right?
I couldn't do it.
Imagine being born in 1999.
Jesus Christ.
Okay, well, what world have you grown up in? You see what I'm saying?
Oh, yeah.
The world it's only been terrible, right? You've
only
known the internet, dating apps, crazy expectations from women. They're 200 pounds, but they expect, like you said, an Adonis, right?
Exactly.
If that's the only world you came in, and everything is woke.
Did
right?
you hear?
Well, I can't imagine a non-woke world.
On this topic, real quick, did you hear that they've re-released the song "It's Raining Men"?
Oh Jesus!
No. They changed the lyrics to "It's Raining Them."
Are you serious?
I'm dead serious.
Jesus Christ! Well, but Chris, look, this further proves it, right?
It does. Yes.
Look, this means there's going to be a whole generation who's never known better, right?
Who's never known anything else.
This is all. And I'm not gonna lie. I feel genuinely. I truly do feel bad for them because I sit there and I think about, I'm like, man, like at least I got to grow up in the internet.
Seriously,
I want you to think about this, Chris. The internet did not even enter my life until, if I recall, I was either and I do remember.
I think I was like
sophomore
13.
in high school.
I think I was 13.
Yeah, so this is the thing. You still got to live a relatively normal life up until 13 when the internet hit.
Exactly.
And the internet was not the internet we know today, right? There was no YouTube, no social media.
I was like 10 or I was like 10 or 11. Sorry, it was like 10 or 11. But yeah.
But you still got to have a mostly normal life up until that point, right?
Because relatively normal childhood right up until then.
Yeah, and think about it. When the internet first hit, it wasn't what it is today, right?
Yeah.
Watch this. Hey, Chris, how did we communicate on the internet back in 1999, 2000?
It was
AOL,
Instant Messenger,
Yahoo. Yeah, so it wasn't
IRC chat rooms.
Yeah, chat rooms. It was different, right?
It was different.
There was no Twitter. Okay.
Yeah, Twitter
Let's
did
look
not
at everything
exist.
that didn't exist. No Twitter.
No Twitter.
Facebook. No dating apps.
ICQ.
No smartphones.
You get messaged randomly by some random person.
Yeah, right. Some rando. Like, so in Crest, look, and people forget about this because all of these, there were no aggregate porn sites, right?
Yes,
and this does matter because this is what desensitized people to sex and pornography.
Absolutely.
Right? And you didn't have it at the touch of your hand. So for those of you who don't know, if you would have been a certain age back then, you had to like search out porn and you had to actually put in the exact URL, right?
You had to fucking dig for that. That was like dark web shit back in the day.
Yeah, it was basically dark web. You had to like really do, and that's why it was a big deal because if you recall, not just pop-ups, that's where a lot of people's computers tanked, right?
Yeah.
You had to, if someone immediately, like let's say someone like, you heard a lock click at your house. Oh shit. It was so bad you had to literally unplug because you couldn't delete all those. You couldn't close out all those windows. Now, Chris, someone goes, okay, Drexel, why is that a big deal? Okay, this is why it's a big deal. You still had to interact with the real world, right?
Yes, you had to.
It wasn't a choice, you had to. Now, what changed? Watch this. Hey, Chris, if I don't want to deal with the real world, if I work remotely from home, if I want to sit on dating apps all day, you don't know that I'm on a dating app all day, right?
Right.
Because it's on my phone.
Exactly.
Before, remember, everything was a desktop, right? Or maybe you had a laptop.
Yep.
But you were still exposed. You're far more exposed to the laptop, a big device.
Because not everybody, everyone in the household used the same computer.
And that was the other thing, right? Don't forget, you were disconnected from the internet if someone left a message on your home phone.
Exactly, they phoned you.
Right? Like, goodbye. You're like, wait, what?
Goodbye.
Goodbye. And so people need to understand how much different it was because the reason why that's so important is that when guys and girls were meeting back then, you still met in the real world. Okay, maybe you talked to someone online.
Yeah.
And this is before the meme about, there are no girls that exist on the internet, right?
Yeah.
And a lot of times people were just, making, small chat. Yeah, people could get sexual, but for the most part, that wasn't really what was happening. Yeah. People were just happy to have a new way to communicate.
Exactly. There was chat with each other.
They're like, oh my God, Chris, I could talk to this random person who watched episode 1 halfway across the world, and we're in a private chat room talking about the movie.
It's like I'm talking to someone who's 3 hours behind in time zones, right?
Right?
Oh my God, that's amazing. That was a novelty.
It was all novel, and then now, I mean, people got to remember, mail was still being distributed back then. Yes. Right? So that lets you know how long ago this was, right?
Yeah.
And now, mail is basically obsolete. People are pissed when they get mail. Like,
exactly. People get mad when they get letters.
You couldn't just email me? You couldn't just send me a text? How dare you mail me?
You don't even get phone calls anymore. No one phone calls.
Yeah, you're right. Chris, how many phone calls do you get in the course of a day?
I get hopefully none. Hopefully 0. But I hate calling people.
1 to 2, right? Like 1 to 2 calls in an entire day. There was a time I remember, like in like middle school era. Oh man. Lots of calls.
Now we have chronically online people who can't understand social norms. That's 100% true.
Yeah. And they didn't go through the trials and tribulations of learning social etiquette. That's why, me personally, I'm not a big fan of people who spend too much time online because their view of reality and in relationships are completely distorted, right?
Absolutely.
If all you've done is jerk off to hentai since you were 11, dude, you went to school and you like when people tell me how much they hated school, I always ask them what they hated about school, right?
Yeah.
If they hated just the most basic social interaction, I'm like, oh, no, you were the problem. It wasn't the school, it was you. Because let's face it, Chris, if you ask kids back in the day, what did they hate the most about school? I'll say what they hated. They hated the BS, right? Oh, these teachers being stuck here for 6-7 hours a day. Like, it wasn't the social part, like, because, they had friends at school, right? Like, oh, yeah, I know, I like hanging out with my friends. Or it was all the rest of the stuff. Whereas now, these kids are like, I hate all of it.
Oh, yeah.
And I'm like, how do you hate every aspect of school? Like there's not one good, nothing good. Nothing? Nope. I'm like, wait a minute, something's wrong. And let's face it, school has been completely feminized. So if you're a boy in particular, you're really struggling in school because it's designed for women.
Yeah.
Oh, show up. Just write this. There are no truths. It's your truth. It's no longer, everyone gets a trophy.
It's worse now.
Yeah, it's in all the indoctrination. So it makes sense why people are just checking out more and more. Like, oh, just get me out of here, please.
Well, you know, and one second, Michael is saying, imagine saying the R word in 2021. So I will defend using that word. First of all, I will wholeheartedly defend using that word because it is actually a word to describe. This is a word that's been weaponized incorrectly. By the way, it's the same thing. Like how autism has been weaponized. So you can't say autism. You can't say the R word. You can't say other words. It's the whole point of this is the R word, which I can't say because it's an automatic demonetization on YouTube. I'm sure we're past the. I am sure we're well past the demonetization point in YouTube now. But the R word, when you say it, it means that it is a stunted ability to do something. So if you're talking about like a retardant. So like a fire retardant, it means that it prevents the ability for something to be on fire. When you're talking about an emotional retardant, then it's something that it's preventing to be emotional about, etc., etc. So the word itself is not derogatory; it's how you use the word. And people who have really gotten into the neurodivergence thing and everything else like that, they take that word and they put it on themselves. It's like, no, we're not using that word to describe you or derogatory towards you. We're just using the word to describe someone who is incapable of being intelligent, and that's not. Now everyone in the fucking chat saying it. That's not a derogatory meaning for something because you chose to pick a word and apply that to yourself. It's just like calling someone an idiot. You can't call someone an idiot on Twitter anymore. You can't. You'll get banned. If you say,
wait, are you serious?
I am serious. If you tell someone you are an idiot on Twitter, you will get banned for like 24 hours because it's in the same line as using the R word for anything because it's considered derogatory because there's softer ways to tell people that they're not intelligent. That's the point. I don't want to tell them softly that they're not intelligent. I want to tell them that they're a fucking idiot. Like, just let me tell them that. So it's just like, it's the sensitivity levels of things. Like, I get that the word was derogatorily used against people, but when you're saying, well, that's R-worded, that's not saying that this person who is neurodivergent is dumb because they have a neurodivergency. That's not what the person is saying. They're just saying, well, that's dumb. Like, that's prevented. That is a stunted thing. Like, it's being prevented from its full potential. Well, that's what it is. It's so wild. I will defend the use of that word entirely because we're getting to a point in society. It hasn't stopped at that word, by the way. It is any word that is innocent as possible. Like, it is getting taken and weaponized. As soon as someone says, oh, well, that bothers you? Great. Now I'm going to use that against you to get you banned and censor you. The censorship is ridiculous. The censorship is ridiculous. I'm sorry that we went off on a tangent on that.
Well, it's well beyond ridiculous for good reason, because let's face it, Chris, there was a word that ended with a hard R, and then it became Negro, then it became colored, then Negro. So it keeps changing, right?
Yeah, it keeps softening.
Black, African American, all these stupid words, right?
Yeah.
And what's happening is people try to say that, like, when you say this, what you really mean is that.
Exactly.
And I tell people all the time, I go, man, word police are very dangerous, because that's how, it's kind of like you end up with a cancel culture with, like you said, with language itself, right?
Exactly.
Speak no evil. So you start saying something like a person can say something and be running afoul, and they don't even know why. Like, well, what are you talking about? Because, like I didn't know, when I first appeared on Nick's show, and Nick talked about, he in the chat were like gamer words. Like, what the hell is a gamer word, right?
Yep.
As a guy who's not on the internet like that, none of the internet rules made sense to me, right?
Yeah, even dumb is weaponized now. You can't even say dumb.
See, now watch this. What happens in the real world if you call someone dumb?
Generally, nothing.
Nothing, right? So imagine all the people who don't live in the internet world, right? And they cross over and they're like, oh man, that's dumb. You can't say that. Like, they're gonna look at you like, what are you talking about? I can't say dumb.
Yeah.
Like, That's how that guy looked. That old Vietnam veteran guy looked at that comic book store.
Exactly.
They're coming from a whole different world. Like we have to be, and people aren't understanding what they're basically saying is, I'm right. There can't. The only truth is my truth, and I'm the only one that's right because I'm woke.
And
I'm whatever.
And they're so
people come from different
insulated.
experiences.
And they're so insulated. They hide behind Twitter. Like, they hide behind their blocks on Twitter. They hide behind anonymous usernames. They lock their accounts so that only their 12 followers can see anything that they're talking about. And then they wonder, like, well, why doesn't everybody know everything that triggers me? Because you don't fucking tell anybody. All you do is you just whisper to your fucking teddy bear at night, and then you expect the entire world to know.
And the thing is, though, is these sycophants that these people surround themselves with,
it's the worst part.
It's the worst because now you wind up in an echo chamber. Like,
exactly.
One of the things I've always liked is I enjoy being around people who are very different from me, right?
Oh, yeah. Me too.
Because what ends up happening is a lot of times you can see where you can adapt and adjust, right? You're
absolutely.
Like, I was going to do that. And someone's like, yo, Drex, you ever consider this? Oh, I guess I did. Huh. Yeah. I thought I had this all figured out. Huh. I just learned something. Hey, did you know this? No, I didn't. And then same thing. I can tell them, hey, man, hey, you might want to watch it because of this.
Yeah.
Huh? Well, where did you get that from? Let me tell you all my experiences that I know. And I see, did you see this? Did you see that? They're like, yeah, how did you know? I'm like, dude, I've seen how this story plays out, and this is most likely what's going on.
Exactly.
Oh, kind of like that TikTok challenge, right? Grab your girl's phone and lock the door.
Yeah.
There are a lot of guys who thought, like, no, my girl's loyal. I was like, look, man, okay. If you believe that, right? I'm saying, let's say there's a guy out there right now who says, I don't like Drex. I think everything he says is BS, right?
Yeah.
And I would say, look, I'm going to give you, rather than give you all the reasons why I believe your girl can be dirt dogging you, I go, will you just at least do this? I go, just humor yourself. Just do the TikTok challenge. Grab your girl's phone and lock the door and see how she reacts.
Yeah.
And he'll be like this. Well, I know you're going to start arguing with me. Just do it. Don't ask why. Just do it. And if a guy did it and saw her like literally rabidly clawing at the door to get back in, she's screaming. What ends up happening at that moment, Cress? The same guy who was your critic 5 minutes ago, what happens to him?
Well, I guess his opinion change.
Uh-oh.
There
might be some credence here, right?
Yeah.
There might be some credibility here.
Yeah.
So they're looking at the phone like, oh shit, she's got hidden dating apps?
Yeah.
I wonder, and this is the beauty of communication. This is the beauty of the internet. When you share this knowledge, right? This revelation, the person goes, if this person is right about this, what else are they right about?
Exactly,
right?
Yeah.
Or what are they wrong about, right? But usually you tend to kind of delve deeper when someone says something and it works like a charm. You're like, oh my God, that's exactly what happened. And then it happens again and again and again. You're like, oh, shit.
Catnip Dave in the chat brings up a really good point here. Because like he's been like physically abused and all this other shit and blah 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 blah, right? And words and actions don't do physical abuse to people; they do mental abuse to people. Mm-hmm. But this brings up a very good point. And Catnip Dave is from a different generation. The generation now, they have not lived through when it was acceptable to beat your children, when it was acceptable to settle things by having a fist fight in the street. They haven't,
as it should be. I'm a fan of that.
I agree with the fist fight thing. You want to settle a fight, then go for it. But like they haven't grown up with that level of you take physical violence. They have grown up with words and people being mean online to them and all of this invisible stuff, which in a sense it is bad too. However, this is stuff that you can literally just ignore. You can literally just turn off and not be a part of it.
You must be canceled.
You have to be canceled.
You said something I don't like.
You have to be canceled now.
Back in the day, and I talked about this on Nick's show. I said, here's my biggest problem with these little snowflake pussified people out here now, right?
Yeah.
The reason why I love physical violence not because I'm some sadistic person. I said, here's what physical violence does. It creates a direct, immediate consequence.
Yeah.
Right. So if you go and call somebody a certain name, and you wonder why you're on the ground leaking 2 seconds later, you're like, uh-oh, I know I can't say that anymore, right?
Yep.
Damn, that has consequences. Whereas something else you say to somebody, someone goes, man, what the hell did you just say to me?
Yeah.
This is how you actually learn social interaction, right?
Exactly.
Okay, saying this or doing this causes this. I'll give you an example. A guy walks into a bathroom. There's 10 urinal stalls, right?
Yeah.
There's a guy taking a leak. You walk right up to next to the guy in the stall right next to him.
Saunter right up
at that urinal. He's gonna look at you like, are you fucking serious, bro?
Yeah,
like,
exactly.
You know, see, there's 10 urinals. You walk right next to me.
Yeah.
Or you look down over at him like this. Looking good, bro.
Yeah.
Dude, something might happen, right?
Something's probably gonna happen there.
It might be words exchanged. It might be a look. So you start to realize, oh, guess what, Chris? That's not socially acceptable, right?
Exactly.
That's called social moray, right?
Yeah.
Social moray. You start to realize, oh, remember, we used to learn this early on. That's why kids got into fights. Or if you look at kids get into fights very early in life, right?
Oh yeah.
And then all of a sudden it just stops. And you're like, well, why is it that kids don't get into fight? Why do they learn to use their words? It's because over time they realize very quickly what can and can't be said. Okay,
Yes.
if I go spit in someone's face, they're gonna fight me immediately, right?
Yes.
If I just call them dumb, they may call me dumb back.
Exactly.
See? Now we live in this era where rather than just turning off what you don't like to hear, no, Chris, cancel. I can recall, Chris.
It's not even that.
Stuff I don't like.
It's not even.
I'm just not listening to it. Oh, I don't like. If I don't like Rush Limbaugh, if I don't like Jon Stewart, if I don't like Marilyn Manson, if I don't like Tupac, there was a time when someone just went. I was like this. If that's not what I like, then I just won't listen.
Just won't listen to it.
Just won't listen to it. Like, okay, that's not my cup of tea, right?
But now
the people go, no, Chris, I'm always right, right? I'm right.
Not
So,
only
if
that,
I'm
but
right,
they're like, "Oh, I don't
canceled.
like Tupac. Let me go out and listen to every single thing related to Tupac
every
ever."
single Tupac song and tell you all the things that's wrong with it. And then here's the irony: the same people who say cancel Tupac, you'll look at their Amazon wish list and things that they like, right?
Yeah.
It'll be movies that say the same words, do the same thing.
Exactly.
Like, do you know what? Do you want me to tell you one of the biggest hypocrisies I've ever seen in my life? And it's why for years I didn't shop with them. And the only reason why I shop with them now is just because, like, they happen to have some of the products that I want, right? Like,
Yeah.
And that's Walmart. There was a time, I don't know if you remember this, Walmart was very strict. They did not sell CDs with explicit
Yes,
lyrics,
I remember that. Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Now, Chris, I want you to explain to me what was the biggest hypocrisy in Walmart not selling CDs with explicit lyrics. What was the biggest hypocrisy for that time?
I don't remember. That would have been a while ago. I do remember
I'll give you a hint. Movies.
Oh, right, the R-rated movies.
Okay, could you go to Walmart and okay, watch this. We don't sell NWA. They have bad words. Hey, let me go to your movie section. Hey man, you guys got Scarface? Yeah, it's right here.
Yeah, it was right here. Yeah.
So let me get this straight. You have Scarface, which remember, images are always more powerful than words, right? Especially when those images have words attached to them. Would you agree?
And they always put the fucking parental advisory stickers on the CDs.
Yeah.
But never on the movies.
Never on the movies, right? Oh,
Yeah.
hey, watch this, Chris. I'm a young, very, very angry and unstable individual, right?
Yeah.
And in the year is 1997, and I'm at Walmart. They don't sell music, but goddamn it, Chris, I need to find a reason why I need to start a wet T-shirt contest with an assault rifle.
Yeah.
With the kids at my school, right?
Mm-hmm.
Watch this. I can't listen to music for inspiration. Not at the Walmart in my small town. Hey, let me look at this movie. Hey, you know what else Walmart has, Chris? And this is the real hypocrisy. Yes or no, can you get guns from Walmart?
In America, yeah.
Yep.
Yep.
In America, look, Walmart is known for guns.
They have back to school specials for guns.
Back to school sales on guns. Can't make this up. You go back to school, you better get these guns.
I fucking saw the back to school special on the AR-15. There you go.
They have back to school sales on guns with movies that have all kinds of crazy shoot 'em ups, right?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
But no, Chris, Tupac is evil.
Tupac's too much,
Those
man.
are bad. That's too much. Do you see how insane this is? You see how so for Chris, for years I would roll my eyes when someone even mentioned Walmart.
Oh yeah.
I'm like, are you serious, man? And Chris, when you brought this up to people, You could just see their hamster wheel spin like,
and they would just blue screen right in front of you.
You would literally see the error message, right? Just nothing. Because I'm like, okay, because remember, they would say, like, well, it's different. I said, well, let me get this straight. So you're saying a movie which has music in it, right? Soundtrack, right? A movie has music, a movie has words, and a movie has sound, and a movie has images, right? People actually don't want to shoot them up.
Yeah.
You don't think that would have more? Think about it. You can have kids, right? Let kids watch a bunch of shows or entertainment wherein people are always roughhousing and punching and kicking and all that. Kids, for those of you who don't know, if you grew up in the 80s and the 90s, a lot of kids would just randomly try wrestling moves they saw on TV.
Absolutely,
right?
yes. Yep.
See, now let me answer this, Chris. What do you think would be more make a kid more apt to try a wrestling move? Seen it on TV, right? Oh shit, it's WrestleMania 8.
Yeah.
Or check this out. Audio describing how to do a German suplex.
No, they would copy whatever they see
would
on
listen
TV.
to that. They were like, this is stupid. So at this angle, Chris, what you want to do is turn your elbow inverse. And you'd be like, what? Because there's no visual to it, right? That's why do you think they say a picture's worth 1,000 words? Chris,
exactly.
It is a lot easier for me as a young child to look at Ultimate Warrior, do a move, or Macho Man, or Bam Bam Bigelow, or whoever, right?
Yeah.
It is easier for me to watch them do perform a move and me go, oh, I see how you did that, and then mimic it, than for me to listen or read how to do it.
And 100%.
Undertaker, the Tombstone Pile Driver. Oh
yeah.
God, look at that. Hey, bro,
how many concussions in childhood were a result of the Tombstone?
Dude, everyone's childhood somehow ended up with a Tombstone Pile Driver.
Exactly.
Like
power bombs.
Power bombs. That's actually one of the ways that we found out wrestling was fake. Macho Man Randy Savage did the flying elbow drop, right?
Yeah.
Chris, do you know what it feels like to get a flying elbow drop on you from your older brother?
Oh yeah.
It feels terrible.
It's banned now.
It's banned.
The top rope elbow drop is banned.
Like, it just hurt. It really hurt. Like, because you like flinch and stuff too, right?
Yeah.
And we're like, wait a minute.
Because there's things you can do to mitigate impact for most of those moves, but there ain't anything you can do to mitigate a fucking elbow coming at you from the top rope.
When you feel someone jump on you with the elbow, you're like,
you're done.
You're done. You're like, dude, that didn't just hurt. That really hurt. like I'm still in pain. Well, after like Chris, that's how you know the move hurt, right?
Exactly.
You're sitting there, and like 4 minutes later, you're still like, hold up, a fucking rib crack. Like I'm actually in pain. You see, you didn't have that feeling when you read about it, right?
No.
And when you see the wrestlers, you see the 1, 2, 3, ding, 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 and they get up and they celebrate. Yep. You're like, how do you get up?
How the fuck do you get up?
Wait a minute. And then that's when it started hitting you. Wait a minute. So he did a Tombstone Power Driver. They played his theme music, and he suddenly sprung to life. I'm looking at you, Hulk Hogan, right? Hulk Hogan's getting his ass whooped for 20 minutes, and all of a sudden, and he starts hitting them, and all of a sudden the punches don't affect him, right? He just
exactly.
And I'm like, wait a minute, my brother just hit me in the face, and I wasn't able to shake it off, even with music, right?
Yeah.
It actually hurt.
It actually rocked you. It's like, God damn.
It actually rocked. I got hit, and my body actually moved. Like I didn't just go like this. No, brother. Oh no. No, Chris, that shit hurt.
That shit hurt.
Especially when your brother's 3 years older, right?
Yeah. And they have like tiny little fucking bony hands.
Yeah, a little bony hits you. You're like, and you get hit. You're like, hold up, man. Like,
you get hit with a fucking railroad spike.
It wasn't funny. It wasn't cool. It just hurt. And you're like, wait a minute. I got this feeling this shit might not actually be real. I think this might be staged.
Exactly.
And that's how, no lie, man. That's how we found out wrestling was fake. It was when Macho Man, it was during the storyline where it was Macho Man. It was the love triangle, right? Macho Man, Hulk Hogan, and Elizabeth. And then like Zeus enters the picture.
Yeah.
And he did those elbow drops. And that's when we mimicked it. And I remember I took that elbow and I was like, nah. There's just no way. There's no way this dude took all his elbows and was able to get up. I was like, this shit's fake.
Yeah.
And then someone actually said it, because remember, before, I think, there's always the older kid who says that, right? Just like Santa Claus, right? And wrestling's not fake. You're fake. You're in denial, right? I mean, you can't accept that as a kid.
Can't accept it. Now we've grown.
Until you do.
And now we have facts directly in front of us, and we could just explain them away.
You have to prove it. Like, wait, you need me to prove that a 280-pound man jumped off the top rope, landed on a guy's throat, and the guy was able to get up, and you need me to prove why this? Are you? See, Chris, and this is the problem with, when people always say, like, show me your source, show me your source. Like when I talk about how guys aren't getting laid, right? Even though there's articles written about this,
of course.
Show me your source. Dude, there's 3 ways to gather information to prove your point. Stats, that's number 1.
Yep.
Observable reality is number 2.
Yep.
And anecdotal evidence is number 3. Those are how we gather things.
Absolutely.
Right? And we create a full picture. Using one of any of those 3 doesn't quite work, right? That's why I don't like talking to women when they try to prove a point. Because, like, I'll give you an example. You can say the 80-20 rule, right? Or how about the height thing, right?
Yeah.
If you ask any woman, I do mean any woman, other than if she lives in Asia. Any woman not in Asia, if you ask her how many guys in the world are over 6 foot tall, they're going to be wrong, every single one of them, right? Every single one of these women are going to give you the wrong answer. I'd say about 30%. And you're like, wait a minute, why would you think that? Well, I mean, there's lots of tall guys. No, there's not. Do you know what that means, Chris? She's been getting her holes banged out by the basketball team, right?
Yeah.
So in her mind, because remember, they've actually done studies to prove this. Most men are literally invisible to women, right? Literally invisible.
Oh, yeah.
So they only see what they want to see, right? Because they live in a fantasy world. So when they say, I would say at least half, like dude, I'm sitting there watching Fresh and Fit about a month ago, and they asked that question, right? About, guys getting laid. And there was one woman on there, because she was projecting, like, oh yeah, guys have way more sex than women, blah blah blah. And I would say it's at least half and half with guys, getting out there with, getting laid and not. Mm-hmm. And they all like looked at her like, "Are you serious?" And they were all getting it wrong, right? I would say 65%. Yeah, definitely most guys are getting laid.
Nope.
And when they hit her with that number, they all couldn't believe it, right? I need to see your source. And when they showed, like, but that doesn't make sense. It's because he proved it. He said, when you go out and about in your day, did you notice that guy who served you, coffee at Starbucks? Nope. All the guys who were stocking the shelves, did you notice them? Nope. The guy who pumped your gas, if you live in a place like Oregon, nope, you didn't notice him, right? You didn't notice anybody. All these men were literally invisible to you, right? Until you got your late night booty call. You see how that works?
Yeah.
You went to the club, and the only thing, you didn't notice all the short guys. You only noticed the tall guys. They're literally invisible to women.
Exactly.
It's like, oh, Chris, it's so bad out here. And I like
rough.
It so bad.
It is rough.
It's so rough. It gives me great content because, of course, every time someone tries to say that everything I say is made up, and then I ask them to go out in the world, and then all they can do is just come back and eat crow. I love serving out these crow diets.
Yeah.
I'm trying to get people obese on crow. And I'm doing a good job because, Chris, the delusion in these streets has reached an apex.
Oh, yeah.
You guys have Trudeau, so you should know everything about delusion.
We have the Canadian government, period. That's enough. Like, they're all fucking wackadoos. Every single one of them.
How do you guys manage that? Like,
poorly.
You're just like waking up each and every day.
We manage it poorly. We keep voting these morons in.
Well, Tim told me, producer Tim told me that it's mainly due to, I think it's that particular province, right? Is that Ontario? Is that who keeps on?
No, it's between Quebec, Ontario, and BC.
Okay,
because those are the three main.
Due to the population density, right? Like,
yeah,
in the city, they just keep voting them in over
Montreal,
and over,
Toronto,
right?
and Vancouver, essentially.
Yep. So that means everyone else is shit out of luck, right?
Oh yeah, I've been saying it for years. We need election reform. We need a different type of electorate. Like, the way we have right now is garbage, and it's only going to continue producing garbage.
Well, you've heard about what happened in America, where you have Eastern Oregon is trying to secede from Oregon and become part of Idaho. Have you heard about that?
I have not, but that's hilarious.
Oh yeah. Okay. What happened to Oregon is basically what's happening to you in Canada, right?
Yeah.
The crazy wackadoos in Portland are basically they're voting for their votes affect everyone in the state, right?
Oh yeah.
So you have these
There's
insane
one fucking city that
now,
dictates the entire
one
goddamn
city
area.
Dictates everything. So people are like, well, no, I don't want this. And now my taxes. Chris,
let me put this into perspective for you, Drex.
Oh, let's go ahead.
If you took out the city of Toronto entirely, if you took that city and made it its own little thing, Ontario would be conservative right now.
Yeah, I've heard that. That's actually, you know what's crazy? That's actually true of virtually everywhere, even the United States, right? Like, okay, so prime example. We always hear about Illinois, right? In the States, we hear about a place like Illinois. You're like, oh God, it's so California's so horrible.
Yeah.
It's only the major cities because the major cities have so many people and they all think the same. So here you have the major cities dictating everything. Like you go to pull out a map of Illinois and see how they vote. It's just Chicagoland. Right?
Absolutely.
Chicagoland votes blue, so the state is blue.
Yeah.
Everywhere else is red. Literally everywhere else. You're like, oh.
You literally if you look at a federal map of Ontario, like a federal voting map of Ontario, the entire fucking province is blue except for a few specks. And those few specks have turned the entire province red. Because it's like, what the hell? And blue being conservative, red being liberal in our area. It would be the opposite for
you guys are in reverse.
But it's so fucking stupid. And it's like, we need proportional representation voting in Canada. Absolutely. Just because that would work better for us, where it's like it's a fixed government, right? What proportional representation voting would be for the federal government would mean that the entire out of the entire government, 40% of the government is blocked out for your number one voted in party. Your number two voted in party is 15%. Your number three voted in party is 10%, et cetera, et cetera. And it gives it works for a multi-party system because it makes sure that you have 4 or 5 parties that are in power that have proportional representation. And what that means is you go in and you vote and you say, okay, my number one vote is for conservative. Boom. My number two vote, okay, I guess Green Party if conservatives don't get in. Number 3, well, if the Green Party doesn't get in, I guess the PPC is good enough. Boom, boom, and they go down. And so if your first vote doesn't win the ballot, then they go and they say, okay, everyone that voted for the person that came in second, we go down to their second vote, and then that second vote goes in, and then that gets represented down the line. So whoever gets the most vote out of the rounds, this is how they fucking vote for their goddamn party leaders. You'd think that they do it for the fucking country, but no. But so then at the end of it, when all the dust settles, okay, the Liberals won however much of the vote, great. They get 40% of control of the government. This guarantees that no one ever has a majority control over the government. They have to work with the other parties every single time, and it's a collaborative effort. And if the other parties who are not the number one voted in party all collaborate together, they can push something through. It's the greatest form of collaborative government, but they won't fucking do it because it means they're going to lose power. It's so frustrating.
Here's the thing, and one of the biggest problems, and correct me if I'm wrong, Chris, it's that feeling of powerlessness.
Oh, absolutely.
That people the most, right? It's like so you can vote the same way all you want, and knowing that nothing's going to happen, right?
Yeah.
Even so this is, I think this has to be like the ultimate black pill in terms of from a voting perspective. Let's say you are not in Ontario, or whatever. You're not pro Trudeau, right?
Yeah.
You're opposite. You're not voting for Trudeau. Imagine, they talk about voter turnout, right? Like, X amount of people voted, and they always try to shame you with that, right? Like, well, what do you know? Blah 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 blah. Only, let's say your voting participation is, let's say you guys are 60%, right?
Yeah. And
they'll say, well, if you guys actually turn out to vote, but someone's like, even if all the rest of the people voted, you'd still lose. That's gotta be.
It sucks.
It's gotta kill you, right? Like, ugh.
Well, this is the benefit of having the multi-party proportional system, because, for example, say in first ballot, Trudeau gets 29% of the vote, right? But everyone else breaks down, and it's like the first place is 29%, second place is 20%, third place is 15%, yada yada yada, and then it breaks down from there. So then there's no clear winner because you don't get the 40% margin that you want. So you move to second ballot, and then the person on the bottom gets booted off. And so they read a second ballot, and they look in the second ballot, and then Trudeau has 33%, but the second person has 39% all of a sudden. So now they're ahead, and then and they don't get a clear 40% victor off of that one, so they boot off the fourth one. And so now you're reading up the third ballot readings, and everyone's votes for the third ballot goes into the pool, and all of a sudden the third person has 55% of the vote because most of the people that were voting voted that person in second or third and not first ballot, but it's their second or third choice, and Trudeau's not their choice at all. And so Trudeau falls right off the table, and the person that gets most of the votes of the country then gets to be put in the seat of power. Like that makes the most sense. But of course, Trudeau said he was going to put that sort of system in before he got elected in. He gets elected in a majority, and he's like, yeah, you know what? I don't think we're going to do that anymore, because he sees the fucking numbers and he knows that people aren't going to vote for him. That's why it's so frustrating.
Well, that's where pandering comes from. The very nature of pandering in the voter bloc. Absolutely. Once you give women the right to vote, right? Here it's the 19th Amendment, right? And people don't understand. Like, that's why, you know what the funniest thing I find? I've talked to lots of women, and this is what's crazy. Cress, they admit it was a mistake. They go, they should never give women the right to vote. And because women know women, right? They're like, oh, this is horrible. Because now they see the problem with
you can dangle out feelings in the face of facts, and they'll take the feelings
every time. Even if you present facts, right? If you show up with some facts and go, no, look, this is all. They'll look, and then all it takes is like one news story to play
a news story a week before the election starts.
A week before, and that's it. That's literally. Whereas dudes are like, nah, my mind's made up.
Exactly.
It's just, it's such a shit show.
It is, and I am fully against allowing government to have full power over anything. Period. Like, I don't like when we get a majority government in Canada. Like, I'm sure you guys feel the pain when when the House and the Senate are controlled by the same president, the same as the president. Like, it's pain. It's painful because they just ram through a bunch of fucking shit without having to check, without having any checks or balances for X amount of fucking years, because they don't have any responsibility to anybody, even the people that voted them in.
As the policies collapse, and this is the funniest thing I feel about government. I've always had this feeling. If you are in the majority party, right? Yeah. And you're just letting everything passes through, right?
Yeah.
How do you blame the other party when your ideas don't work? You know what I'm talking about? Like, they'll sit there and pass a bunch of garbage, and then and when you start getting criticized for it, it was them
all the time, because people fucking buy it.
That's you.
They buy it. People buy it all the time. They don't call bullshit on it because it's a fucking game now to people. It's a sporting event. It's my team versus your team. Like, no, we're fucking Team Canada, Team USA. We're all in this fucking thing together. Like, nobody wants the fucking president or prime minister to be the asshole that's digging a hole in the fucking boat. Like, we all want someone competent running the goddamn ship. Can we put aside this partisan bullshit for a second? No. I don't care if your favorite color is blue and that's why you're voting it. Like, vote for fucking issues that are literally like relevant. Vote for the people that, if the person that got voted in lied about 99% of the shit that they were going to do and did nothing and didn't listen to the people at all, then don't fucking vote for them again. If they come in there and they're an asshole, but they upheld 75% of the promises they were going to make, then they're probably better than the person that you're going to vote in because you don't like the color red. Like, I don't understand where people's minds get. Like, they just completely cut their fucking head open, take their brain out, and go to the fucking polling station. It happens every single fucking election.
Well, one of the things I've noticed is that even on a base level, when people have like a partisan, they have this like partisan loyalty, right?
Yeah.
Is that just because someone says I am blank doesn't
mean that they are.
Doesn't mean anything. It's like, you guys haven't figured this out yet. Like,
because like, I don't know what it is. I'm fairly certain. I'm like 90% sure this is how it works, at least in Canada. I don't know about the US. And again, like I know fringe stuff about politics. But when you're campaigning, if I wanted to go out there and represent, and there was no Green Party candidate in my area. I can go out. I don't have to care what the Green Party platform is. I'll just be like, you know what? I'm going to wear a green shirt. I'm going to go and campaign for the Green Party. I know I'm not going to fucking win. However, every vote that I get is $75 in my pocket.
Oh, wow.
Every vote that I get is $75. So if I get 1,000 votes, that's $7,500. If I get 100,000 votes, $750,000.
Wow.
And that generates, and I don't get that money. I think it's the party gets that money or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
But the party gives you your payout from it. But like how you perform, which is why you see these people, it's like you've literally never won a fucking election in like 50 years and you're a fucking grape. Like you're a fucking raisin right now. What the hell are you doing campaigning? Oh, you consistently go out and get 50,000 votes?
Yep.
You get a fucking year's salary off of it. Like,
well, I've always said this, Chris. If you incentivize bad behavior, you get more bad behavior. Right?
Absolutely.
So in the U.S., which is I don't know if we're the ultimate welfare state. That might be the U.K. because you can't spell cuck without the U.K. Australia's right there with them, along with New Zealand, which might be the worst. Well, in America, once you give women the right to vote, they're going to vote on their biological imperative. And what is women's biological imperative? Provision and protection. Provision will manifest itself physically if women get voting rights with what? What is provision? That's the welfare state. What is protection? That's the police state.
Yeah.
Anywhere that you have women voting has those two things, right? A military state and a police state.
Absolutely.
Or it's a welfare state, right? Okay. Well, why is that such a big deal? Chris, once you have this implemented, it's over.
Yeah.
Because now when I run, Chris, if I run, who's going to control what I say now?
Exactly.
It's going to be them, right?
Yeah.
Because if someone says, "Oh my God, Drex, look at this. Everything is just gone to shit. What are we going to do?" Chris, we need to get strong families.
Yeah.
Can't say that, right?
Nope.
Because strong family means you're not supporting single moms.
Exactly.
See? And it is what it is. And that's why I tell people, I go, look, it's already over. Just accept it.
Yeah.
It's done. Like, there's people. Chris, let me ask you this. What do you think about these Save the West types? What do you think about those people?
Oh, Jesus Christ. I honestly think anyone that like clicks a fucking armchair petition, that is a worldwide bullshit thing that is... If the most of what you're doing to change the world or even change your politics is clicking a fucking online survey, just fucking flush yourself. Like, please, just stop. Just stop. You're not going out. You're not campaigning. You're not trying to change people's minds. You're obviously not spending your own money on this stuff. Like, you just want everyone else to do shit for you. You want everyone else to clean up your own fucking garbage for you. Just stop pretending like you're even making a difference. They're all the fucking same. They're all the fucking same.
Well, here's the thing, though. When you say they're the same, the reason why they're the same is because the end result is the same.
Exactly.
You see what I'm saying? Like even if your method is slightly different, isn't the end result exactly the same? Which is kind of like in my beef with MRAs, right? Who are useless. Anyone out there, anyone who listens to this, if you are an MRA, let me just say, I want you to look in the mirror, right? Go in the mirror, look in there, take a long, hard look, and repeat after me. I am an MRA. And I am useless. You're useless. Because, Chris, the end result is the same, right? Nothing has changed.
Yeah.
The trans community has done more for straight men than the MRAs ever have.
Absolutely.
Let that sink in, right?
Yeah.
And that, Chris, they won't join for it. It's so obvious. Okay. The biggest issue that trans communities, every single thing that they're seeking can be remedied.
Absolutely.
With the cis male ally. Likewise, every problem the cis male ally problems that they have, every one of their problems is remedied.
100%.
It is literally like I'm looking at it like this, dude. This literally join forces, and every single one of the problems gets solved.
Yeah.
And they won't do it. It's just
No.
like, oh.
Because
I mean, Chris,
because
honestly,
there's one side of
more
this
trans people on.
there's one side of this triangle that is giving unconditional TM support to trans individuals. There's and I say TM because it's not actually unconditional.
I just wish it really does bother me. It's like, why don't they see it? Like, why don't both sides see? It's so obvious.
Come on, Drexel. Like that was like 30 minutes ago. Come on, man.
Chris, it hurts. You reminds me of. Chris, it reminds me of. It really does remind me of Idiocracy.
It does.
They're pouring Brondo.
It
on the
absolutely
plants,
does.
Right? And he's like looking at him like, wait a minute, you're pouring this shit in the plants? Like, but it has electrolytes. And he's like, I don't know, maybe try water. Like, Chris, that's how. I'm not joking. I view this. Let's call it a schism, right?
Yeah.
Schism between the cis male community and the trans community, right?
Yeah.
I view the schism as simple as watching Idiocracy and they're literally pouring fucking Gatorade on plants and going, why do we have a drought? It's like, oh. And I'm like, you don't see how obvious this is? You just, okay, look, you already have the irrigation system set up, right? It's pumping out Brondo, right? All you have to do is go like this, get rid of it, put in water. And then go, oh my God, the plants are growing.
Yeah.
And they won't do it.
They won't do it.
Because of my principles. It's like,
that's where we're at. That's where we're at. We're at the downcline of society.
That's where we devolved into, right?
We're at the decline of society now.
Yep. And the funny thing is that like when I see, I'm actually gonna listen to more from the trans community in terms of like YouTubers or whatever, because I've seen some of them. Like obviously Blair White is like the most famous one, I think. Someone that I guess you could argue like is mainstream-ish.
Yeah.
And it's one of these things where like I look at the situation, I'm like, look, even the Blair Whites of the world figured out like, oh wait, these women actually hate us.
Oh yeah.
Like they say they're our allies, but when we really get it, because I'm always wondering like, why did you guys think it was men who hated you so much? I've always wanted to ask like the whole trans community, like, do you really think guys walk around and be like, I hate trans people. I hate them.
Well, it's because here's the thing that I figured this out a long time ago. It's cisgender women playing both sides of the fence. It's cisgender women playing up that, oh, you should be accepted as your body is and blah, blah, blah. And then it's the same woman going to men and saying, oh my God, can you look at that thing and blah, blah, blah. And you're not a man if you're getting together with trans women. You have to get together with real women and make babies and blah, blah, blah. It's the same fucking thing. They're playing both sides against each other.
Absolutely. Well, here's the thing though, from a female's perspective, like, I don't even get mad at women because I know that's their biology, right?
Yeah.
Manipulation, deception. So I know exactly what they're doing because I see it. Because you see that all the time where they'll say they'll call a guy a bigot for not supporting something that involves trans. Like, let's say like the Olympics, right? But then as soon as that same trans person tries to come over to their space, or like you said, gets their men, all of a sudden that's not even a real woman.
Exactly. And let's be clear. Let's be clear here. Because unfortunately, the world does not have enough alpha women. Unfortunately, but we're talking. This is beta woman behavior.
Mm-hmm.
This is beta woman behavior. Like they can't stand on their own merits. They can't stand on their own skills. So they have to resort to backstabbing, manipulation. They have to resort to pulling the rug out from under their competition.
Yep.
And be the only one.
I mean, same with bitch made simps. I mean, think about what do simps do? Simps try to nerf the playing field because they know they can't compete. I've been around lots of bitch-made simps, right?
Oh, yeah.
The Ron Toyes of the world. I've been around guys like this before, right? And usually I demand that he go get a snack tray. That's the only purpose he has, other than cleanup duty, right? And I've been around these dudes. And you realize quickly what the real issue is. They hate not masculinity, right?
Yes.
Because a lot of people think like, Drex, do you think it's that they hate masculinity? No. What they hate, Crest, it's not masculinity on its own merit, right? What they hate is masculinity gets the reward that they simped so hard for.
Yeah, and they can't.
See what I'm saying? They can't achieve it. So when someone asks, "Hey, what does masculinity do?" Okay, you actually have a backbone. You stand on your own. You are forceful. You have a certain charisma to you. All these things. And so, okay, so what does that get? What rewards do you get from those things, right? From being masculine, unapologetically masculine, right?
Yeah.
What do you get from that? Well, for them, remember, you have to think like a simp. The guy who exhibits these traits gets all the girls, right?
Yeah.
And he doesn't even care. He's like, I don't care, man. If you want them, you can have them.
Exactly.
He doesn't value it because it comes so easy, right?
Yes. Yeah.
So in return, that lesser masculine dude is like this. This isn't fair. I have to find a way to nerf this guy, right? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to enable women to have all this power, and I'm going to be sitting here going, yeah, those guys are toxic.
Yep.
And then what ends up happening is I become their little lapdog, and then what ends up happening? They think they're going to get their pee-pee touch, right?
Exactly. And
they
get
all the praise publicly, right?
Yeah.
Oh, you're a good boy. You're so good. Yeah, you're a feminist ally. And they're like, all right, well, did I get a crumb of pussy? Nope. And they're like, why didn't it work?
And then they're like, how dare you? How dare you
not give me peace, sleep? Christ, this is where we're at.
This is where we're at.
This is where we're at. Like, these are the sorriest, most bitch-made dudes in the history of the species.
And they're being fed and led along by the worst sorry bitch-made women.
These are the worst. Like, this is. Look, I was talking about this with Dollhouse Phil. I was like, this is the worst crop of women that have ever existed in human history.
Oh yeah.
They're the fattest, right? These are the fattest women that have ever existed. These are the least attractive. These are the most demanding,
most entitled. Yeah.
Most entitled. Worst attitudes. What are the bad things they have? Bad hygiene. A lot of them. Jesus. Yeah. So, Chris, I'm trying to think of something that has like value because they're like, but we're the most educated. Yeah, where's that gotten you? Right? Where's that gotten in society? In total collapse, right? In free fall,
this is the thing.
Right?
It's like when you give most of these beta people, beta women especially, the choice between seeking an education which would get you a career, or opening up a camera and sticking your crotch in front of it to sell it.
What do they do?
What do they do?
Yep. And, Coach Greg Adams talked about that. He said, so for all these, what are we in, 6 decades of modern feminism, right? Yeah. He goes, at the end of the day, all you were able to achieve was crying on social media that you want a man to provide and protect, provide for you and protect you, and busted it open on OnlyFans. That is the most. So basically, you became prostitutes. Really, exactly what we were saying, right? Remember, my men are misogynistic for saying this.
Yeah.
That's exactly what you did. So after all, so society is literally bent over backwards to cater to your every whim, right?
Yeah.
Oh my God, we need Me Too. We need to have a sensitive man. We need to have the moms get custody in virtually every single scenario. And when all that happened, they're complaining how miserable they are. And they're popping pills more than they ever have. Like, Crest, they are popping more pills now.
Oh, yeah.
Than at any point ever combined.
Well,
women have never been this miserable.
And you have situations where you have women willfully signing contracts. Scarlett Johansson looking at you. Every loser that's come after you and thrown their career in the garbage. Literally signing contracts acknowledging I am going to get this much money for this. Mm-hmm. And then the thing happens and it doesn't turn out the way that they expect, and instead of taking ownership saying, wow, I guess I just suck, I'm just not that popular. No, it's the world's fault. It's everyone else's fault.
Of course. It can't be me, right? It can't be me.
Can't be me.
I'm perfect.
I'm telling you. It's We have to have a push for responsibility culture. I think that's what it comes down to. Is like
we talked about that with Eagle and Dollhouse Phil. We had that conversation, and like what level of accountability do we have to have, like in terms of Bish made sense. Like I pushed for this in a few episodes ago. I said there needs to be rules now, right?
There does.
If your friend posts a thing on social media talking about something I proposed, that was his last post that you guys shared. He's done, right?
Yeah.
Marriage. Okay, now marriage will as a man, marriage will cost you a friendship. If you show up at a feminist march, you're done.
Yep.
If you put on a cape for your woman, you're done. Anything that is simp behavior, right?
Absolutely.
Are you giving a girl money through seeking arrangements? You're done.
That needs to be cut off at the legs.
Subscriber. Are you paying for foot pics? You're done. Like anything out there that puts you in these crosshairs, because Cress, guys need to know there's consequences, right? Oh my God, being a simp means I'm done forever. Like basically, it's the equivalent of get like the scarlet letter, right?
Exactly.
So basically, I'm gonna get blacklisted. So if I go out here and I support OnlyFans, thoughts, right? If I support Pokimane, Amaranth putting on a horse head and sucking on a damn microphone, if I support this and I say Yas Queen Slay,
done. Send them off to Simp Island.
Yeah, I get banished, right? I'm ostracized from men, right?
The gem on their hand starts glowing.
Yeah, that's how it should be. Because then all of a sudden, what would happen? Cress, overnight, dudes they would think twice. Like, wait a minute,
absolutely.
And the same thing is, and I've told guys this. Guys have to have standards when it comes to women, right? Like, if you're going to be married, right? You know how anti-marriage I am, right? But if you're going to, and the laws still are what they are, you have to have an airtight prenup, and she has to be a virgin, right? If I say, okay, we can at least start there, right?
Mm-hmm.
All of a sudden, what would happen overnight, though, Chris? Women would change. Uh-oh, ladies. If you're not a virgin, they won't marry you, ever.
Yeah.
You'll just be a hookup, right? You'll just be a late night hookup on a Tuesday, a Wednesday, right?
Mm-hmm.
All of a sudden, women are like, oh, shit. Watch this, Chris. I'm a single mom. Uh-oh, the word is out. Single moms can never be dating or marriage material, ever.
Yeah.
If women knew that, they would think twice about having kids, right?
Oh, yeah.
They'd be like, it better be, you better be married, and you better have signed that prenup, and you better be a good wife to him. See, it would change behavior. But since there's no accountability, people just do whatever the hell I want.
Absolutely.
Because I've always said, Chris, men would be just as horrible too. If the system enabled men to get away with all their worst traits,
they'd do it.
Men would be just as horrible.
They would do it, 100%.
They would do it. Yep. Oh wait, I could put hands on my wife and there's no consequence. Okay, I'm gonna put hands on my wife. See?
Well, it's the whole situation with Michael Long, right? The entire fucking whatever the hell county it is working against him. Just because they're making money off of the dads. Yeah. It's disgusting.
Once you go through it and you see how corrupt it is.
Yeah.
And this is the reason why I said I don't like talking about how women have any good qualities. And the reason why I say that is it's not like a misogynistic thing. I was like, look, if you want to prove as a woman that you actually have you're good, like so you say, oh no, Drexel, I am a good woman. I'm not one of the bad ones. A lot of women say that, and then I look at their actions. How come the family court still exists then?
Exactly.
And they don't have a real answer for that, right? See, because we all, Cress, and I know, they want to be able to use it when the time comes. If they always want to be able to have that gun loaded, right?
Yeah.
Like, what if I get with a guy and it doesn't work out? And I want to leave and go ride the carousel. I want to have an escape clause, so I want the family court to protect me, right? That's why they're never going to get rid of it. That's why they're going to protect the sisterhood, because at the end of the day, even though it destroys them in the long run in terms of their mental well-being and all that, it still gives them this provision of protection.
Yep.
They're going to be like, well, I know it's wrong. And women will go out there, see a girl destroy a man in divorce, right? Just destroy.
Oh, absolutely.
And they're still friends.
Of course.
They're cool. Yeah. I was out with my girl yesterday. Yep. She keeps the kids. She took the house from him. He has to pay her every month. It's like, you call this person. Whereas if a dude did that, guys would not be okay with that. They're like, nah, man, we're done.
Well, and and people in general wouldn't be. They'd be up in fucking arms over it.
Yeah, they would say, nah, we're not standing by this, right? Like,
Yeah.
we're not going to stand by you dirt dogging your wife and taking the kids, and especially when you're like, she can't see the kids, right?
Yeah.
You have to reverse it completely. Like, okay, so the guys get the kids every time. They don't even want the mom to see the kids ever, and yet the mom has to pay. A lot of guys like, yeah, no, I'm not signing that. I'm not okay with that. I'm not okay with guys doing that. But women they co-sign it. Yeah, that's cool.
Yep.
That's cool.
Good grief.
Wow.
Good grief. How have we gotten here?
Right.
Good Lord. Well, Drexel, it has been almost, we've been almost live for 5 hours.
Jesus. Chris, I don't know how this happens.
It's just you. It's just you and me. Every time we get together, it's just like
I don't know how that happens.
We just talk forever.
I remember we're sitting there before our show and we're yapping after the show, yapping like, Chris, I don't know how that, we got Tim going, oh, that was 2 hours. It was. I was like, man, I don't know, Tim. You already hit me with time limits and shit. Like, I don't know, man. I just go.
Exactly.
Oh, okay. But it's a pleasure being on.
It is fantastic having you.
It's always great.
I love having you on. And hit me up when you want me to be on for another MGTOWN podcast. I'd be happy to join you.
Oh, definitely.
Anytime.
Yeah,
we can continue talking these because we can talk for literal days on these topics.
Well, what's it's funny about that, Chris, is I had made this comment to RGE in Dawsonville, and I said, if you were to ask how many conversations you've had with women in your lifetime where you like genuinely liked talking to them and had them around, and most dudes are like, yeah, not really.
Yeah.
Like, usually they're sitting there like, oh, this bitch is still talking about nothing. There's no topics. There's no engagement. It's just like, and then what she said to me, and the guy just is like,
oh my God.
So it's always great, and I'm telling you, I actually said, there are people out there who don't understand what I'm saying. I truly believe, Chris, in the next 10 years in particular, because Me Too is going to get a lot worse, right?
Oh, of course.
As the laws against men get worse and worse, like I said, I'm not saying that's going to be, the boat that you're in, what you're looking for. I think trans women are about to start like really winning in the next decade.
Oh, we'll see.
I mean, I think a lot of the social stigma is going to start going away. Like, so before there was always that thing, if are you considered gay if you're into trans women, right?
Yeah.
That's like a big thing.
Yeah. I'm
not joking when I say this, Chris. It's gonna get so bad for dudes. I don't think guys are even gonna like shame their boys for that. They're gonna be like, you know what, bro? It is what it is, man.
Yeah.
I want you to imagine, Chris, how completely like bizarro world this will look. It's a group of dudes. One of the dudes shows up and his girlfriend is trans, right?
Mm-hmm.
And no one acts weird. They're just like, oh, hey, it'll be, let's say her name is Cindy, right?
Yeah.
It's like, oh, well, what up, Jim? What up, Cindy? Oh, you want something to drink? Like, it'll literally become like just like nothing, because women have made themselves so awful and so toxic that like guys are like, Chris, Dollhouse Phil is the doll man, right?
Yeah.
It's going to be not unusual for a guy just to be like, yo, I'm about to go get my doll. Like, dudes aren't going to act weird about it. They're like, oh, that's cool. If anything, Chris, I think guys are going to act weird when a guy's talking about a girl. They're like, I don't know, man. You might want to watch out, right? You better watch out because you know how bad the laws are.
Exactly. Like, I mean, that's the dream for most of the trans people out there, is just act like nothing is different. And I mean, if that's where we're heading, then that's amazing. And if these beta women out here are the ones driving the force, then more power to them. Let's finally get it there so we can put that in the rearview mirror.
I think they're really going to suffer. I truly, because I've talked to lots of women about this topic.
Yeah.
And one of the I'll tell you what was kind of like the stranglehold on that modern women are facing. Like, I don't know if you've been watching a lot of these YouTube videos coming out now and TikTok videos where these women are like, please guys, come back. They're getting more and more desperate, right? And I said, one of the things that started happening, Chris, is that it's a few things that happen all at once, right? And here's what they are. Guys walking away, check.
Yeah.
The laws, obviously, the laws are kind of like, one of the symptoms, right? That's one of the reasons they walked away, right? The catalyst. And something else happened. The doll thing started happening. And then the Miss Nevada, right?
Yes.
Sports Illustrated is a trans woman, right?
Yeah.
Chris, what happens when
Secret.
dudes start saying, hey, that's good enough for me.
Yeah.
Right? Like I said, that's not my thing, but like I would say a lot of dudes would, and I truly believe this, Chris. We're going to get to a point where even a guy like me who says that's not my thing, I will have no problem with a dude being like, oh yeah, this is my girl. She just happens to be trans, or it's just not even a thing anymore. Like, it's just like, yeah, whatever. And because the women are getting more nervous, just like this. Wait,
exactly.
The dolls, the trans women,
yeah,
the men going their own way because of the laws, like, because they're just basically being phased out.
Yeah.
They're not even called women anymore. They say birthing persons. Have you heard that? Women are being phased out because see, they fulfilled their use to the government, right? And now they're starting to replace women, and they're like, oh, "This isn't right. This is what you wanted."
Exactly. You wanted this.
This is what you wanted. Crest, it's beautiful to see. It's beautiful to see demonic creatures suffer. I love it. I love seeing. I don't know if you ever saw that viral video. It was on an actual show where the woman was pissed that dolls were better than her.
Oh my god.
She was actually like pissed off about it. Like,
as the resident demonic creature, I don't know if I'm happy about seeing demonic creatures suffer.
Cress, here's the thing. Deep down, you know, if someone said, hey, Cress, you're given the option, would you rather hang with a group of dudes, right? Mm-hmm. Or a group of women? What would you take?
It would depend on the people, but generally probably the guys.
Because you know it's going to be laid back, right?
It would be laid back and relaxed and just whatever.
Laid back, relaxed, just shoot the
wouldn't
shit.
Have to be catty. You wouldn't have to be like constantly watching what you're saying, or
you can say anything around dudes.
Say whatever.
Anything. Yeah. No one cares. No one cares. Like, you can crack nasty jokes, and it's nothing's weird. And
yeah.
And the other thing is, guys don't have the shame factor because we don't have the whole. We don't have that social.
I tell people
validation.
That all the time.
Like if a guy has paid for prostitutes, he will openly admit that. Like, he doesn't. There's no shame about it. That's why women always lie about their body count. Oh no, I'm not that kind of girl.
I tell people all the time.
Say, yeah, man. I was out there doing it all
the time. Like, you can't shame the shameless. Just be shameless with your life.
Yeah, dudes don't care. They literally, you can sit there and be like, oh yeah, there's this, that, and the other, and the guy's like, oh, okay, sure, cool.
Oh my god. Well, I'm gonna call a wrap to this show because my voice is starting to go.
Poor Chris.
It's been about. Did Drex talk about MGTOW? I don't know. I don't think he did.
I don't think so.
I don't think he did at all.
We're gonna get the soul glow for your throat, Chris.
Yeah.
It's gonna throat glow. I mean, it's also available in thought fragrances too. So exactly. Your voice goes hoarse, and you're like, oh, Drex, my voice. I'm like this. Oh, hold up, Chris. I need the thought fragrance.
Let me bust out the throat stick.
Hot girl summer. Yeah. Dave, I can't get it all down. That's how every podcast should end.
Exactly.
It should end with some throat sounds. I mean, Chris, let's make it happen. Talk to my editor. Talk to your editor. God damn.
Well, Drex, you can shill your stuff. We're gonna be wrapping up here. Where can people find you?
Definitely find me. I'm on YouTube on the MGTOWN Podcast. MIGTOWN. That's MGTOWN Podcast. So go ahead and look for me. I'm on Spotify, Apple. We're doing our thing. We're creeping up on almost a year, man. I can't believe.
Damn, there you
it's
go.
Crazy. It just
That's
creeps
awesome.
up on you.
Right on.
Oh, and Chris, guess what? Guess what I just linked up with?
Who did you just link up with?
The War Bands. That is, for those of you guys who are in the Manosphere, Undead Chronic, maybe the Party Frog, and Manic the Mechanic is a new part of the War Band. Probably Taylor the Theme, too. So I'm going to link up with those guys, and we're going to do like a roundtable show. So I'm excited about that. I've always been a fan.
That's awesome.
So that is coming soon.
That's fantastic. Well, thank you so much for hanging out and being on the show. Always a pleasure having you.
Definitely. We'll have to get you back on our show, too.
Absolutely. I'm looking forward to it.
All right. Have a good night, everybody.
Yes. Good night, Drexel. Take care.
All right. Peace out.
All right. So we're going to get out of that one. And to wrap up this show, thank you guys so much for hanging out. I really appreciate all of you that have stuck around for the full 5 hours of today's show. Thank you guys so much. As always, because we say so much stuff on this show, but you guys are amazing. As always, keep your stick on the ice.